Please be upstanding for the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
ألم تر أن الله أنزل من السماء ماء فأخرجنا به ثمرات مختلفا ألوانها ومن الجبال جدد بيض وحمر مختلف ألوانها وغرابيب سود ومن الناس والدواب والأنعام مختلف ألوانه كذلك إنما يخشى الله من عباده العلماء إن الله عزيز غفور.
As we enter the next quarter of a century into the new millennium, we're experiencing challenges that lie at the core of humanity's evolution. Something must be done. A breakthrough that prioritizes people is urgently needed. That's our mission at the Future Minerals Forum. Building on last edition's Year of Action, we will continue to unite visionaries, innovators and leaders, transforming 2025 into the year of impact for minerals, marking the beginning of the future we must create together. Time is of the essence. As we mark the 4th and ever-growing edition of the Forum, we extend an open invitation to all of you to join this noble cause. Together, let's commit to putting minerals at the heart of global development, creating impact today that will be celebrated for the ages.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, bonjour, buongiorno, goeiemorgen, du melang bagayet. Bienvenue à ce 4e forum sur les minéraux futurs. Je m'appelle Tony Makabo.
Je m'appelle Tony Makabo et c'est mon
For this, of course, the 4th edition of
pour la 4e session des ressources minières. Et que de partout où vous vous joignez à nous, bonjour ou bon après-midi. Je pensais un instant toute l'expertise combinée de cette salle, sans parler de cette place, endroit où ils ont
act alone, we of course know this. So I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge our sponsors and our strategic partners, thank you. But I'd like to specifically single out our founding partners for mention. And of course, you know them, but I'm going to say them anyway. Aramco, Saudi Mining Services, Hadid, Invest Saudi, Ma'aden, and Riyadh Bank. And I think they deserve some recognition for you. And perhaps can I ask that we just do that recognition with a little bit more enthusiasm? Yes. That is the one. So we've had the ideas over the past few years, we've made some plans, but now it is time for us to ensure that we deliver impact. For a moment, let's recognize that we literally have the opportunity to map the future of global resource management. We have the opportunity and the privilege to redefine what is indeed possible for all our tomorrows. I think it's important that we reflect on that. Okay, that was a good moment, but let's perhaps get started on this year's journey, and I'd like you to help me in welcoming our hosts. So please put your hands together for the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, His Excellency Bandar Al-Khuraif.
In
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, all praise due to Allah, peace and blessings be on the Prophet Muhammad, his family and companions, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, dear attendees, ladies and gentlemen, guests of Saudi Arabia, participants of the FMF, may God's peace and blessings be upon you all. It is my honor to inaugurate the agenda of the FMF in its 4th edition on behalf of His Majesty, the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz. And I'd like also to communicate to you the keenness of the kingdom's leadership represented by the custodian of the 2 holy mosques and His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, the chairman of the cabinet. May Allah protect them both for the success of the conference and the achievement of its desired goals. Within few years, we could make FMF the most prominent international platform for minerals around the world, contributing to forming the future of the sector, achieving its sustainable growth. I'd like also to thank you all for your effective participation in this edition of the FMF, and allow me to move to English now.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pride to welcome you to the 4th edition of the Future Mineral Forum here in Riyadh. Over the past 4 years, this forum became the premier global platform for advocating a resilient and responsible supply of minerals. Uniquely, it showcased the many positive impact this sector can have on social and economic development. For me personally, the Future Mineral Forum represents how we have truly become the family of mining. This year, under the theme, the Year of Impact, we gather with a shared commitment to tackle some of the most pressing challenges of our times: ensuring a sustainable energy transition, addressing critical mineral shortage, and fostering economic prosperity for all. The forums have evolved and grown in its numbers, where we have expanded from 3,500 attendees in 2022 to over 20,000 this year. This year's program also features 250 speakers, including CEOs from 11 of the top 20 mining companies, along with leaders from government, research institutions, and downstream industries. We are also honored to host representatives from international and bilateral organizations. The number of organizations grew from 6 in 2022 to over 40 this year, demonstrating that the Future Mineral Forum is the global stage for essential conversation on the future of minerals. Even more important are the tangible achievements and impact that we have created together. At the last forum, we announced major initiatives, and I'm pleased to share with you today progress that we have made on these initiatives. And we have worked on an initial draft of International Critical Minerals Framework, which is to support global industrial development and ensure the supply of minerals that are essential for the energy transition. We have also announced the first 9 centers of excellence, creating a network across Africa, Western and Central Asia to build capacity and train the next generation of industry leaders. We have also made significant progress on the responsible supply priorities, emphasizing transparency, certifications, and collaboration to deliver economic and social value. On the other hand, here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are proud to lead by example. Guided by our Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia mining sector has become the fastest growing globally, with a mineral potential estimated at $2.5 trillion. Our focus on regulatory framework, innovation, and infrastructure development has helped the kingdom to be the top-tier destination for mining investment and exploration. This year also, we are promoting upcoming exploration opportunities across 5,000 square kilometers of promising mineralized belts. Our exploration incentive program, launched only last year, is already giving results, with 6 companies have received funding. Today, we also launch the Mining Innovation Studio, designed to attract global talent and accelerate cutting-edge technology. This is just one step towards realizing Riyadh's vision of becoming a Silicon Valley of mining. So, what's next then for Future Mineral Forum 2025? Well, I can assure you, boldness is part of our DNA in the Future Mineral Forum. And so this year, we have our most ambitious program yet, with several creative new forms, including the knowledge exchange, acting as a collaborative space to share advancements in technologies, geology, sustainability, and talent development. We are launching the first ever regional leadership roundtable focusing on Africa, Central Asia, and Latin America, in which we are bringing together supplier nations to create a powerful global minerals impact. We are also launching the Great Debate, which will feature industry leaders tackling tough issues such as resource depletion, sustainability, and stakeholder engagement. With these forums, we also have lined up thought-provoking sessions. The Future Mineral Forum 2025 is promising to be a catalyst for actionable solutions and transformative change. As we embark on this journey together, I invite you to fully engage with the discussion share your experience, and help shape the future of our sector. Finally, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our leaders, the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister. Their vision, leadership, and unwavering support have made the Future Mineral Forum and its mission a reality. I would also like to appreciate and thank all of you as true partners in the Future Mineral Forum's journey, mission, and success. And thank you for being part of the Future Mineral Forum family. Let us make the best of our time together and continue driving progress for better, more sustainable future for mining and minerals. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
At the foundation of the earth lies its essence. Its layers of sediment and matter patiently formed over millennia. A silent construction where each grain, each particle finds its place. Creating the building blocks of humanity, I am born from this quiet strength, emerging gently from the earth's depths. From the earth's layers, I emerge. I carry the energy of motion, density, and flow. My strength lies in my essence, in the cobalt, the lithium, the elements that power your world. I am not static. I vibrate, pulse, and move, shaping and adapting with time. I am the thread that connects. Beneath the surface, I stretch, branch, and extend. My veins reaching into the world to power connections, technology, and progress. I am unseen, but indispensable, weaving together nature and humanity in a shared rhythm. I am the enrichment of lives. I am the connections of billions. I am present in every innovation. Cities rise, tools are created, and progress flows through the essence I provide. It is about ensuring that the energy I provide fuels sustainable development, responsible practices, and real social progress. Together, we have the power to shape a future where humanity thrives. Together, we move from promises to tangible change. Together, we ensure that every decision, every action uplifts communities and protects our planet. we are not simply a conference. We are not just an exhibition. The Future Minerals Forum is a cause. A cause that emerges from Saudi Arabia, emerges from you and I, and extends outward to the world. It is a cause of transformation, your transformation, the kingdom's transformation, the world's transformation, positioning minerals at the core of humanity's shared pursuit of a better future. This cause is ours to lead, together, a cause that unites us in action, driving us beyond promises to tangible real-world change. When we act together, we ensure the benefits of minerals touch every corner of the globe. We ensure that progress flows inclusively, sustainably, and equitably. This is our mission. This is our moment. Welcome to the Future Minerals Forum 2025. Welcome to the Year of Impact.
It's quite extraordinary when you think about it, the impact that this industry has had on the world. I think that gives us a pretty good sense of that. And I think what's also exciting about it is the fact that it drives innovation, not just in terms of how we extract the minerals, but of course how we use them. Speaking of use, there is a device which I'm sure you all have either attached to your hand or in your pocket, called a mobile phone, which you help build every day. If I can ask you to kindly make sure that that device is on silent. And I know that there are a few of us in the room who perhaps aren't necessarily sure where that button is. Perhaps you can give it to the person next to you, and they can give you a hand to make sure that your mobile is on silent. What we heard from His Excellency a few moments ago, I thought was really, really helpful, not just in terms of why we are all gathered here and the purpose and the theme behind this particular gathering, but also I think in terms of why we need to make sure that the journey ahead and the next steps that we take are useful, are deliberate, but are also sustainable. Sustainability has, of course, become a key question for this industry for a number of reasons. But that, of course, is something that we can debate over the next day or two. Now, as you know, global mineral demand is projected to increase by 500%. That is by the year 2050, and that is just in terms of clean energy alone. The industry itself accounts for about 4% of global GDP today. So you can imagine, if we're looking at 2050, 10, 15, 20, 30 years ahead, what that impact on global GDP will look like, but what that also means in terms of what the industry can and cannot do for what is possible for humanity. But that doesn't just happen because we wish it so. There are things that are required. There are risks that need to be mitigated, and there is money and other resources which need to be managed. I'm going to now call on my colleague and a friend and a face that you probably recognize from the television. Please put your hands together for David Eads and his panel.
Jimmy, thank you very much indeed. And Assalamu alaikum, welcome, greetings everybody. Delighted to be back with you again this year. I'd like to invite my panelists to take their seats, but also to invite in particular His Excellency Mohammed Al-Jadaan, Minister of Finance in Saudi Arabia, to come and join us as well. Minister. Gentlemen, please take your seat. I think we've had a very graphic description from Tumi there already on figures of the challenge that we have in front of us, and the Minister of Finance would know better than anybody what that amounts to in terms of challenge. This particular session is called To Build or to Buy. Are capital allocation and financial discipline adequate? Is that enough to meet demand for minerals? To address that, let me introduce our panel first of all, briefly. As I said, His Excellency Mohammed Al-Jadaan, Minister of Finance. Thank you very much for being with us, Minister. Benjamin Galzo, who is the international delegate for the provision of strategic minerals and metals at the Office of the President of France. Benjamin, thank you. Kent Masters is Chair and Chief Executive Officer for Albemarle, a leader in the production and mining of lithium and bromine. Tom Palmer is President and CEO of Newmont, which is the world's biggest gold mining company. And Jeremy Weir is Chairman of Trafigura, one of the world's largest suppliers of commodities, so connecting producers and consumers of minerals and metals and indeed energy. Gentlemen, thank you all very much indeed for joining us. I think we got a clear impression from the introduction of the challenge in front of you. There is no question that the accelerating demand for minerals is not going to go away. In fact, it will continue for years, decades to come. And it is incumbent, I think, on this whole sector to deliver, because without it, there is no green transition. And in the process of delivering, I think it's fair to say, there is also a recognition that the resource-rich countries need to benefit in a manner that suits their communities and their economies. And after all, I think it's fair to say that in many of those places, these are communities already hit very hard by a changing climate. So it's a double whammy in that respect. Minister, I'd like to start with you, and I'm going to start with another double whammy, which is really two questions in one. Deep pockets help a lot in terms of funding these sorts of things. So it would be interesting to hear what the Saudi imperatives really are in terms of budgets, in terms of investment into the mineral sector. But at the same time, it has to be more than just money. And what are the lessons that you have learned in this country over 70 years of extraction, effectively, of that mining process that you think come into play now for building a resilient, a lasting supply chain?
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you, Your Excellency Bender, for organizing this very interesting forum. I'll try to be brief. A lot of lessons are learned through the process, and I would possibly single out few. One is critically important, is really alignment within sectors. If you want to do the right thing within the mining, it is not the mining alone that will make it. You will need to make sure that you align multiple sectors together: energy, mining, logistics, and possibly even a few others. And that's what we have done in Saudi Arabia now, under the National Development and Logistics, National Industrial Development and Logistics Program, which is bringing all these connected sectors together to ensure that it works collectively. I think the second part is the power of data. Without really adequate data, you cannot develop any sector, and mining is no exception. And there was real focus on making sure that we make an investment early on data relating to mining, including this, specific technicalities, and including budgeting for supporting surveys throughout the mining sectors, and actually providing even support to companies who are coming for exploration. Third, which is very critical, is the regulatory framework. And unless you have a very competitive regulatory framework around the sector, it is going to be very difficult to attract the right investments. These are long-term investments. Investors would need to we need to have predictability. We need to have confidence on the regulatory framework. We need to make sure that it is friendly. They are able to get their licenses on time with certainty. And the last point, which is as important, is actually catalyzing the power of partnership. This is a very complex industry that requires significant investments that the government alone cannot do. It requires significant know-how that the government alone cannot do. And you need to make sure that you actually partner with the private sector to enable the sector. A lot of areas we can talk about, but I would stop there with these four that I think are important.
Well, you've given a very clear steer as to where the investment and budget interest is and the areas where you feel it needs to be applied. Let's have a chat with some of the people right at the heart of that industry. And Tom, I'm going to start with you if I can. Newmont, world's biggest gold mining company. In fact, you should have been here last year, but you were too busy building up that company and taking over Newcrest. So can I just ask you, the question is build or buy. It's about financial discipline at this stage in our discussion, at least. Where are you now? You're consolidating clearly, but is that to scale up? Is that to expand your sector of mining?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for having us here this morning. We've been on a journey and a perspective 12 months later after closing the Newcrest acquisition. It's a journey we've been on for over 6 years now that's been informed by a clear strategy around assembling the world's best portfolio of Tier 1 gold assets that allows us to have a portfolio that's long life and then make some decisions over the long term. Gold mining companies typically have, gold mines typically have shorter lives that drive shorter term decisions. So it's the Newcrest acquisition combined with our acquisition of Goldcorp back in 2019 and the formation of the joint venture in Nevada. Those three transactions have transformed our Newmont portfolio to the one we have today. 12 months after closing that transaction, we've been through a year of integration, which I believe is harder work than the actual acquisition. Rationalising the portfolio and transitioning to a go-forward portfolio that's exclusively Tier 1 operations and has a project pipeline that allows us to increase our exposure to copper. So when we think about a Newmont, we think about a Newmont that, as you described it, it's the largest, but we're not getting big for big's sake. It's about being about 6 million ounces of gold, but being able to develop our project pipeline so that we grow our copper where the world needs copper. When I think about that question, to build or buy with that perspective, two things come to mind. First one is capital allocation, financial discipline are essential, they're foundational, but in and of themselves, they won't get you there. Operational discipline, the capability to develop projects, the ability to manage community relations, external relations, government relations. Partnerships are going to be critically important with these big projects. They won't be built by a single company. Many of these big complex projects will be built in partnerships. So building out a set of capabilities within an organisation that does much more than just allocate capital with discipline to manage your finances will be critical. And the second perspective for me is I don't think build versus buy is a mutually exclusive argument. Right. I think if you have a clear strategy and it makes sense to buy, then that can be part of how you develop and strengthen your portfolio. But the demand, and in our perspective, copper, the demand for copper is so huge that we will have to build. And building that capability and the partnerships to build is going to be a very important part of our mining industry meeting the world's demand for the metals of the future, and in particular copper.
Just before I bring Kent in there, you talk about the importance of establishing longer-term predictability, and of course you can move into copper. But there is a problem with, everyone has this problem in terms of investment and readiness to invest because it's a risky business and things change over the longer term. So if you stick to financial discipline, do you have the scale to invest now for the future?
So the starting point is having a set of genuine Tier 1 assets, so having that life and strength out in front of them so that you can work on cost and productivity improvements that are growing your margins. Then you've got the confidence that through a commodity price cycle, whatever that may look like, you are generating the cash necessary to reinvest back in your business to grow, and that growth can either be improving margins, top line growth in terms of metal production, or life of your portfolio. But you won't be able to, with confidence, grow those margins over time unless you've got a portfolio of Tier 1 assets. It's a fundamental starter for us.
Right. Kent, I mean, you've experienced commodity price fluctuation in extremis, I think it's probably fair to say, within the lithium world. Does the maths work for you on financial discipline and expansion through investment? I mean, it's expensive. It's a very complex world we live in with plenty of geopolitical challenges as well. How does it fit for you?
Yeah, I listened to Tom, and you talk about Tier 1 assets. We tried to build those. I think we have Tier 1 assets in the lithium space, and we're trying to build that out and invest along with that. And we built a capability to do that. We thought we had financial discipline, and the markets changed on us. What we thought was would be a bottom of a cycle, it went straight through that. And so it's creating challenges for us. So we need capability, skill set, understanding the resource and the chemistry around it. We think we have that. I don't generate the cash to do what I wanted to do now, so we've had to pull back and invest less. We were trying to lead that move of a diverse Western supply chain, and frankly, I don't have the cash to do what I wanted to do in that regard, so we slowed down on that.
So how do you change that? How do you energize investors and indeed shareholders to think, no, we can invest. It's not as big a risk as perhaps some people would think it is.
Yeah, I think there's, a couple of things in this particular space. So I don't pretend to know the broad mining space, but in our space, I think there's a lot of cooperation that needs to happen between companies, between countries, and between countries and companies to lay out that plan and show some leadership globally to build these supply chains for these materials, because I don't think individual companies can do it on their own. We don't have the balance sheet for it. Maybe some companies do, but we don't have the balance sheet to do that ourselves. So I think there's a lot of cooperation. There's a lot of innovation to happen in that. And I think, again, it's going to be between companies and for markets. No one company is going to solve everything.
These are, Jeremy, challenges for individual companies quite clearly, but there is a bigger picture as well, which is to provide the minerals across the piece, across the world, ever-increasing amounts of minerals too. How do you build those resilient supply chains I mentioned just a moment ago, in what is an extremely complex, tricky world now?
Thank you, David. It's a pleasure to be back here in Riyadh for the Future Minerals Forum. Look, you're right, it is a very complex, fragmented supply chain world, highly volatile. And actually there are certain economic and geopolitical advantages of actually controlling the whole supply chain, and we are seeing that in certain sectors by certain countries. If we sort of step back and sort of look at not only the challenges of supply chains, but also the challenges of meeting the supply demand for the future, we're expecting, in most metals, an increase in demand by about 50% over the next decade. In the battery metal sector, or specifically in electrification, up to 100%. So very significant increases. And this is very important because it's not just for, it is typically for, obviously for the energy transition, but also for power gen, electrical transformation, industrialization. And this is more important, to me it's important because it's actually it's very sensitive for governments. Because whereas before internal transport was major and some form of building might have been a huge demand for metals, this is more about security, and it's having a very big geopolitical impact in the world. And if you look at some of the reactions that governments have had, for example, last year when we saw the banning by the US of high bandwidth chips into China, there's a retaliatory action by stopping supply of germanium, gallium, antimony into the US. So we've got a very challenging world with highly fragmented supply chains, and I think it requires a lot of work to try and sort of resolve this problem.
Markets don't like uncertainty. We've got a new guy in the White House in a couple of days, which I think there's a lot of uncertainty still as to what the direction of travel might be. But Benjamin, this is an important issue for governments, isn't it? How do you establish resilience? How do you de-risk, if I can put it that way? And how can you work with the corporate world to do that?
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and especially His Excellency, the Minister for Industry and Mineral Resource, for organizing once again this wonderful Future Mineral Forum. It's an outstanding forum and a big success, and I'm very proud to be a part of it. So first of all, this question of extraction, refining, and recycling, because it's a cycle. It's not just the mining sector, it's a whole supply chain. It's a key question for, I would say, the world economy and the energy transition, because we need these metals. And I would say the geology and the resource is there, the skills are there, the technology is there, so this is a positive thing. I think if we look at the worldwide resource, the resource can cover the needs of our industry globally. But there are two questions, and these two questions, we address them in France with our policy, but also mainly through international cooperation. And international cooperation, it was said, is a key question. So there are two issues in my view. The first one is bringing capital to this industry. Once again, it's the whole supply chain, and we have to consider it as not only extraction, but refining and recycling. Currently, there is a mixed view of this sector by the financial market, and our duty with our partner is to bring some more capital, to convince investors that this is a necessary activity for the green transition. So that's the first point, because
just staying on that first point for a moment then, this is a forum about action. How do you do that?
Yes.
How do you make that step?
So
or is that point two?
How do we do that? First of all, we have created a 2 billion euro investment fund with a private company called Infravia. The French government is putting 500 million euro in this fund. It's a significant amount of money, and this fund will invest in projects for recycling, for extraction, and refining of metals all around the world. They will be able to take minority stakes and to put some equity, I would say, on the table to develop this project. That's the first two. Second one is we are bringing our development agency, Agence Française de Développement, and its banking arm to finance mineral extraction and mineral recycling. It's very important that all the development agencies in the world jointly invest, and it's true that the World Bank is doing that also, because we need, in some country, development money to help this project. And then we also provide government guarantee for loans for this project. So, it's not just word, it's concrete action. These resources are on the table, ready to be used for good project, and we are very keen to team with other countries, of course European countries, but also Saudi Arabia, and we signed yesterday an agreement with Saudi Arabia, and the purpose of it is also, of course, to work here in Saudi Arabia to develop resources, but also all around the world. So I would say all the governments have to make this effort and to cooperate together, and that's what we are doing in France together with the European Union.
Right, that's really interesting, and branching beyond just the French government reaching out to various projects, and I'm presuming those projects will partly be about technological advances, but also about geographically the best place to be putting new processing plants or the like. Can I just put it undiplomatically, 2 billion euros doesn't really scratch the surface, does it?
No. You're wrong. Because 2 billion euro is the equity side. It's a minority share. So if you consider what you can leverage with 2 billion euro, it's more than 10 to 15 billion euro of investment. If you multiply that, if each country that is able and willing is doing that, then you have hundreds of billions of euros, which is significant. The mineral market is a big market, but it's not thousands of billions of dollars. It's more hundreds or 200. So these are significant amounts, and I think that the question is to mobilize it and to also to have the very best sustainability criterion, because the whole private capital market will come to this activity if the sustainability is perfect.
Can
I mean, the best one.
Yeah.
Nobody's perfect, but the best one.
As good as it's going to get at the moment. Could I throw that down the line, gents, to you're in the business. This idea of partnerships with government, Tom, how important, Jeremy, how important is that? How is that going to play into your game?
Look, I think, as I was highlighting before, we've got a highly volatile environment at the moment. We've also got, if you like, some government sponsorship in some areas which are driving sort of costs down for some participants. So it's not, if you like, a level playing field around the world. And what we've got to try and do, I think, is to recognise that. And if you like, governments have to play a role because if we look, for example, at the smelting industry, you will not, as a private investor, invest in the smelting industry today. The returns are not there. But that's very important in the entire supply chain. So we have to sort of think outside the box. How do we try and support various industries to meet the demands of metal for the future, resources for the future? And I think government support for, if you like, price underwriting to reduce volatility, rapid permitting, providing capital in some form or other, together with the private sector to try and make this a diversified supply source around the world.
Rapid permitting, one of the issues, Tom, I'm sure every miner feels the same. It's got to be a quicker process. But I just wonder how you respond to Benjamin.
Yeah, I think when I think about the demand, in our world it's copper and a key metal both for the energy transition, and you think about the growth of AI and the demand for data processing and the copper required for that. We currently as an industry, in that build versus buy argument, are crueling ourselves with understanding the capital intensity and working through whether we can justify the development of a particular project. If we're going to meet that demand, we have to break through that. And if we're going to break through that, then we need to do that in partnership. We as mining companies need to think about how we work together to de-risk, to provide the capital for these large, complex projects. They're capital intensive, they're many, many years to develop, and they're very, very long life. How do we think about our relationships with the local communities such that they are true partners in the development of the resources and they're getting a benefit from those resources that far outweigh us? How do we approach those relationships? How do we work with governments to take the incentives that the Minister was talking about and build them into these projects such that we can take a risk that we wouldn't take if we're an individual company trying to work our way through an argument around the return on this particular project. Unless we're able to work together in partnership and break through some of those traditional hurdles in our industry, we won't be providing the metals that the world needs in the next 10, 20, 30 years, 40 years.
Ken, quick word, yeah.
Yeah, I'd just jump on a couple of things that Jeremy said. So smelter industry, that's a good example. We're kind of, the processing side of lithium is moving in that direction a little bit. But I think there is a lot of room for companies to collaborate, but with governments. So I'd said companies collaborate, governments, and then governments and companies. I think there is space there for that price stability that helps us get through investment returns to allow us to build those processing facilities. We need a global, diverse supply chain, and right now we're kind of stuck, and that the returns aren't there. Private investment, I don't think would do a smelter project. I don't know if they would do a lithium conversion project today.
Maybe just a point. Yeah. I agree that this volatility issue is very important. But I think also the mining industry or the metal industry and the downstream industry have to discuss together on long-term contracting. Because if you want to reduce the volatility, you also have to accept to contract on a long-term basis. I mean, you cannot have, both ways.
Right, but I'm in both sides.
Yes.
I have resource and conversion.
And then, with the government cooperation and government support, and with this long-term contract, we can develop this project. For example, in France, we have increased the recycling capacity for aluminium by 50% through this kind of cooperation agreement. We are building new recycling of copper. We are working with several countries around the world and other partners to see how we can build new copper refinery to supply and to transform locally the copper and then ship it to Europe. So I think there is this cooperation, but the long-term part, long-term contracting is a key question if you want to reduce volatility. You cannot just trade on a short-term market and hope that the government will, compensate the price. You also have to engage into this long-term contractorship.
It feels like short-term is a dirty word at the moment in terms of.
I think that also needs to
briefly, Tom. I want to then come to the
I
minister.
think that needs to be a win-win arrangement as we work through developing concepts like you're talking about. I grew up in Australia in the coal and iron ore industry before China came along, and the price was controlled. So there was stagnation in the development of those resources because I don't think we had a win-win in terms of who was taking those commodities and developing it for the industry. And we're probably still paying the price for that 50 years later.
Yeah, there are different models out there which are working in different ways. Minister, Tom mentioned also the importance of recognising the resource-rich countries, developing countries, if you like. I know you're chair of the IMF Committee for Developing Nations at the moment. What is your message to those countries in terms of benefiting and maximising their potential at this point?
Few things. I think we are running out of time, but I just wanted to cover one point which was discussed earlier. First of all, I don't think there is one size fits all in the mining sector. So you will need to look at individual components and think about how you are making it possible to attract really private money. And for that to happen, you need just possibly to do backward engineering in terms of what is really the adjusted return, risk-adjusted return for that investment. And then there are certain parts of the mining industry that you will provide more support as government in terms of possibly subsidized logistical services, more cheaper and possibly longer-term view on royalties, exemptions and certain royalties. Others with less risks, you can actually be more baseline regulatory and incentive framework. Back to your question, I think it is very critical. A lot of the developing nations, particularly the south part of the world, has significant endowments of minerals and metals. And they are able, with the right setup, really to actually utilize it not only for the mineral and metal industry, but as part of a package of economic development. Obviously, you will need the money, and a lot of them lack that capital. You will need the know-how, and a lot of them lack that know-how, and you will need significant talents that a lot of them possibly lack the right training of that talent. And then governance, okay, which is very critical. For nations that at least are willing, there is a way. There is partnership with multilateral institutions who are willing to help in governance and capital and catalyzing private sector. There is obviously a need from the government itself to provide the regulatory framework that gives that confidence, but then you can bring multilateral institutions to provide confidence for the private sector to invest. I mean, if you bring MEGA or the IFC, for example, of the World Bank, that will bring a lot of comfort to the private sector. You will need also to help your own talent to become up to skills, to attract the right investments from the private sector.
A cheeky little question to add to that. What about those nations that are not so ready to fit into that mold, but they are resource rich? And this is a race to gather minerals if we're going to be in time for a green transition. How do you respond to those?
I think the multilateral institutions have a serious role to play. And we did it in Saudi Arabia, and I think multilateral institutions are doing it, which basically make your support to these nations conditional, and then them improving their governance and them doing the right economic policies to actually help their own nations. I think we are seeing an impact on that in certain countries in Africa. If we do more, I think we'll see even more, and we will secure our own needs, but also will help these nations.
I think we are pretty much up on the clock, if I'm honest, but I did want to ask one other question, which perhaps we can run down the line here. Maybe start with you, Benjamin. There is still an issue about, this stuff costs money, it's expensive, and is it time to insist on premiums paid for greener minerals? And there are car makers who insist they must have green minerals, and they must be sustainable, they must be transparent, they must be certified, etc. But they don't particularly want to pay for them. Is it time for change?
No, I think it goes back to the question I mentioned of long-term contracting. If you contract on a long-term basis, then the question of this kind of premium is different, because there is no real, at 10 or 15 years, there is no market price. So you cannot decide if it's a premium or not. So the question is much more having a commitment on both sides to buy on long-term basis with sustainability requirements. And I think the government can also help that through financing this kind of operation. And that's what we are doing. And I completely agree with you. The role of government and multilateral institutions is key, because we can help, notably in developing countries, we can bring together money to develop this project. But it has to be with sustainability requirement and long-term security of price. And I think it's a win-win situation. It's good for the extracting industry because you have stability, and it's good for the customer because you have predictability of price. And if you are a car manufacturer, stability of price is important, because you will not change each 6 months the price of your car because of the price of the metal. It's not possible. So I think it's possible, and I'm not naive. It's not so easy, but I think through this kind of new type of contract, and frankly, it's new for both of these industry. They have to discuss that, and we help them. We do that at the international level, but also at national level, to have a new kind of contracting and new kind of long-term commitment.
Okay, I'm just being told time is up, but Kent, really very briefly, this is about a call to action here. What action is required?
Well, I like to comment on the sustainability and that. I mean, I think everything you said makes perfect sense. You have to get people to agree to that. We tend to think of long-term as 5 or 7 years. These are 20, 30, 40-year projects. So we have to change our time frame in order to get that to work. We've tried to do that, and we can't get partners to agree on the other side.
Tom?
Green premium is not the solution. The mining industry's reputation is what we need to work on. We're doing work right now on the consolidation of the mining standards, so we have a consistent set of standards that the industry should meet, and we should expect every mining company in any jurisdiction to meet those standards, or you don't buy their metal.
That's very clear. Jeremy?
Look, we have to decarbonise. I think that's understood. I think demanding a green premium is not the way to do. You have to change consumer mindset, and you have to think about some form of carbon taxation to really implement decarbonisation processes. It can't be driven from the supply side. It's got to be driven by the demand side and government intervention.
You have, gentlemen, given us the platform on which the next 2 days of forum will develop these arguments and thoughts. Thank you very much indeed for your contributions, for kicking off the forum today. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to encourage you, gentlemen, to leave stage left, leave the way that you came in, and we'll move on to our next session as we just make a few adjustments to the set here. I think there's some very key and important messages coming out of this panel, which were reflected in the Ministerial Roundtable as well, about the readiness of countries to forge coalitions, to work together to find ways to resolve some of these challenges. As Tumi mentioned at the start, the sheer scale of demand over the next 10, 20, 30 years demands at the same time that this is not left in the hands of companies alone, of corporates. It's not left in the hands of governments alone. It has to be a collective if this is to be achieved. And that also falls on your laps here in the audience at the forum. So we've cleared the set now, and I'm delighted to call upon our next session to look at ways of dealing with some of these competitive challenges, and to call on my co-moderator, Becky Anderson, as you all know very well, as the anchor for CNN International and also chef de bureau in Abu Dhabi, to take the floor. Becky.
Nice to see you. A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. Fantastic to be with you here at the Future Minerals Forum. Welcome to my guests. I'll introduce them in a short while. I'd like to now welcome His Excellency Bandar Al-Khorayef, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, Saudi Arabia, to please join us. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Excellency.
Minister Bandar, Excellency.
Good morning.
Pleasure.
Your
Your Excellency, what an honor to have you with us today. Please take a seat. I'd like to welcome all my guests this morning. Her Excellency Leila Ben Ali, Minister of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development, Morocco. The Honorable Helena Matza, Deputy Special Presidential Coordinator for the Partnership on Global Infrastructure Investment at the U.S. State Department. Lord Jerry Grimstone, Chairman, GemCorp Capital Management. His Excellency Alexandra Silveira, Minister of Mines and Energy, Brazil. My name is Eleni Jarkas. I'm an anchor and correspondent at CNN. And I'm happy to say I've been covering commodities for the most part of my life because I grew up in a coal mining town in the middle of nowhere in South Africa. And Your Excellency, I want to start off with you. We don't have much time, so we've got a lot to get through. I had the honor of going to 2 of your open pit gold mines yesterday, which was incredible at Ma'aden. And I got the sense of you're literally just scraping the surface of the incredible opportunities, not only for gold, but base metals, rare earths, and all sorts of other commodities and critical minerals. And it is really an exciting moment. You've also said it's about $2.5 trillion worth of minerals that are untapped. I mean, you're doing a lot of work. Our topic today is going to be focusing on the global competition, the heightened global competition to try and secure critical minerals. So my question to you is Saudi Arabia firmly in the competitive environment right now to secure this? What is your sense?
Thank you very much, and I would like to extend also my welcome to everybody here. This is truly a great gathering where we all act as a responsible family. So thank you all for your contribution. Without that, we don't succeed. And I hope you got a souvenir from the visit.
I tried to take a gold bar. It was 50 kilograms, 1,000 ounces, but I couldn't carry it out, so I had to leave it behind.
Well, back to, the question, I think we are very privileged today in Saudi Arabia that our really opening up of our mining sector could have not come in a better time, where really there is great attention globally driven by the need for the energy transition, but also technology and technology advancement. Also, we see great opportunity that we can show as a country and showcase that mining, when done well, can actually have a positive impact on the social activities and economic diversity. Our mining activity is very much linked, as His Excellency Al-Jad'an, Minister of Finance, mentioned, to everything we do. Because if we single out mining as a standalone activity, that's where people normally fall short because they cannot get the benefit of the overall value addition. With regard to competition, we would like to promote great competition where we can differentiate between good practices and bad practices. One of the things we talked about in the forum in the past and we are trying to implement today is traceability and certification of the sources of the minerals to ensure that these minerals are actually coming from places where they have the right balance between the interest of the investor but also the interest of the state. So competition in that angle, I think, is very positive. We need to promote technologies, for example. The adaptation of technologies will allow us to see more safer mines, more productive mines, and more energy efficient mines. I think our colleague also, His Excellency from France, mentioned that we are looking at the overall activities of the supply chain from the upstream of the minerals to the refining to recycling. I would also add that we need also to figure out a way of how we consume minerals. Are we today in the consumption side, in the demand side, are we also sufficient? Are we efficient in our logistics, in our way of building different things? One of the areas we see that will make a big difference is additive manufacturing. Additive manufacturing, its ability to be part of manufacturing will allow for reducing use of minerals in general, because a lot of the minerals that we produce today, for example, are sitting idle in warehouses unused. So we have a full comprehensive view of how the industry overall moves, and we are very keen in having all of our assets inside the country, as impressive as the one you have seen. And gold definitely is an important, but the beauty of gold is there's no much added value. But if you were to see our aluminium also operation, that's even more impressive to show how much downstream we can go. Today, our bauxite that is extracted from the country, most of it is going to high value products in aluminium, going to automotive, and hopefully soon also in aerospace and other areas of use.
I take that as an invite to come and see those operations as well. Minister Ben Ali, in terms of what we're seeing in Morocco, clearly a really big push for sustainable development, but there's so many things happening on this front, and we're talking about critical minerals. Absolutely needed for the fourth industrial revolution in terms of semiconductors to push AI forward and so forth. The other part of this is, of course, decarbonization. There isn't an element on the periodic table that we don't need to basically push forward on decarbonization. And we're seeing this heightened competitiveness on a global front. We've got confrontation of big powers, which is absolutely worrying. And you've also got this scramble, again, for what we're seeing in terms of supply chains out of Africa. How are you positioning Morocco to secure those supply chains and the critical minerals to help fund the renewable energy space, which is growing dramatically in Morocco?
Yeah, well, thank you for this question. I think it's an exciting time for anyone in the mining industry and anyone in the energy and digital business, indeed, because I think for the first time, demand is not the issue. Security of demand is not the issue. And even I would say, and I would agree with His Excellency Bandar Al-Khrayef, security of supply is not necessarily the issue if, and there's a big if, we put some conditions, circularity, and making sure that we are increasing connectivity between markets, so that at the end of the day, we provide those minerals and materials at the most competitive cost possible. And there's also one thing that His Excellency has hinted at, which is making sure that we value sustainability in the wider sense. So how Morocco is positioned in this wider change in geopolitical blocks is very simple. I mean, Morocco is one of the 5 global connectors when it comes to the reconfiguration of the global value chains. And we are the only African country today that is interconnected with Europe and the Atlantic Basin, logistically, culturally, but also energy-wise. And one foreign affairs minister from Europe told me one day, and also bi-directionally, and that gives you a lot of hedging, Minister. And I said, absolutely. So I think from our perspective, it's we know that at the end of the day, the fundamentals should be there to drive this massive energy transition, which at the end of the day is a social and economic transition that the world is going through. 3 billion tons of minerals and metals, and as you rightly pointed out, from the Mendeleev, from the periodic table that we need. So if I look at the numbers when it comes to capital that has to be deployed, upstream, midstream, downstream, but also recycling, I think the numbers are becoming quite mind-blowing, and we need to ensure that we find and we nurture what we call lands of reconciliation, like Morocco, where you can have the major geopolitical blocks that can come, invest, not only in upstream and downstream, and we know how to do that. I mean, I think the industry has been knowing to do that for some time, but also in research and development, artificial intelligence, and also managing the grids, because as you rightly pointed out, we have to ensure that all those grids are being invested. Just if I take just the example of Morocco, in a business as usual case, just to cover the energy demand of the country, we need to multiply the pace of investments in the grids by 5 annually.
A very quick question before we move on. But you want to keep the processing of everything Morocco produces in Morocco?
Sorry?
The processing, the final processing.
Well, I mean, that's a great question as well, because the way we have been looking into those emerging sectors, and we consider today mining as a re-emerging sector, because everything is being changed. So in our public-private partnerships that we are devising now, and we're having a great partnership with Saudi Arabia that we started, I think, in the very first Future Mineral Forum, we are looking into new business models in which part of the processing, of course, has to be done locally, but if we want to take advantage of the huge subsidies that some countries, I mean, I don't want to take the US as an example, I don't want to put you on the spot, US, China, Saudi Arabia and other countries are putting into place for in the mineral industry, of course, there will have to be part of the value chain that will be outside of the country as well.
Exactly. And, you know, this is the big conundrum, who controls the final supply chain and so forth. Helena, it's really great to have you with us. Things are going to change dramatically on January 20th, when Donald Trump takes the seat as US president. A lot of talk about Greenland being a very important strategic place for the United States. And they talk about security as well as the economics of it. And frankly, Greenland has a lot of critical minerals and resources and so forth. But it's also shaking things up dramatically in terms of the way that the European Union is perceiving the US and what this could mean for collaboration. How is the US positioning itself right now? How are you guys preparing to secure supply chains, and is Greenland part of that story?
Sure, and you're right, it is a very interesting time in the United States, but I think we can take a look at what has really happened over the course of the last several years, not only during the Biden administration, but even beforehand. There's been a huge recognition of needing a deeper understanding on how to interact with the supply chains of semiconductors, advanced electronics, clean energy, and also everything we need to be able to electrify and what that fits in as a broader national security priority. And His Excellency said it perfectly, that as we're working with countries around the world, that we need to really offer a better value proposition about how we are bringing an investment not just to a mineral project, but to downstream projects and also associated infrastructure that really affects the life and human impact of people. And that's really been the ethos of what's been driving our work today. So finding that nexus of where these investments support economic growth in host countries, where they align with our foreign policy and national security interests, which is to have more resiliency and diversity in these supply chains all the way upstream, and to make sure that we're doing so in a way that's comprehensive with the economic growth that we are also seeking at home. So when it comes to Greenland, this is not a new partnership for the United States. We've been working with Greenland for hundreds of years, but really in the mineral space for the last 10 plus years, we've deployed over $20 million in support for geological surveying, for several other activities. And so I think as we're looking at what's coming next, this is an opportunity to really take a look at an important partnership. And we're seeing signals from both Greenland and the Danish government that they're very interested in that conversation from the perspective of how it will service them and their priorities as well.
But it's critical minerals as well that is part of this overall story. Lord Grinstone, great to have you with us. We're talking about confrontation between the US and China. China has leverage. It controls so much of rare earths processing, lithium, and graphite. I mean, the list absolutely goes on. And everyone is going, okay, what do we do to secure our own supply chains? How are you looking at this heightened competitive environment? And if there's a way to unravel it, you've got Russia, of course, facing sanctions, selling a lot to China. Frankly, the context is really interesting right now.
Well, thank you, and good morning, everybody. It's great to be here speaking as an ex-minister rather than a minister, because you can see what you like. So I'm greatly privileged doing that. The world is changing almost beyond recognition. We have to face up to the fact that if you look at the top 18 critical minerals in the world, I think the top 3 producing countries for each of those minerals control between 75 and 98% of those minerals. So there is going to be competition. We have to face up to the fact there is going to be competition. It's wonderful to think that we could have some kind of global mechanism for doing that, but I fear that those days may be past us. I grew up in a world of multilateralism. I grew up in a world where, partly due to, we have to say, the generosity of America, the multilateral agencies were created around the world, and it was America's intellectual generosity in terms of sharing its power. It was America's financial generosity which helped these things grow up. But we're now moving into different eras, and we all have to reckon how we're going to cope with that. There is going to be competition. I think we're going to see like-minded nations coming together. I think it's critical that we find new supplies of minerals. It's why Saudi Arabia is so important in the work that is going on and the work that is going on here. We look at Africa, where there's vast potential in Africa, but it's going to be difficult. I'm from a country which created the first industrial revolution. We invented industrialization with coal and our deposits there. We're now living in the second, the green industrial revolution, and the characteristics of that are very, very different.
Thank you so much. I'd like just to alert everyone, if you could please get your translator headsets ready. I'd like to ask a question. Here we go, sir. It's for you. I'd like to ask a question to the minister from Brazil, Minister Silveira. And we keep going back to this competitive environment, and frankly, we've seen so much decoupling that is going on, as opposed to working a lot closer together with some economies. There's a reorganization of the world order. In terms of global governance, when it comes to critical minerals, this is something you're looking at, and whether you think this is going to be a vital step in securing supply chains so that we all work together for our main goals.
First of all, good morning to everyone. To see Eleni Joko from CNN, our dear Leila Benali, and Elenia Matza in this panel, it brings us great joy to see the diversity and the participation of the women in the discussion of strategic sectors, of common problems. And as it has been highlighted by Lula, we are not going to solve the common problems without common solutions. So we debate very vigorously in these international forums and taking advantage of this very prestigious forum to discuss the governance of the transition of the minerals. And I would like to thank and congratulate and see how, for those who had the opportunity to meet, to get to know Saudi Aramco and see the mineral chain and planning of the mineral resources, and seeing how it has been done professionally, rationally, and efficiently as Saudi Arabia does. Without any doubt, we will mirror what Saudi Arabia does, but also it'll invite our excellent Bandar to be the great leader of the mineral projection of the world. So I would like to take it as we are going to host COP, we would like to highlight that President Lula thinks is very lucid that energy transition is a fact. Our economy, green economy is a reality, but we need to do it in a balanced, fair, and inclusive. We would like to take advantage to also talk about the axis of sustainability and also the economical axis that it presents to the world as an opportunity to make social inclusion. So that's why it's of great importance to discuss the models of minerals in the world to be done in an adequate way so that there is social development with sustainability and social results. But this global governance is pivotal for us to do the energy transition to strengthen the international organisms. So without the active participation of the international players, we won't reach our goals and the international commitments of 2009 in Norway, 2014 in Paris, of the commitment of decarbonization. Brazil knows, and we do because of our energy plurality, because we have the capacities, the resources, and the public policies, and we have been advancing very fast in the transition and generation. Brazil has all the sources of energy. Brazil has all the sources of critical minerals, but we also have a great concern for us to guarantee the supply chain in a safe way and also rationalized and efficient so that we can have a discussion about strengthening of the global governance. As I said in the beginning, common problems can only be resolved in common solutions. So it's a great joy to be here in Saudi Arabia with a country that has such a great identity with us, and in the last few years, even stronger in this dialogue with everyone. We won't get to peace without prosperity, and prosperity can only be reached with dialogue, with discussions of policies, important policies that we can do the exploration of the natural resources, and also that we can do the transition in a balanced way, respecting the sovereignty of the countries and the different sources of energy, because here I could see oil and gas being used in its resources in an adequate way, including in the transition that Saudi Arabia believes that it's important to be done, but it will be done in such a way that it can attain the objectives of humanity.
Thank you so much. Common problems should have common solutions, and I wish we were talking about that commonality right now. Your Excellency, I want to talk about Africa and the fact that you've been looking quite extensively into securing supply chains and critical minerals on the African continent. It's a highly competitive environment. You've got China and, of course, Russia there. The US is trying to up its game there as well. The European Union as well. Who's going to get the upper hand? Is it the countries that are going to be signing the best deals, looking at the socio-economic impact? Because, frankly, and we all know this, Africa has been exploited for many decades because of its commodity ability. And I think we're in a new era because Africa has agency now in a very different way to what we saw 20, 30 years ago.
Well, I think to make it clear, the energy transition will never happen without Africa. We need to be very mindful of this fact. I mean, the resources that Africa has in terms of percentage versus its contribution to the market, there's a huge gap, and we need to address this gap. Now, who's going to have the upper hand? I think I will not talk about different countries, but I think whoever is going to do the right thing should have the upper hand. Today, the investments need to happen not only in the extraction, but also in infrastructure. We have seen great assets today in Africa, actually existing assets today, that are falling behind because of infrastructure challenges, not because of mining challenges. And I think it's about time. And this is what we try to promote here in the Future Mineral Forum, is how can we, when we started 4 years ago with what we call the super region, Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, also bring from the other side of the table the countries who are consumers of minerals, because they need to be part of the solution rather than part of the problem. And we need to figure out how we can solve for financing challenges, how we can solve for infrastructure, human capital development, and most importantly, security. without the security in these regions because of the amount of investment and the long-term view, this investment will never happen. And that's why it's a very unique industry, mining. That's why we need very close relation and work together between government and private sector. And I hope that this platform is creating for such a momentum, but also bilateral and international organizations have a huge contribution. I personally am very optimistic. I think technology allows us to do much more than in the past. It will allow us to have, move in a much faster pace to achieve different targets. But again, I think investors will need to think outside the box of how can they coexist with balancing their own interest with the interest of the society they operate in. If we look at a country like Saudi today, without the oil, Saudi will never be what it is today. But it was reinvested in the right way, in people, in economic diversity, in really building the country. And I think even with smaller examples like today, Ras Al Khair in the north of Saudi Arabia was all the north side where we have the phosphate the whole area was developed at the back of the investment that Ma'aden have put in the area. So these are the kind of examples that we would like to bring to our African colleagues. And it can start with small activities, especially investment in logistics, where we can see private sector working with governments. Saudi Arabia in the Future Mineral Forum 2023, we announced the launch of Manara. It's a JV between Ma'aden and the PIF to invest outside Saudi Arabia, and already we see them investing in certain assets.
Okay, we've got 2.5 minutes left, and I'm really pressed for time, so I'm going to try and get this last question in. I want a question to pose to you. Please raise your hand if you agree. Do you believe we're going to be in heightened competitive environment on critical minerals? Do you agree? Going forward, do you believe we'll see global collaboration? Do you agree? Okay, that's interesting. Ah, there we go. We've got 2 minutes, which means 20 seconds each. Minister, at the end, I'm counting down 20 seconds. Do you think we're going to head towards more competition or perhaps collaboration on a global level? Got 20 seconds.
20 segundos. As we need coincide the public policies with the economical interest so that this exploration happens, and in the speed that we need for the energy transition, the competition is natural, but it's vital. Want to take advantage of COP30, we will do a forum of opportunity so that we can create global governments to rationalize the minerals.
There's going to be more competition, but we're going to all have to hope that it's the world which eventually wins that competition.
Beautiful. Helena.
I think we're going to see both, and I know that's an overly diplomatic answer. Of course, there's going to be more competition, but I think we're going to see increasing alignment between like-minded countries that are focused on a lot of the priorities we discussed here on the panel today.
Minister.
If Morocco unlocks Africa by becoming that OTC corridor that we want it to be, originate, transit, and certify, not control, certify, so that sustainability is not a premium anymore, I think that will be the answer.
Your Excellency.
I do think that the only way to collaboration, and I see it is happening, and this is all about the Future Mineral Forum.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for my fantastic delegates.
Thank you.
We got through as much as possible. I appreciate it. Competition versus collaboration. My next panel will be in about half an hour. We will be talking about partnerships. It will be the flip side of this. I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Minister.
Thank you, Eleni, and her panel for that really riveting and interesting conversation. So coming up in just a moment, we're going to be taking a closer look on the question of capital deployment and infrastructure, and not just what about capital deployment or what about infrastructure, but the role that they can play on the journey that we all are on. So I'm going to ask you to put your hands together and welcome a lady who is the Chief International Anchor at Al Arabiya, and her name is Hadley Gamble.
Good morning once again, everybody, and welcome to the Future of Minerals Forum. I'd like to invite His Excellency, the Minister of Transport, Salah Al-Jasser, to join me now on stage. Your Excellency. This morning, we're going to be talking about what role can capital deployment and infrastructure play in reversing the global resource depletion trend. How do you do, sir? It's good to see you.
Your Excellency.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, pleasure. Excellency.
Good
to see you again, visitor.
Your Excellency.
Yes, pleasure.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for joining us. Just to introduce the rest of my panel, His Excellency, the Minister of Petroleum and Mineral Resources, Engineer Karim Badawi. It's great to see you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Duncan Wanblad, the Chief Executive of Anglo American, Steele Lee, Vice Chairman and Chief Investment Officer at CMOC Group, as well as Graham Kerr, CEO and Managing Director of South 32, and Lorenzo Simonelli, Chairman, President, and Chief Executive Officer of Baker Hughes. It's great to see all of you gentlemen. It's going to be a really interesting conversation, and I think just days before the U.S. inauguration, there is a lot on the line when we talk about what happens next for critical minerals. But I do want to start off this conversation actually with Duncan. It's great to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us. We've been talking quite a bit about how the United States and the world is going to look going forward when we talk about the global AI boom. We're talking about a business that in just 1 year has gone from 50 billion to 200 billion, and there are real questions about how we are going to meet that demand. Duncan, when you look at the bigger picture, how worried should the world be at this point about mineral depletion?
Yeah, thanks. Look, it's great to be here, and this is an incredibly important topic for us all to be trying to get our heads around. I mean, there are a number of things that I think are manifesting themselves as a reality in the context of this transition today, which is, it's not a demand problem, as you've pointed out. There are just so many drivers of demand for some of these very critical minerals like copper. What it really is a supply problem, and probably not so much an issue of the fact that there are no minerals in the ground. There are. But the time that it takes to bring these minerals into production is getting longer and longer and longer, and what it takes to bring them into production is becoming more and more and more complicated. So just, this is not really a matter of, what's happening in any one country. We almost need systemic solutions at a global scale to kind of make this work, because otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to deploy the capital, which is large in mining types of projects, at a pace and scale for them to happen. So you get this massive disconnect between short-term markets and the long-term drivers of markets. And you get this deep uncertainty, particularly with how the world is sort of geopolitically dividing itself up today, that's militating against the type and the patience of the investment that's needed to invest in these mines and bring these minerals out.
What does that mean for price?
Yeah, well, look, if I knew what price was going to be in the short run, I wouldn't have this job, that's for sure. It's very difficult, but there is this disconnect between the short-term prices and what we believe to be, the fundamental underpins to the long-term price. And it's that volatility that creates additional stress and pain, I think, in terms of investment in these sorts of projects to bring these minerals on.
Lorenzo, do you want to add on to that in terms of the price outlook for 2025?
Well, I think it's correct what Duncan said. It's very difficult to predict price. I think from a longer term perspective, again, it's not a demand issue, it's a supply issue. And I know from a standpoint of the mining and mineral industry, it may seem strange to have Baker Hughes in the panel. However, we see a lot of similarities between what we've done in oil and gas and the industry and efficiency and driving optimization being an adjacency within the mining and minerals. There's a lot of technology that can be applied. And so the reason why we see it as an opportunity is because we can actually bring today the technology that's required at a lower cost point to make the industry more efficient and be able to supply what's required. And we see that from simple things like flexible pipes and composites. Being a large company in oil and gas, the skill set that we have there on large projects is easily transferable also to the mining sector. And working with companies like Anglo American or Vale or Rio Tinto, that aspect of technology collaboration is going to be key going forward. AI applications, we know there's a lot of subsurface information. At the end of the day, the minerals are like oil and gas. And so we have the technology and the know-how of being able to optimize that production by taking our subsurface knowledge, applying the data analytics. So price in the long term will solve itself from a market perspective. Our focus is, are we having it be affordable, sustainable, and also secure? That's imperative, just like energy. And so those are the similarities we see.
To your point, there are many similarities, many parallels to the oil industry and to the oil markets. To that end, do you anticipate that we'll see a mineral supply crunch?
I think we're seeing events take place where in certain commodities at certain points in time, there will be crunches. And to the point that was made, I don't think it's a shortage of the minerals. It's the ability to actually recover them in the time that's necessary at the price point that's competitive. And that's what we've got to solve for, just like if you go to mature wells in oil and gas. Today, there is plenty of oil and gas. And it's a question of optimizing what we have from a mature production perspective, making it more efficient. There's a lot of inefficiencies in the mining industry, as we've had in the oil and gas industry, that we can learn from together. Recovery rates, for example. How do you optimize the recovery rates from copper perspective? Or as you look at lithium brine, how do you optimize the recovery of lithium? And we know the soil and the subsurface is rich with this, and so we can apply those learnings. But there are going to be elements of dislocation in commodities at certain points in time.
No doubt. Steele, I want to ask you about the big headline in the Financial Times today, and of course, that is that the commodities supercycle in China is over. What does that mean for your business?
Whether it's over or not, I don't know, but finding a new engine, as I point out before, I think is the next challenge. We just need another driver for the economy, which translated to more consumption of the mineral. I think just go back to this topic of this capital deployment. And before that, I think maybe just touch on the depletion, because the way I look at this is two dimensions of depletion. One is drop of the grade, and the other is the real depletion of the resources. And to deal with the drop of the grade, I think all the mining companies around the world have been doing this years and years, and very simple, because we need to add more throughput to the lower grade. And of course, the operation efficiency, as you point out, that we need to, for example, increase the recovery, because we need to extract more metals from the very limited resources. But really, to address those challenges, I think one key word I will think about going forward is the technology. A lot of people are talking about this. But again, I think that there's different layer of technology when we talk about. One is not real high-tech stuff, but we have seen this before. This is, again, when you're adding more throughput, it will have the impact for the whole industrial chain. We see the bigger scale of the machinery, and the engineering related to that, and the equipment, all this kind of stuff. We see what's happening in the industrial chain to the mining industry, right? And also a lot of process stuff that we actually invested into this. This is not high tech, right? And the real new process and engineering alongside with this process is very important. And but on the other hand, the real high tech, I think we just need to be very open-minded to that. Because if you ask me, I'm not a geologist or mining expert, but if I look at the history of the mining, right? I mean, there's no real high tech in the last, I'll say, maybe 50 years. For example, the SXEW we're talking about in the copper industry, that's 40 years ago, something stuff, right? And the RKEF in the nickel industry is just, Duncan, maybe 15 years ago. Yep. But that really changed the structure of the industry. Yeah. But this is just the process. It's not high tech, right? But in the future, I believe there will be breakthrough technology to bring the real disruptive change to the industry.
Are those breakthrough technologies going to come as a result of AI?
Yeah, it could be, right? I mean, talking about the process, we just need some technology to help us memorize all the data and give the analysis and then eventually translate to the improvement of the efficiency. But this high-tech stuff, I mean, it's maybe not that suitable for our, old-fashioned schoolboys in the mining industry. But I believe there will be a lot of geniuses and, scientists that were working on that, and that will eventually come, I believe.
Graham, I want to bring you in on the conversation and to my earlier question about the end of the super cycle in China. We also, of course, are just days away from the inauguration of US President Donald Trump. Obviously, that raises a lot of geopolitical questions as well for critical minerals. Where does that leave, in your mind, Australia at this point, just in terms of the mining sector?
Yeah, it is an interesting one for Australia because obviously one of their biggest customers and trade partners from the mineral side is absolutely China. You look at their iron ore exports and also their met coal exports, it's predominantly where they majority go.
You're kind of in the middle.
Yeah, it's sort of caught in the middle, but I mean, I think most of the companies now in Australia are more just an Australian company. So, for example, when we started our journey 10 years ago, we were probably 45% of our value was in Australia, 40% Southern Africa. In the next 18 months, we'll probably see more than 50% of the value in the Americas. So I think most companies have sort of been reorientating their portfolios based on the next wave of commodities. So to your point, I think maybe iron ore demand and met coal demand will be different in China, but I think globally the world's just starting to scratch the surface on demand for things like zinc and also copper. And I probably agree with all the points around existing operations, productivity improvements, but I think the industry's also massively underinvested over the last 15 years in exploration. And I think to Duncan's earlier point, absolutely agree, we're currently in the process of executing a project now in the US, and you used to talk about 0 to 9 years from find to have it operating. It's probably closer now to 0 to 15 to 20 years because of all the different stakeholders and permitting you got to go through, and I think that's going to create a crunch which makes commodity prices attractive.
Yeah. And when you think about that with regards to the price outlook, how difficult is it to get that longer-term investment? Because we're talking about a price crunch and at the same point, the politics longer term.
So I had a session this morning, a roundtable, and we're talking about how do investors think about our sector. And I think the investor loves you to be safe, producing at a low cost, have a lot of growth options, but not be executing them. Because they don't want to give you value for those projects that you've got to execute because of the risk and the time it takes. So I think as you're a CEO on a board, you're caught in that position, you've got to balance the short, the medium and the long term.
Yeah. Is President Trump going to be good for price, do you think?
Look, I think there will be disruption and there will be change. What that'll be like, not sure what it looks like yet. I mean, generally, obviously, in the US, Republicans have been more pro-development, but then we've got our project Taylor, which is a lead, silver and zinc project in Arizona, in Fast 41, which has been a great permitting process for us in the US.
Yeah.
So I think under Democrats, we had a good experience, and we'll wait and see what happens with Trump.
Your Excellency, I want to ask you specifically about Egypt. You're anticipating that the mining sector will make up some 6% of GDP if all goes your way. The government is very much behind you in those plans. Bigger picture, though, where are you going to get the investment that's needed to get you there?
Very good. Thank you very much for the question. It's a great pleasure to be here. First of all, I'd like to really thank His Excellency Bandar al-Khourai for the invitation and for hosting this Future Minerals Forum, right, with such a global and esteemed gathering. When you look at Egypt's mining sector, today it constitutes maybe around 1%, right, of our GDP, and we really have an ambition to bring it to 6%. To be able to make that happen, we realize that we cannot do it in silo. So the first part is really in terms on how, as a new cabinet, we are really kind of all working together in terms on how we can make Egypt more investable in the mining sector to be able to attract, investment, not only for the short term, but really for a sustained long-term, timing frame. And for this requires a lot of collaboration that we've been working on with the different ministries, whether Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment, and all the various Ministry of Investment, all the different, ministries. But above all, for us to succeed, really, we've decided that we have to put really our partners as our #1 priority, and hence to really look in terms on what do we need to do in our regulatory, framework that would make really Egypt more investable, more attractive for investment into the mining sector. Because some of the regulatory framework which exists in Egypt, some of it was done a little bit more on the, the background of the oil and gas, which might not be typical in the mining sector to be able to attract global companies at scale to the sector. And this is why we really kind of worked in the spirit of partnership with global, companies such as with Barrick Gold, with the Centamin, with Anglo Gold, in terms of looking, and with, different kind of companies to look at what would this exploitation agreement terms, would make Egypt really attractive for long-term investments, right, in gold, and potentially also other sectors. And we are very actually proud to be able to say and to announce that we have really worked very hard over the last, 6 months in terms of looking what this would look like. And as we speak this week, we are actually starting, in terms of the process of getting this through the parliamentary approval process to making sure that then we can leverage that. The second aspect is also how we can really look in terms on how we can inject different, type of investors in Egypt. To be able to achieve those goals, we need to have more exploration, and hence we need to have more juniors, being able to be in Egypt, and we have also to have more, major companies to be there, and hence on how we're looking in terms on how we're making licensing more effective, more available, and also simplifying, the process for approvals, environmental and plots and so forth, to be able to accelerate investment into the exploration and then into the exploitation. The other element which was also very important for us is how do we really make sure that we actually are able to market our investment opportunities. Egypt is very rich, in gold, is very rich, in terms of nickel, in terms of copper, some rare earth, minerals, phosphate, and diversity really in terms on minerals. However, how do we really work in a better way to be able to make the available what is, the opportunity that we have. And this is where the data is important. And this is where, again, I go back to where we're investing in terms of deploying actually a digital platform which would enable us to be able to articulate what today we do have in terms of Egypt, in terms of minerals, and hence be able to attract different investments into both exploration and exploitation, and as well into the value-added, derivatives for that. And maybe one more element I would really like to mention is really how we can really work together, right, with our partners in terms of also identifying what we have, and essentially, to know what we don't know. And if you look at the last, electromagnetic survey that has taken place in Egypt, was probably around 1984. And hence, really, there is more investment that we are now focusing on to really be able to update really our minerals map and to be able to kind of invest more in terms of identifying our reserves, And this is where the point that, that also was mentioned by Lorenzo is also very important. I'm a firm believer on the role of technology. I believe today we're just scratching the surface in terms of what we know. And technology will play, a big role in this. And this is why we are really working with our partners to really be able to invest in Egypt. And also we are transforming our Mineral Resources Authority into an economic authority, which is also just going through Parliament actually this week, to be able to ensure that we actually have the tools to be able to invest into digital platforms, to be able to invest into surveys, and to be able to work with our partners to enhance the value of our subsurface resources.
The reforms that you've mentioned are crucial to the economic stability of Egypt, but it's also crucial to the political stability of Egypt. In your mind, how quickly are you going to be able to move toward those goals?
So actually, I'm pleasantly confident actually with that, because what I've seen could be done and could happen within the last 6 months, with a new cabinet in terms of really working together, with a common goal and the ability to really kind of have the engagement with our partners in terms of what is required for their success. And we're really using a motto is that the success of our partner is really our success. And I always say, help us, help you, help us, right? So it's kind of a collaborative spirit. And in all these different initiatives, it is not only one ministry which is involved. And I believe this was mentioned in a couple of the earlier panels, working with other ministries as partners with a common goal of what's in it for the country, and more importantly for our partners, because again, if the shareholders are happy, companies can invest more, and then we can unlock the potential of the subsurface, not only for raw material, but also value-added, derivatives, for that to happen. So it's how we can all work with a collaborative and partnership spirit, that is the key.
Your Excellency, it's great to have you joining us on the panel. I want you to bring this sort of macro conversation a bit more micro. We've heard repeatedly from the Saudi government as part of Vision 2030 about just how important it is to secure those value chains and to invest. And you see that long-term investment and commitment from the country. How does this trickle down to your portfolio specifically?
Yes. Well, we're very lucky here in Saudi Arabia that we already have a very strong infrastructure to support the mining industry. Our roads, for example, is the most connected network globally. We've been investing in roads for many years. Our ports are state-of-the-art with the latest technology. We have a network of 5,500 rail lines, which were built largely to support the logistics industry and mining industry in particular. Last year alone, we've moved more than 25 million tons of cargo on our rail system, and most of that is minerals. Also, when we built our national transport and logistics strategy, it was built in full coordination with the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources to make sure that we are catering for the ambitious plans they have to build the mining industry. About 50% of our government funding in transport and logistics sector will be directed to rail. And that is largely to support industry and minerals. Our ports connectivity have doubled in the last 3 years. The number of national, international liner that are calling our port have grown from 53 to 115. Also, we are building our transport and logistics system while improving environmental friendliness, where we're using the state-of-art technologies. We're also making sure that in terms of operations, we also use the latest technologies to make sure that the operations are efficient and resilient. And resilience is very important, and it was tested during COVID. It was tested again currently during the Red Sea crisis, where about 50% of the trade in the Red Sea is affected by what is happening, while at the same time, our imports and exports have grown by high single digits in last year.
Yeah. I want to bring it back to the question really that we were discussing at the top of the panel in terms of whether or not we'll find ourselves in a crunch, in a minerals crunch. When you think about this a little bit more, Duncan, how difficult is it to strategize when you have geopolitics at play on one track and then global demand on another? Because no doubt, whether you're sitting in Australia or whether you're in the United States, you get the risk of getting caught in the middle.
Yeah, you do. But look, I think this comes down to where you set the battery limits for your time frame in terms of trying to find a solution for it. Because it feels to me it's never been more urgent, from a global perspective, to come up with a system that can actually deal with the provision of these, what are very, very scarce minerals and metals to provide not only the energy transition. I mean, let's not forget that the vast majority of the improvement of livelihoods of humanity over time have been fundamentally underpinned and supported by metals and minerals, industrial minerals. So, in the long run, this may wash itself out in time if you think that you've got the time. If you think actually you don't have the time, then we really are in a crunch spot. Let's say that the energy transition is the driver of the timeline on this thing, because this is urgent in terms of dealing with the disastrous effects of climate change. And all the climate scientists are indicating that this is in and around 2050, 2060 type of time. Well, then that's a different time frame with which you have to organize your optimal solution. And then this real short-termism that we've been discussing is slightly problematic, because you don't actually get the input and the investment and the time that it takes to bring these minerals out. So you have to deal with this on multiple fronts. We've got to do exploration. I don't believe there's any one country, perhaps there are one or two in the world that are sort of more privileged than others in the context of the endowment that they have, but any one country on its own that has enough of the critical minerals, just for itself. I mean, we have to do this at a global scale. It has to be connected. We have to deal with it from an exploration point of view. We have to deal with it from an operations management point of view. We certainly have to deal with it from a technology and technology development point of view. And none of these things are instant. It does take time to develop technology. I mean, we can do lots of improvements around the fringes. This most operators will do over time, but Steele's point is very true, is that there hasn't been massive technological breakthroughs in this industry over time. We've got to deal with technology, we've got to deal with infrastructure. So all the things that the excellencies were talking about are all very important and absolutely almost prerequisites. Good, strong fiscal policy, good, strong political stability are enablers, but then there's a whole sort of system connection that needs to be pulled together. If you're saying we're optimizing in a shorter time frame, and that shorter time frame is around about 20 years or so.
Yeah, Lorenzo, and I'll finish the session with you. Do you anticipate that that's achievable with the politics going into the next 4 years?
That's a challenging question, given what's happening in the next few weeks. I'm an optimist, and I think ultimately it is a global challenge that we've got to confront with all of the stakeholders convening and having the appropriate discussions. I look at it from the different areas. We play a role from a technology standpoint. Do I believe that the technology is there and that we can make significant progress and actually facilitate the efficiency, the optimization, the productivity? Yes, we've proven it time and time again. Do we know all the technologies today? No, but we've got a lot that is being worked on in laboratories. We've got a lot that's being scaled over time, and we've got a lot of lessons learned. As you look at the stakeholder of government, you need to have a pragmatic discussion on how we satisfy the needs of the growing population and also the demand for development and progression of people. And that's a need that everybody has a right to. And I think at the end, the investment that's required is going to be the scale of seeing the returns, but these are long-term investments. So next 4 years, I think, again, we'll see progress, we'll muddle through it, but it's the continuous progress that we've got to see around not even a transition, it's an expansion towards a lower carbon economy, utilizing the minerals, utilizing the mining, oil and gas, which is fundamental to what we have as goods in the marketplace today.
Gentlemen, Your Excellencies, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
See
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hadley and her panel. Now, the reality is that when we gather here, and I'm sure you're quite aware of this, it's not just us in this room, it's not just the executives, it's not just those who are charged with finance or managing technology or heading up those departments. It is, of course, those who are also charged with the responsibility of ensuring that the policy framework is conducive to what this industry requires. Therefore, yesterday, you will know that it was the gathering of the special Ministerial Roundtable of the Future Minerals Forum, and the reality is that that session really does focus on how do we make sure that it's not just the business end that is being dealt with, but that there is better collaboration and that there is better cooperation. Now, specifically yesterday, there were some focus areas which I'd like to share with you. There is something that they have termed the responsible supply priorities. Now, a word you're going to be hearing over the next day or two is certainly sustainability. How do we make sure that the supply priorities are actually making sure we meet those sustainable requirements? So it's development, it's collaboration, its capacity, and its performance. And some specific programs that they were focusing on were the Copper Belt in Africa, which requires some significant infrastructure development and investment, and also in South America in terms of lithium. How do we make sure that that happens? And to prove that this isn't just about us having this conversation in Riyadh, and of course those of you joining us from elsewhere in the world, but that this is actually moving to some of the global multilateral organizations as well. We have the UN Special Advisor to the Secretary General on Climate Action and a Just Transition participating. The World Bank, as you know, is also here to make sure that what is being said around the Ministerial Roundtable in this room and some of the conversations that will be had in the past 2 days, let me try that again, in the coming 2 days, actually make it to the global level to ensure that what is happening there and that it is fostering a general agreement, if you will, on minerals. Because I think one of the challenges this sector has had, not just reputation, we know about that, but there is also the challenge around making sure that each sector of the industry speaks to itself, but speaks to the other, so that the finance is speaking to those who are extracting, so that the extractors are speaking to government, and you have more of a fluid movement of information sharing, particularly when you consider the time crunches that were mentioned in the panel earlier, and what we are trying to achieve by the year 2050. So, I've told you a little bit about the Ministerial Roundtable, which took place yesterday, and I think the work that is being done there is really, really important. We're going to have a conversation with some of those ministers shortly. Eleni Giokos will be joining us for that conversation, but I would like to now take a moment to draw your attention to the screen for a quick look of exactly how that conversation around the table went yesterday. Take a look.
All right, so very good morning to you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Please take a seat. We've got 4 minutes to go before it's afternoon. And incredible conversations that we've been seeing this morning. I hope you're still very energized with all the things that we're learning today and dissecting, frankly. Our topic for this panel is talking about nation states and how we can work together in order to deliver minerals and secure supply chains. And again, the key here is to work together. What is that recipe for success? I'd like to welcome Her Excellency Sarah Jones, Minister for Industry, United Kingdom, His Excellency Nik Nazmi Nik Ahmad, Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, Malaysia, His Excellency Musaddiq Malik, Minister of Energy and Petroleum, Pakistan, as well as Veli Raidman, Minister of Economic Affairs, Finland, and a big welcome to His Excellency Kanat Sharapayev, Minister of Industry and Construction, Kazakhstan. A fantastic, diversified panel from different jurisdictions. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Checking you've still got your energy going, because this is important. We're talking about collaboration. Minister, I want to talk about what the UK is going to be doing going forward. You know, this is a theme that's come up a bit. We don't know whether we're going to see a very big confrontation between the United States and China, and what that means. A trade war is ultimately going to mean issues on critical minerals, because China does have leverage. In a changing environment where we're seeing decoupling, how are you positioning yourselves?
Yeah. Well, I was really struck by the start of the conference this morning, talking about 2025 being the year of impact. And I think that is what we're all about and what we're here to try and do. We know we're in an unstable world for lots of different reasons and in lots of different ways. And we know that we need a huge supply of critical minerals in order to drive our economies forward. So the question is, how do you do that? For the new UK government, it means a number of things. It means first being absolutely clear about what our industrial priorities are, which industries we're going to grow in our own country and what that means for critical minerals. Second, it means finance, and the French colleague was talking about this on the first panel this morning. And for the UK, we have some vehicles, the National Wealth Fund, we have our UK Export Finance funding and other vehicles where we can bring in private sector money by partnering with the private sector. And then third, I would say we need to bring what we have to the table to our global allies and colleagues so that we are doing this together. So the UK has huge strengths in terms of our universities. We're already working with Saudi Arabia on the Centres for Excellence that you're developing here and around the world. I think we can bring our university expertise there. And of course, the UK is still the global finance hub for critical minerals and for mining, and the power that that brings in terms of how we all work collectively, I think is something we want to bring to the
plan is to work collectively.
Absolutely has to be.
And get rid of
the number of countries that are represented here today in our ministerial meeting yesterday, 50-odd ministers, the MSP, there are the G7, the G20 with South Africa taking up the presidency. There are huge opportunities for us to work collectively on what are very difficult challenges.
That calms my fears about the anxiety around critical minerals that I feel. Your Excellency Sharlapayev, I want to talk about Kazakhstan, which is really fascinating from a geographical perspective. I don't think there's anything on the periodic table you do not have. Am I right? Yes, you've got it all, right? You're processing, you've got an abundance of electricity because you've got petroleum products and so forth. You've got a good relationship with China, with Russia, with the EU, with the US. In a decoupled world that we're seeing coming through right now, does this place opportunity at the forefront for you, or are you sitting with a situation where you're going to have to pick your allegiance?
It's a great question. I think you're absolutely right about decoupling. If you look at the world right now, consumption is happening in one place, extraction is happening in another place, and then you have processing that happens in a completely different place. And of course, that dislocated world creates an opportunity for Kazakhstan. I think for us, is we look at it like from a 4P strategy standpoint. So first of all, of course, it's a mineral endowment, as you rightly said. There's absolutely everything that's in periodic table can be found in Kazakhstan. And it's also economically extractable, which is also important criteria. But also what we have a very good jurisdiction in terms of the soft infrastructure, in terms of investor friendliness, in terms of protection of investor rights. Right now, Kazakhstan is one of the prime locations in Central Asia. Thirdly is, of course, infrastructure. And infrastructure includes, in this case, access to transportation, and this is where Middle Corridor comes to mind, as Kazakhstan has got 23,000 kilometers of railroads. So if you develop an asset in Kazakhstan, chances are that you're very close to transportation links. And you can reach your key markets, be it China or European Union, from Kazakhstan via Middle Corridor, which is basically across the Caspian Sea and via Turkey into Mediterranean. And the fourth pillar that we talk about is the human capital. There is no expatriates working right now in Kazakhstan's mining sites. It's all local population. We have about 3,200 graduates each year in geology and mining professions. And we continue to invest into developing our own human capital. And this situation has created a large inflow of investments into geological exploration. We've attracted $1 billion of private money over the past 5 years into the geological exploration, and right now many of the companies who've been represented at this conference are actively working on finding some world-class assets in Kazakhstan. Right? And right now we are in a very strong position. We're top 10 producer of copper. We have a very significant market share in refractory metals, titanium specifically, about 20% of market share. beryllium and niobium. We're one of the few places that actually can produce those metals.
Yeah, and you're the largest producer of uranium, in case anyone was confused globally.
That is
okay,
also true.
very quickly, I don't want to cannibalize this just with you, Minister, but I've got a question. Are you sitting in a precarious position where you have to pick allies right now? Can you be friends with everyone? Are you friend-shoring?
Look, I think it comes down to a very simple thing, right? It comes down to the resilience and sustainability of a supply chain.
Yep.
And in energy markets, we've been contributing to, for example, European energy stability for many decades. The same in the uranium markets. We've been very active and very supportive in terms of the global uranium supplies. And the same when it comes to critical materials. I think this trade's not going to disappear anywhere. We will be reliable and we will be sustainable. And right now, of course, we have various companies pursuing investment project in Kazakhstan. They can be European. EU is our largest trading partner, for example, and they could be also coming from China or from Russia.
Fantastic. Okay, Minister Heydman, great to have you with us. I want to get into what we're seeing on the geopolitical front and how this is perhaps put in question who our allies are, our adversaries, how this affects supply chain and so forth, and how is Finland positioning itself to deal with these new external risks at a time where we've said we need to work together. If only we could put our geopolitical differences aside, things would be so much better. Because, by the way, we've got the biggest risk facing all of humanity, and that is the climate's agenda. And if we don't work together on this, we're going to be in major trouble.
Yes, you've got it absolutely right. When it comes to this geopolitical dimension, it's very well recognized in Finland and in several other countries. Finland is, of course, a member of the European Union, member of NATO, and so on. So Finland's position in the world is quite clear. But of course, this is also a question of global challenges, such as climate change. There will be no clean transition without electrification of our societies, and electrification requires also critical raw materials. And that's why actually, alongside the geopolitical dimensions, we must be aware that actually this is even a challenge for the whole humankind. And that's why I think that actually multiplying the value chains, the supply chains concerning critical raw materials is absolutely vital for the whole global resilience. Because if we are too dependent on single providers, so that creates also tensions that are not welcomed to this world. And that's why I think it's very good that we have such forums such as Future Minerals Forum, where different kinds of countries are meeting up and changing views concerning critical raw materials. When it comes to Finland, so we have been developing our minerals cluster very consciously during the decades. We have more than 10 universities and research organizations that have some kind of connection to mining industry. We have over 200 technology and service providers on mining sector. We have over 40 mines and over 10 steel mills and smelters. So Finland is actually one of the few countries that really can master the whole value chain from mining industry to battery technologies and so on. And what is very characterized in Finnish system is that we have so clear focus on sustainability issues, energy efficiency, circular economy. And we're constantly looking for different kinds of partnerships with different countries. And I actually do believe that those services and products that Finnish companies have to offer are actually such services and products that other countries also need.
But you've got enough supply of critical minerals right now. You've got enough supply.
Well, not enough because the need is growing.
Yeah.
But Finnish technologies are the ones that are needed also in other countries. And I'm very happy to have a big Finnish business delegation with me here in the Future Minerals Forum to offer their services.
Minister Malik, great to have you with us.
Thank you.
Really good. Again, also very fantastically placed from a geographical perspective, Pakistan. I want to talk about something, frankly, we've been covering for quite some time, is this new change of, the global world order, where you see the global south gaining strength, having more agency, working closer together. And it's quite fascinating to see China's role in all of this. You've got the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, how that plays into you securing your supply chains, and how you're working on this to create collaboration, whether you feel there is actually a decoupling, and it's pretty evident.
Well, from my point of view, there are two big things happening right now. First is this big electrification revolution, which would include not just transition of energy, but also energy storage. And because of these two things, I think critical materials and strategic materials and minerals are going to become very important. But equally important from my perspective geopolitically is kind of the failure of globalization. And we are very clearly beginning to see trade wars. If you just look at the past 3-4 years and you look at how the tariffs are building up and how tariffs are being used in various parts of the bloc, parts of the world, you very clearly see that the trade wars have already begun. And in these trade wars, one of the things that has already come into play is the green hurdle. And I mentioned this yesterday as well, that if the trade wars are going to continue, and I think in the wake of failure of globalization, these trade wars are inevitable. In the face of this inevitability, one of the things that has been used and can be used is the green barrier. And by green barrier, I mean CBAM, I mean the new green policies which are going to require the developing worlds, which is where most of these minerals and metals are, to go green. But when you look at the financing of going green, you find that 75% of the financing, green financing, is primarily taken up by the United States, China, and a couple of European countries. And all of the countries, the strategic countries that we've been talking about in this convention, they don't have any green financing. So if you're going to go to Africa, if you're going to go to Central Asia, if you're going to South Asia, green financing is not available. So if green financing is not available, the green financing can be used as a hurdle that these countries would not be able to cross. And therefore, when they're unable to cross this hurdle, they would naturally gravitate towards blocks, which would further polarize the world. So from my perspective, the most critical factor is geopolitical. And in that financing, particularly green financing, particularly in the wake of zero carbon kind of mining and the new generation of instruments and the new generation of technologies that are going to be essential, financing for that is going to be mission critical. I don't see that financing coming forth.
I don't see it either. I mean, the argument is there aren't enough bankable projects in emerging markets, or they're not de-risked enough, and that's the big worry. But I think you've really pinpointed the major risk that we're seeing that is actually unfolding right now. So when we talk about securing supply chains, and when we're talking about securing critical minerals, do you see this being occurring in a two-tier world, essentially?
I mean, frankly, if I were to be blunt, yes. And I see, therefore, I clearly see you see, there are countries that have assets. There are countries where the value is going to be created, and then there are countries where the value is going to be captured. And if you really want collaboration, because that's the theme of this panel, how the world is going to come together, then some sensible and fair kind of mechanism of making sure that people or countries that have the assets also participate in value creation and value capture would be essential. And if the world becomes very blockish, which I suspect it would, then these countries may begin to have some leverage in terms of attracting the kind of investments which would allow them to creep up the value chains more towards value addition.
I'll come to you, Minister, in just a bit, but I want to get Minister Ahmed to jump in here. Malaysia has got incredible rare earths. You've got other critical minerals. How are you positioning yourself?
Yeah.
Do you see collaboration occurring, or the opposite?
Well, it is a challenge because for Malaysia, our two biggest trading partners is the United States and China. we can't run away from that reality, and we try to be, I think the term said, to be friends with everyone, to be able to trade with everyone, in the bigger interest that knowing we have all these ambitious net zero goals, and we're not going to achieve it without cooperating across the different blocks. And I think Malaysia is a case in point, because we have a pilot rare earth mining project in the north of the peninsula, which is our technology partner is China. But at the same time, we are also home to Lynas, which is an Australian rare earth processing plant, which is the largest rare earth processing plant outside China. We are trying very hard as far as Malaysia is concerned, learning from our experience with oil and gas and other sectors where we do not want to be just exporters of raw materials.
I was going to ask, what percentage of the rare earths that you produce are you processing in Malaysia?
Currently, 0, because...
And you want to change that?
Yes, because Lynas is still processing rare earth from Australia. We are working on that to get the minerals from Malaysia for Lynas. And rare earth that is mined with a Chinese partner has to go back to China for processing at this point of time. So we are not processing yet in Malaysia any rare earth.
Is it economically viable for you to do so?
We believe it is, but it will take time for us to build that.
You know, Minister just mentioned something really interesting, because I've seen so many people talking about this, where to secure supply chain, you in a way have to bring processing to your market. So whether it's the United States, I've seen Europeans talking about this, I've seen analysts and researchers talking about this, because this is what China did, right? China doesn't have necessarily an abundance of all the critical minerals, but it definitely has abundance of the processing that it's doing. Specifically, I think in rare earths, is it 80% or so? What is the UK stance on this? Do you want to bring processing in the UK? And do you think that it's viable? Because, by the way, that causes a poverty trap a lot of the time for the countries that actually produce the raw material.
Yeah, I mean, processing is absolutely key, and yes, we do want to see more of it in the UK. The other thing that we think we should be doing far more of is the circular economy and the recycling, because that element of things is also absolutely key, and we're working on that. I just wanted to come back on my colleague from Pakistan. We were talking about this last night, because I think he makes such an important point. What we have to remember with net zero and the transition is the problem we're trying to solve. And the problem we're trying to solve is, how do we tackle climate change? And of course, a lot of the countries that have less agency in this critical mineral space at the moment are also the countries that are suffering the most from climate change. So if the rules that we introduce, if green financing becomes a barrier, it's not doing its job. The job is that we should be working together on what those, whether it's standards, whether it's green finance, whether it's green taxonomy, these vehicles have a purpose, and we have to remember what that purpose is, or it's not going to work. So I think it's really key. He makes such an important point that this needs to be about taking everybody on this journey with us. If we sit in one space and design something that looks good from our vantage point, it's not going to work.
Yeah, Minister, and to be honest, I've been covering this for so many years, that Africa is so left behind, and the question is it allowed to industrialize? And it goes, by the way, for all emerging markets. I've got some pertinent questions. We've got about 10 minutes left. And for me, when I look at this picture from a macro perspective, I say, we're talking about collaborating on critical minerals and supply chains. Can we really do that when we've got so much conflict that is bubbling constantly and going on? Russia being, by the way, really important on so many critical minerals, sending a lot of what it's producing now to China to be processed, strengthening China's leverage. I mean, there's so much that's going on, even on the African continent from an insecurity perspective. How do we put the geopolitics and the politics and the fighting aside and really just focusing on this for the survival of humanity? Who wants to tackle that one?
How do we secure the survival of humanity is quite a big question for
it is, because we've got to decarbonize.
I mean, there's loads of things we need to do. First, we all have countries that have brilliant companies that are already doing this stuff and are working together, and we need to, as governments, help enable them to do what they do best. And we need to improve our sustainability, we need to improve the standards, we need to make sure we're taking people with us as we're doing this. But government has a role enabling what is already happening to work better. But of course, you know, I am completely hopeful, and organisations and gatherings such as this show that there is huge advantage to coming together and talking. Just from us having a relationship, meeting, having conversations, that moves us forward. So we have to always be positive. We all have the same goals here as well. The technology that we can unleash, AI, the new clean energies of the future, the new technologies that will make our life easier and better, rely on critical minerals. So we all have the same goal.
Minister Redman had his hand up, and then we'll go to Charles.
Thank you very much. The harsh reality is that, unfortunately, we cannot put the geopolitics aside, because it's the reality we, unfortunately, are living in. But on the other hand, it's very important that, also from the geopolitical perspective, that we have enough critical raw material producers everywhere on the globe, because it's also de-risking those dependencies that can be so harmful for the global peace. And when it comes to acceptance of the mining industry, it's very important that the local people are also in favor of this mining industry. And that's where also the responsibility issues, the sustainability issues, comes to play a great role. And that's why it's very important that such companies that have something to offer on that front are also active, and that we are creating different kinds of partnerships. I think in the long run, it will also affect in a positive way, so that those tensions we at the moment are having in the world will get a little bit smaller.
Yeah, and sanctions don't help in a lot of these countries, right? Because it impacts the supply, even though there's a reason for them. Minister Shalabayev, do you want to jump in?
I think we need to start probably be a little bit more practical about all those things. And we have good platforms and international frameworks already. Future Minerals Forum is one of them. We have a very good platform in the form of Mineral Security Partnership that provides us an international framework for cooperation. I think what we need to do also, we need to start focusing on a more technology transfer, right? And that transfer needs to start happening faster. If we are serious about diversifying our sources of critical materials, so the faster we distribute the technology, the more diversified supply chain will be. And the last and not least, I think it's probably more important one, and it's been raised at the Ministerial Roundtable yesterday, it's standardization and traceability. So we need to have standards for critical minerals. We need to have traceability. We need to have sustainability standards for critical minerals. And I think that is a direction that we encourage our European partners and our American partners to go forward to, because without standardization you cannot distinguish whether the materials were produced in a responsible and sustainable way, or whether they were mined by child labor, by artisan miners somewhere. And that is already the case in some parts of the world, and we want to, of course, avoid that in reaching the security in the critical minerals. Thank you.
Minister Ahmed.
I think there was a good piece in the FT a few days ago that, it says that the West must find ways to collaborate with China in terms of the net zero goals, not dismissing the concerns that the West have. So I think that is an important point, because in this sense, China has, they are ahead in many, many ways. So closing them down entirely from the supply chain, I think will not help us, because we are in this urgent race together to reach, sustainability. So I think for a country like Malaysia, where we are trading with both, we do hope, we understand that, the geopolitical situation is real. There are real concerns from everyone, but we have to find ways to address that while still keeping channels of trade and collaboration as open as possible.
And it's a really good point, because we just don't know what this confrontation is going to look like. We've got a few days to go. Minister Malik, I'm going to give you the last word. We've got 4 minutes left. Perhaps we can squeeze in some more. But again, from a macro perspective, and it's not lost on me that you're a nuclear powerhouse as well, Pakistan. We don't know what the next major source of energy is going to be globally, whether it's going to be uranium. That would benefit, of course, Kazakhstan in a very big way, and so forth. We're sitting in such an uncertain period, and I think you have painted a picture of some of the issues that we face, but I wonder if you believe there is a glimmer of hope for everyone to actually find a way to work together, that even if there is a confrontation between the US and China, they still find loopholes to collaborate on decarbonization.
Well, I'll give you a tactical answer, and then I'll give you a strategic answer.
Yeah.
Tactically speaking, although Pakistan, when you talk about Pakistan, particularly in the context of its relationships with China, you think about Belt and Road and CPEC. But when you actually look at the investments, the biggest investments in Pakistan have been made in the area of mining have been made by North American companies. So Barrick Gold is the biggest investor right now in Pakistan, and the network or the collaboration that is being put together is more North American and European rather than Chinese. We have Chinese companies working as well. So tactically speaking, we've been able to create a balance where both the North American firms, European firms, as well as the Chinese firms are participating in Pakistan. Strategically speaking, the most important question that crosses one mind is, what is the end game? What is the grand game? If the grand game is to tackle and block, then we don't have hope. Then tackling and blocking, it's going to be. But if the grand game is more about decreasing the cost of factor inputs and the cost of inputs that go into industrialization and rapid development, then the game is going to be that of collaboration and co-option rather than just competition and blocking and tackling.
What are you seeing right now? Where do you think we're?
Well, I think at some point in time we will wake up. But I think a very big driver in this waking up is going to be innovation. And if you look at the mining industry, it probably has the least innovation over the past 100 years, least innovation of all. Even the big steel mills have become these micro steel mills, which are very efficient and low energy. But when we are thinking about mining, we're still thinking about using enormous quantums of water and enormous energy. And if innovation kicked in, and we started to think about new business models, not just traditional processing, traditional smelting, and rather than taking mud and at enormous cost of transportation, taking it to North America or Europe or China or wherever, if you end up producing products where the real materials are, because of micro smelting, because of innovation, because of new, then the product cost would go down, rather than basically taking mud all the way from one part of one continent to another. You'd actually be taking products that go seamlessly into innovation, into chips, into materials, into battery solutions, storage solutions, and that would decrease the cost, the factor input cost, the product cost, and the world would become more affordable, the world would become better. But has making the world better ever been the grand game? And I suspect not. I see no evidence of that.
You break my heart when you say that. I was hoping
well,
that
I'm sorry to break your heart, but
to make the world better. Private sector, do you want to make the world better?
I've been brought in by my host to speak the truth.
Hands up. Do you want to make the world better? Hands up. Yes? Well, we've got a whole room of people that want to make the world better. Government officials, do you want to make the world better? Yeah. There we go. I think we might be onto something.
Well, I hope I lose.
Thank you so much for a brilliant discussion. Thank you so much for your insights, and I truly wish you all the best. Not only the future of minerals, but also the future of our children. It's in our hands right now. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Eleni, and her panel. Really riveting conversation there. And I think what I found really striking, and perhaps it underscores the comments earlier around this need for cooperation and this need of bringing everybody along on this journey, not just because it's important for business sustainability or it's important in a state context, but it's because it's important for humanity. And the underpinning view from the Ministerial Roundtable was certainly that the cause that we're all championing in so many ways is indeed development. And a gentleman who champions one aspect that was mentioned in that panel, and that is the question of standardization within this sector is the CEO of the International Council on Mining and Metals. He's also the president thereof. Please welcome Roitesh Dhawan.
Please, Your Excellency. We want to. Okay.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us for this very important conversation about how we're going to increase investment in the mineral supply chain, particularly through partnerships. Allow me to introduce you to my six-a-side football team. We have many superstars from around the world, but we also have, of course, our two captains locally. I will not ask you, Your Excellencies, to tell us whether you are in the Al Nassr camp or the Al Hilal camp. I would hate to cause a fight here, but for Ronaldo and for Neymar and for everybody else famous here, we're going to have a chance to hear from you on what the pitch conditions look like and how we're going to make moves to score the goal. And the goal here is to increase investment in the mineral supply chain. I'm going to go straight in to you, Your Excellency Al-Faleh, to ask you, sir, to tell us, sitting in your position, what is the operating environment for those that are investing in the mineral supply chain, particularly in the kingdom?
Well, thank you very much for moderating, and thanks to Minister Al-Khrayef, Khalid Mudafer, and the colleagues from the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources for organizing this great event. I will use your metaphor for a second and tell you that I am like the coach of the team, and I want all of our supporters to know that we're going to win. Not just as a Saudi mining industry, but indeed as a global sector that works through collaboration and partnership across borders, and indeed with other sectors and other industries that are so pivotal and important, especially the financial industry, of course, the energy industry, logistics, of course, is critically important, and the human resource development is key, because ultimately this sector we're talking about today is one that is driven by human talent, by innovation, by technology, and unless you invest in the people and the technologies, you cannot succeed. Despite the confidence I just mentioned, we know that from its inception, mining has always been a sector about overcoming extreme challenges, unlocking these minerals from the earth, the crust, and below the crust is one not for the faint of heart, as we would say, and requires that we must bring in all of what humanity can bring in, from capital, technology, human, but also the importance of regulations. I think on the positive side, fueling my confidence, the demand is going through the roof, literally. In the meantime, supply is getting constrained because of depletion of some of the easiest to access resources. And then you have the fact that many areas are being blocked from access because of ecological and environmental resources. And when you do get access to these fragile areas for mining, you have to do it with care, excessive care, excess care, and that is going to require a lot of investment that speedy, efficient mining may not allow. Geopolitical tensions has been spoken about for years now, from pre-COVID, accelerated since COVID, and of course this year is going to be, I think, a climax of this tension of who controls what supply chains globally, and we know who the key players are within their home turf. So the holders of the mineral resources that we talk to are pushing us to do more of the processing of the mineral ores in country, and rightly so. Many times that is the right thing from an environmental and from an efficiency standpoint, but many times also these holders of the resources don't have the basic requirements to do the capital intensive and energy intensive and technology intensive and logistically required imperatives to be able to do it. So you have this tension, where is the optimum for performing the value add? My inclination is we do it as close to the resource base if and when possible, and if you have the right players. I think of course, we know the drivers of demand, we know the limitations of supply. Recycling is becoming a huge source of minerals to complement and supplement the primary resource from the earth, from original sources. And technology, I think one cannot underestimate what technology will do. We will be able to unlock things we don't know. There are the knowns, unknowns, and unknown unknowns, and I think technology, especially with the advent of AI, satellite sensing, airborne exploration, and many others. So the convergence of all of these factors make this an exciting period to be in mining. We have no choice but to meet the demand that we talked about. But being able to navigate and partner and deploy the right sources of capital and capability from across the world is going to be key to meet this imperative on the industry.
An exciting time indeed. Now, Your Excellency Saad, as a very good coach, His Excellency would say all players are equally important. But if he was going to pay extra for one player, it might be somebody like you, because you occupy a very special place in the ecosystem to promote mining investment. Can you tell us what that place is and how your organization is overcoming the challenges for investments in mining?
Yeah, thank you. I think His Excellency Al-Falih elaborate on the risk associated with this industry. I think from the morning sessions that we have seen multiple examples of how complex is this industry, how time-consuming, longer cycles, and with its and geographical distribution of this industry, which have an associated risk with it. So, Export Credit Agency, as I'm running Saudi Exim Bank, which is one of the export credit agency, mostly owned by governments on a global level, and some of them are partly government and private sectors. Their main role is to stabilize and continue the continuity of supply chains, providing solutions to help the continuity of the supply chains. It's more needed in mining industries and minerals, where supply chains are really fragmented around the world, where production in one side, processing in the other side, and market in a third side, and maybe fourth or fifth sides, there is associated risk, high risk, with production quality, quantity, pricing by the time it's produced, because it takes years to produce, so pricing at the end, and sometimes geopolitical tensions. So ECAs, Export Credit Agency, help to mitigate this risk by either providing financing or some guarantees and insurance, as maybe during His Excellency Jad'an session this morning mentioned how we help. To give this in a perspective, maybe I'll give you a small example. During the last couple of years, there was a shortage of or disturbance of fertilizer, phosphate-based fertilizer to African countries. Saudi Exim worked with commercial bank to provide $150 million revolving credit facility. Until now is working to mitigate and provide fertilizer to 25 African countries. This is just a small example, or an example how ECA helped in stabilize supply chains while addressing global challenges.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Dominic, you described yourself as a frightened optimist. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from you how you see the world and why you're optimistic about it.
Well, I think as been said, we're in an unbelievably complex, fast-changing time. There's so many forces, the technology, the demands, the geopolitics, all of the shifts all happening at one time. But the way I look at it is it's like if you think of a probability curve and what's normal used to be the bulk under that curve, it's flattened. And when it flattens, that means there's a lot of downside, but there's actually a lot of upside. And so as an organization, I think you have to be prepared for both. Don't be pessimistic, don't be overly optimistic. And as His Excellency was saying about the industry that we're in, I'm very optimistic because there is a huge supply-demand imbalance. We do not have enough of the critical materials to be able to do the energy transition, which is we need to do it. And so I think being able to, having that in mind, with all of the volatility, keeping that in mind, there's opportunity to be able to do it, and doing it in partnership. I think one of the ways you manage the downside is by working in partnership with governments, with your suppliers, with your competitors, and with the sort of maybe the traditional owners in which you're operating. So I think partnership is going to be a big part of it, but I'm optimistic, even though I may be frightened.
And later, Dominic, I'm going to ask you to tell us a story of where that partnership has really worked wonderfully. Hans-Paul, few people have seen sectors in this region and globally as you have. You really do have a sense of sectors across different industries. Tell us how you see the mining industry positioned today.
Well, obviously, I share the optimism that was expressed. I think one of the key elements is not just because of geopolitics, but also because of other risks. I think we will see a much more regionalization of the supply chains and a clear need for that in order to de-risk. That will be very important. And that also means that we need to create ecosystems, so maybe Middle East plus Africa could be an ecosystem, not just in the extraction, but also in the processing side. And the idea that everybody processes all the minerals themselves, I think is a big mistake, quite honestly. I mean, we cannot get too close because we need energy, we need water, we need chemicals, we need the infrastructure, we need logistics. And there, I think the kingdom can play a very important role, working together with other countries in the Middle East and also in Africa. I think it will be really impossible for each of these African countries, to develop the processing capabilities themselves. And I think by creating a hub in the kingdom for processing, I think that could be also a major way of de-risking for the rest of the world, because obviously the kingdom can play, work with everybody around the world. And not fall into the trap of being on the one side or the other side. But I think it really requires partnerships between countries, so that they do really agree on who is covering what part of the value chain. It also requires, of course, partnerships between different companies. The mining companies actually are not so keen on the processing side, so we need to find partners on the processing side. And I think the key element, of course, is then also to engage with the society at large in order to get acceptance. I think we will. Everybody talks about scarcity of minerals, But I find it difficult to believe that in Europe, for example, we will develop the lithium deposits that we are having, because there's so much, let's say, aversion towards mining in general, and then of course the processing in particular. That's why I think it's very important to make sure that, you know, within the different countries we find a way of engaging the society in order to ensure that we have supply chains that really work ultimately. But I think the key really is for the Kingdom to play a very important role in engaging with the other countries, especially in Africa and the Middle East, and then to be a provider of the processed minerals for the rest of the world.
Now, Dominic, you've, of course, had political leadership at the highest level, but now you're with a group, Appian, that is playing a critical role in providing finance to the mining industry. How do you see things, either leaning on your experience in government or where you are now?
Well, thanks, Ro, for bringing us all together. Look, it's hugely challenging. There are trillions of extra dollars of investment required for not just the volume, but the range of critical minerals and rare earths we need. And we know it's not a level playing field or a free market in its conventional sense. The big players seem to be more focused on consolidation. Let's see what 2025 brings ahead. So at Appian Capital, to answer your question directly, since 2016, we've brought 12 new mining projects on tap. That's more than the 5 largest global mining companies together. And the reason I say it's interesting is twofold. One, it's coming at that mid-cap level and unlocking resources and the volume and the range of resource we need, I think probably is going to require some of those mid-cap investments. And secondly, what's different about Appian is they have this very strong in-house team. I mean, I'm a lawyer, a recovering politician, and I'm meeting all these metallurgists, geologists, engineers, who all tell different jokes about each other. But when they're not doing that, what they add is value to the asset. And so that asset value creation is the real thing that we need. Geopolitically, obviously, there's a lot of turmoil and uncertainty. But I do think, to build on some of the points made earlier, certainly the US, the West, and I chair a group of investors that advise the US government. We've got a report coming out tomorrow on the investor lens on critical mineral supply chains. But certainly from a so-called Western point of view, we need to be far more agile in who we work with. Indonesia is very interesting under a new regime. I think Brazil, we have investments in Brazil, is very interesting. We were talking earlier about Argentina. And of course, that brings us on to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for all sorts of reasons, both resources, the Public Investment Fund, the ability to do public-private partnerships. I think, again, to your point about partnerships, we need to be much more agile, both in terms of business working with government and our partners coming together if we're going to solve this conundrum.
Dominic, I won't ask what jokes the metallurgists make about the politician.
They've hidden that from me so far.
They have, good, okay. So Catherine, I haven't the faintest clue why Dominic would say that the big majors are interested in consolidating. I have no idea what he might be referring to. Maybe you do, or you might just want to ignore that entirely and tell us what the world looks like from the perspective of the world's largest mining company.
Yeah, well, I think if I do take it from that perspective, so as Chief Development Officer of BHP, I think there are 3 things that stand out to me looking forward. The first is the definition of who our competitors are is changing and continues to change. So even if you just look at this panel, you know, the level of interest that there is now in mining, the publicly listed mining industry needs to make sure it's paying attention to other competitors, whether it's state-owned enterprises, whether it's private equity, whether artisanal mining, all of these different routes to getting product to market means that we need to be a little more alert, nimble, and open-minded as to who we partner with and how we partner. And so that theme of partnership, a partner, the flip side, is very close to being a competitor. That same person they're trying to get just as much of the pie. And the key is that we grow it together rather than compete for it. So that would be the first point. The second point is what I find fascinating about mining as someone that's been in the finance industry, a geologist by background, but then in also sort of the power space, is both how relevant and irrelevant mining is at the same time today. So if you look at it, the whole of the publicly listed mining industry is $1.2 trillion.
top S&P 500, 5 companies is 15 trillion. So the rest of the world just thinks this stuff happens in the background somewhere, and we are building the whole of the global economy on what we produce in this room. And yet, from a sort of relevance to the daily conversation, to the civic society's front of mind, they don't see mining as important. And so for us as representatives of this industry, making sure that is seen to be understood and seen to be part of the solution to the future is going to be critical. And I think this forum, just from being part of these conversations, is doing a huge amount in order to raise that profile. And then the final thing I would say is that our stakeholders are multiplying, and they're becoming more sophisticated, more demanding. You know, traditionally mining, it was between the developer and the government. And if you had those two stakeholders, you could get something built and you could produce. Now, the number of different stakeholders, communities, shareholders, civic society in general, NGOs, the number of people involved in trying to get a decision made and actually getting something built and ongoing production, because you're always having to make trade-offs, makes this an incredibly complex business. But it's also what makes it such a fascinating business.
Now, Dominic, tell us through a short story that this is indeed possible, that partnerships can work.
Well, again, it's in so many different dimensions. It's with governments, it's with competitors. We do work in Chile with BHP, the suppliers. The one example I'd give, it may be a non-traditional one, but it's because it's a combination of Rio Tinto, Canada, a local traditional ownership group, and a Chinese supplier. And it's Wuxi Boton is one of our suppliers of conveyor belts. We have about 800 kilometers of conveyor belts. These are very complicated pieces of capital equipment. If they break down, you've got a big problem, right, in where it is, and they produce it. And this iron ore mine that we have in Canada called IOC is in Labrador, where you have extreme temperatures. And the problem is the maintenance of these belts. And what happened, this partnership example is where you have the Chinese supplier, Wuxi Boton, worked with a local Innu group to train them, brought them to China to do maintenance. And so this local traditional owner group has a maintenance company that does the maintenance on the conveyor belts of what we're doing and where it is. And I think that's just of course we're there, it's our iron ore, but it's a combination like that. And I think we're going to see more of that in many dimensions, working with all different parts of the system, as long as it's cooperative, as you said. Like we're actually trying to move it all forward. Yeah. But when you do that, it's less risk, things move faster, it's less capital, and it's complementary in terms of what happens.
Catherine, your favorite example of partnerships working?
Yeah, well, we've got one. We announced a joint venture with Lundin Mining to move into Argentina. So it's a great example of how through partnerships, and it's a very sort of traditional joint venture type partnership, but when you look at the positive, a lot of the same themes that Dominic just talked about around de-risking. So for BHP, this was moving into a new jurisdiction. We're in Chile, we're not in Argentina. So we looked at what are the partners that can bring in their expertise, their relationships, their networks. It was the meeting of minds on geological potential, so a shared vision of just what this might be and how we could use each other to really create something that neither one of us could do on our own. So 1 and 1 creates 3 in that situation. And it's also trust. You know, that's the hardest thing in this industry, is to find people that actually you can sit down around a table and say, look, let's just work this out. You know, these are the ups and downs. And so being able to find those kind of partners enables you to then unlock this huge resource potential. Because when you can de-risk it with multiple players, reduce the level of capital, and have someone that says, okay, we're here for the next 30 years, that's when you're willing to invest. And for the mining industry, those are the kind of timeframes you're investing. These are not 2-year, 3-year investments. If we're going to commit to Argentina, we're in there through multiple politicians, multiple fiscal regimes, and we need to know, A, the geology can do it, and B, that the people that we're sitting next to fighting those battles with have each other's backs. And so it's been a great example.
Wonderful. Your Excellency, Minister Al-Falih, so to the companies on this panel, but anybody listening, when they would ask you, Your Excellency, we would like to partner with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to grow mineral supply chains, what is your typical answer back to them?
Well, let me first just comment on what Catherine said about the relevance of the industry. I think what she's referring to is a Western phenomenon. This is very much true when we observe how capital markets, where funds are going, and where investor interest and the multiples that we see in certain industries in North America, in Europe, and other G7 countries. But in the developing South, it's not so. We are seeing, and it's demonstrated in the capital markets. You look at the multiples of mining companies, public companies in the West, and look at multiples of companies in the developing South, Saudi Arabia, China, elsewhere, where retail investors, not just the state, this is not just about the sovereign wealth funds investing in these companies, this is also about the sentiment in the country. So we are betting on the presence and the future of this industry, and we're investing, whether it's institutional or individuals, and that's why you see companies like Ma'aden and others in Saudi Arabia doing so well, able to access capital. I think everything I heard about BHP and Rio Tinto and other private companies cooperating, I agree with 100%. I happen to have had a background in the oil industry, and I can tell you we would not be producing 100 million barrels plus a day despite significant decline and depletion, which means trillions of dollars over time has to be invested in oil and gas if it wasn't for the right partnership approach, which we have developed over many, many decades between companies. Many large fields are developed by consortia. Saudi Arabia, with all of its resources, there was one company that had the concession, and once they saw the resource, they brought others, and ultimately the government joined, not just as a regulator and a resource owner, but as an investor. And of course, the end result is Aramco. We're doing the same thing with Ma'aden, investing jointly with Alcoa, with Barrick, with Mosaic, and other companies. We've also realized that the sector is actually not getting the favorite sentiment from capital markets, especially again in the West. And we see many mining special purpose funds that have actually, unfortunately and wrongfully, declined by an order of magnitude, both in the UK and Canada and elsewhere. So I think it's time for governments and government financial institutions which see the need for this to also fill that gap that is materializing in capital markets. So PIF, for example, joined hands with Ma'aden to establish Manara, which is a global investment arm to unlock resources that may not be present in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and to build the resilient global supply chain that everybody needs, not just us. And we're putting that patient capital. So they've invested with Vale. We're investing with partners that have found the kingdom to be, going back to Catherine's words, a trustworthy partner. We're investing with them and in advanced discussions to unlock virgin copper mines in places like Pakistan, which will fill the gap that everybody has been talking about. But as my colleagues who spoke before me said, I think the biggest partnership approach that governments need to do, and I hope we're demonstrating it, and if we're not, please let us know so we can fix it, is to demonstrate to investors that we're not here to extract financial benefit from you as a primary or even a secondary objective. We're here to enable you, and we will take the risk that we can properly and appropriately own as a government. We do that through regulations, through stability and predictability of the concessions and the access we grant you from the beginning, regardless of how profitable it becomes over time. And again, many of the investors who have come to Saudi Arabia has found this. And then we extend soft loans, soft financing, and His Excellency Saad spoke about the role of ECA, not just to finance the phosphate that gets exported, but Exim Bank is going to be financing some of the mining investments that Manara and Ma'aden will do internationally, because they cannot access as easily commercial funding, and that's where governments need to step in and provide patient capital and low-cost capital, because unfortunately, my call for action as this global dialogue is raging about what is the right mix between sustainability and green finance and the sectors that need, is to remind everybody that the energy transition, that managing climate change ultimately is going to be underpinned by a few things. Energy sector is the one that gets talked about the most, but mining is right there in the front line. If this sector doesn't succeed in providing the mineral resources, critical metals especially, for the energy transition will not happen. And it has to be at an affordable cost. So not only access to finance, but cost of finance. And we need to find the right risk mitigation where governments de-risk this investment to a large degree to allow and to draw in. And then the sovereign wealth funds, the development funds need to crowd in commercial funding and private funding to go along with it. And let's not forget, we haven't talked about it enough on this panel, but we talked about energy transition, but the technology revolution, hyperscale cloud computing, and of course, AI is going to be a huge pull on critical materials for the semiconductor industry and the data centers, but also obviously it's going to require another significant increment of electricity, which is going to be primarily from renewables, and it's going to require the copper and the critical metals. And that's why, going back to what Catherine said, this sector has to be at the heart of the conversation. And I think ultimately we have to assume that the financial industry will see the light and will be forthcoming in providing the capital we need.
Well, let's ask them very briefly. Your Excellency Saad, I'm guessing from everything you've said that investing in mining will continue to be a priority for Exim Bank.
It's very important. Maybe I'll continue on the partnership. It's very important. You know, ECAs on a global level, they complement each other. They don't compete. That's good because we are not commercial. So we work under the Berne Union, where we're 82 ECAs from 6 countries work together and meet multiple times. Last meeting we met in Riyadh discussing country risk actually, and how can we mitigate a transaction between countries and work together. One important factor in the mining and mineral cycle is that global trader. You know, we have Jeremy in the first session, the CEO of Trafigura, and it's one of the main, actually one of the top 5 or 4 global traders in minerals and oil. And it's very important that ECS enable those global traders. In Saudi Exim, we provided $1.5 billion of credit facility to global traders to enable the flow and sustainable stabilize the demand and supply of minerals on a global level.
Wow, extraordinary. Dominic, you stand ready to provide capital to the industry?
Absolutely. It's an exciting moment. I can see the opportunities amidst all the risks. And I think one of the big things, and I think it was touched on by His Excellency at the beginning, is there are, if you look at this from the point of view of enlightened self-interest, there are huge commercial gains to be made, as well as increase in supply from end-to-end supply chains. Because even if you can tailor your extraction methods to your recycling and your processing, the grade of the mineral will be much higher. So I think that's hugely positive. But you can also do it in a way which is more sustainable. And a real end-to-end supply chain will have to involve recycling. So we invest in US strategic metals in Missouri, as well as producing copper, nickel, lithium, and cobalt. It now takes lithium-ion batteries, recycles them, and you get the black mass feedstock out of it. And I think that is going to be a real growth area. Again, it involves public-private partnership. Again, it involves agile supply chains and more friendshoring. But I think, again, from the point of view of enlightened self-interest, bringing communities along and making sure we leave the planet in a better place, as well as providing our energy needs, I think that's going to be a big growth area.
Hans-Paul, normally we would have to pay you a lot of money for your advice, but today you'll give us some advice for free as the mining industry. From everything you've seen and everything you've heard today, how can we do partnerships?
Well, I think the key is, first of all, we will get a lot more attention over the next years and decades into mining. I think there's no question. I think what we also will is a lot more investments, also because of the geopolitical tensions. But I think it will only work, and I think Her Excellency, the Minister, and also the CEO of XMX has really expressed it clearly. It needs very close cooperation between companies and governments. And also, of course, and Catherine has alluded to this, with the local communities to make it acceptable. Even if the governments and the companies agree, does not mean it will go through. I mean, we'll see a lot of resistance in Latin America, in parts of Africa, in Europe anyway, against big projects. So one of the key elements will be to really work together well and remove all the pain points on the process, because getting up a new mine takes not just years, maybe it could take a decade. And so I think one of the key elements will be to work right from the beginning very closely together and define ideally the conditions under which this will be beneficial for everybody involved. And I think that will be the big challenge, and those governments and those companies who can manage this process best will be succeeding.
And Dominic, you're in the unique position where you are building some very big mines around the world right now, and I'm guessing you're absolutely in the spirit of how can we do this as best as possible.
Yeah, it's. I think we're building more now than we ever have in our 150-year history.
Wow.
And we're not building them in Switzerland. It's complicated, and so all of the elements that are talked about making sure you have the stakeholders or the social license is critical. But that's where we need to grow, because we just, on pretty well every critical area, we're seeing this big supply-demand gap. And we're going to have to work with partners to be able to make that happen. But we're actually very excited about how it's moving. We're in Argentina, we're lithium with Rincon, so we're at 4,000 meters. It's a very complicated place to be doing that sort of work. We're in Guinea, as you know, where we're basically have to build the infrastructure with our partners to be able to get the iron ore out. And so I think we'll just continue to do it. But we need the capital. We have to show the returns for it. We need to make sure that we're long-term. I mean, the thing I think in all of this is, that we're in a long-term business. There's going to be a lot of shifts and changes, and we need to invest and think about what that environment will look like.
Your Excellency, final word to you. Imagine if I looked at your desk, right, and there was a mining file and a different sector file and a different sector file. When you open the mining file, do you get excited about it? Do you think, this is going to be a very exciting investment? Do you think, not these mining guys again, that's boring?
Of course. Well, I think one thing I want to comment on that has been said by the executives is that for success, long-term success, and meeting the expectations of long-term investors, not people who are betting and day traders, is you need to have a portfolio of investments that is diverse in terms of different industries and different resources that you are addressing, but equally important is diverse in terms of vintages and timelines. So as you harvest your mines that are at their peak, you need to be investing in the next one and the next one so that you can have 15, 20, 30-year predictability of revenue, and at the same time you can cushion against some of the cycles that may hit one commodity more than another. And for us in Saudi Arabia, I think the key under Vision 2030 has been diversification. So there is no one sector that is more exciting than the other. Oil and gas continues to be the bedrock for many, many decades to come of the Saudi economy, but we're building on the bedrock, a skyscraper of different sectors, and some of them, most of them are reinforcing of each other. So mining to us is important as a sector, but it's even more important as one that is going to feed into industrialization. That is also creating a lot of demand for logistics and transport, which is a sector on its own. It's providing a lot of demand on technology, and we need technology processing. The sector is moving into autonomous mining, and there is AI processing of data and sensing technology. So it's a huge pull, and as I mentioned on RDI and innovation, it's a great sector to open up for young entrepreneurs, scientists, and technologists. So as important as we see it as a sector of its own, which is growing, faster than the global economy is growing in terms of global GDP, we see it also as feeding into other sectors. I mean, Riyadh today, if you talk about travel and tourism sector today, they're enjoying the FMF. It's providing demand on hotel occupancy. Many people are calling me to say, can you help us find a room? Because the FMF is brought in thousands of people from outside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So that's just a small level of spillover of this sector into other sectors. But certainly it is prime. And as His Excellency the Minister of Finance said, we've allocated the resources. The Saudi Industrial Development Fund strategy was revised so that industry, by definition, includes mining and metals, and the significant part of the capital of SIDF, as one of our leading development funds, is going towards the mining sector to provide that patient capital and to de-risk and to show that the government is putting its money where its mouth is.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I described them as my six-a-side football team. They're certainly a lot smarter than an average footballer, dare I say. But if you were to take one word away from this panel, I encourage that to be optimism, because we've heard a lot of that, and I thank you very much for that. Please give them a hand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you so much.
Rotesh, or Ro, as we all call him, thank you very much to you and to your panel. So already, we haven't actually made it to the break in the day just yet, and already there's been an awful lot of information shared with you. There's been a lot said, and I think also plenty of food for thought. Right now, you may recall, a little bit earlier, we mentioned something called the big debate. Well, we have reached the moment in today's proceedings where we are going to have that big debate in just a few moments. The theme of this gathering this year, of course, is about how do we move from the thoughts, the thinking, the planning, to impact when we deliver. How do we make sure that what we are going to be doing, and when we do deliver, we do so in a way that is positively impactful to humanity, number one, and secondly, that we do so in a way that is sustainable in the long run, because ultimately you want businesses that are going to be functioning in the long term, but you want them to be respected and you want them to act in a responsible fashion. So, delivering impact is indeed going to be the context for the next conversation. David Eads is going to be joining you for that, but right now, let's take a look at what you can look forward to.
Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 is radically transforming Saudi life and the prospects of our people. As a global investment leader, with decades of providing the world with energy through oil and gas, the kingdom is making a bold effort to diversify its economy and turn the kingdom into an industrial powerhouse that will position minerals as the third pillar of its national economy. With mining and minerals as the backbone, Saudi Arabia is home to some of the most dynamic projects on the planet, brought to life by unmatched vision, resources, and determination. As it realizes its ambition to become a global minerals hub, Saudi Arabia is creating a resilient supply of critical minerals to fuel development and the green energy transition, building a sustainable future for industries worldwide. Saudi Arabia has what it takes to build an ambitious, emerging minerals hub underpinned by an unparalleled ease of doing business. We're open to the world and ready to shape the future. Ready to hear more?
Well, I think that gives you a little bit of insight into where we're going over the course of the next 15, 20 minutes or so. Let me just start by saying this. As a journalist, I think there are two elements of journalism that are particularly appealing. One is the opportunity, in a place like this, for example, to probe, to question, to challenge, to discover more in any particular direction or sector. The second, and my background is very much as a broadcast journalist, as an anchor, is a little bit more adrenaline rushed, and it's about the ability to be the first person to break news, to be the first person to tell an audience something they really need to hear. And there's a buzz to that. And I feel that we're coming to what I would call a moment in time in the forum for some breaking news for you. It is built around the themes that we're working with. It is the discussion of ambition into impact. And I'm going to draw onto the stage for you 5 key players here in Saudi Arabia who are making a difference, who are developing a project which has the ability to hit the front pages, not just around this forum, but effectively around the world. That is the impact of the message that we're going to bring you now. So what I'd like to do, first of all, is to introduce those 5 key players, as I mentioned, bring them out onto the stage. They are key players in the mineral sector, pursuing Saudi Arabia's journey on the, assigned in the country's Agenda 2030. So ladies and gentlemen, please would you put your hands together for our big 5. Bob Wilt, CEO of Ma'aden. Abdul Qadir Al Mubarak, CEO of the Saudi Iron and Steel Company, Hadid. His Excellency Engineer Khalid bin Saleh Al Mudaifa, Vice Minister of Mining Affairs at the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. Mr. Zhao Yang, who's the Chief Procurement and Marketing Officer for Bab Al Khair Steel Company and Bao Steel. And Nazir K. Al Naimi, who is the Upstream President of Aramco. So I think already by drawing our 5 onto the stage here, you may be getting an inkling of the sort of direction we're going to be talking about over the next few minutes. What I would like to do to start, however, is to give the floor to Your Excellency, Khaled bin Saleh Al Mudaifa, really to give us, if you like, Vice Minister, the backdrop to what is going to be a significant moment in this forum. Vice Minister.
Thank you. Bismillah. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, industry leaders, and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to the Future Minerals Forum 2025. Let me take you on a journey for a moment, a journey of transformation. Just a few years ago, the global mining world saw Saudi Arabia as a nation of potential, rich in resources, but largely untapped. Today, I stand before you to share a story of ambition turned into action, vision turned into impact, and potential turned into remarkable achievements. In just 4 years, we have made remarkable progress. Today, we celebrate the Year of Impact and the transformation of Saudi Arabia itself to be a global mineral processing hub. Under the banner of Vision 2030, we have rewritten what's possible. Since launching our mineral strategy, we have streamlined exploration, unlocking vast mineral potential, invested in talent development programs, established a strong track record in processing phosphate, aluminium, steel, and titanium. Our national industrial strategy and Giga project is fueling unprecedented demand for minerals. We are leveraging our local demand, natural resources, and infrastructure to become a global supplier. Our commitment evident in continued investment in exploration, the National Minerals Program to ensure the supply chain resilience, to become the second largest exporter of phosphate fertilizer, be the top 7 global producer of aluminium, lead the region in low-carbon steel, become the second largest exporter of aerospace-grade titanium, be a regional leader in EV minerals such as rare earth and battery minerals. To achieve these goals, we are building a comprehensive ecosystem that encompasses advanced capability in exploration, logistics, infrastructure, financial services, technology, and skill developments. This approach is driving significant international interest. We are currently working on a new mineral investment opportunities pipeline valued at $100 billion, with a $20 billion already under construction or final engineering stage. But today is not just about looking back.
It's in place. So now let's cut to it. Bob, I'm going to start with you. What have you got to tell us today?
So, David, the last couple of years we've talked about standing up a significant exploration program to unearth the potential that His Excellency has mentioned. Used to be $1.3 trillion worth of resources we thought in the ground. 2 years ago, we upwardly revised that to 2.5, and it's our job to explore that. Last year, we announced a significant discovery south of Mansourah Gold Mine. And today, I can confirm the results showing high-grade gold mineralization at 220 meters below Mansourah Deeps, where there's potential of a new mine there. We got 2 new discoveries at Wadi Al Jawah, significant mineralization at 1 gram gold per ton at the early stage. And at Shaban, we've got latest findings that show gold and copper mineralization. So our efforts in the shield are paying off. We've got one of the largest exploration programs in any single jurisdiction globally, but we can't do it alone. So as we look at the Arabian Shield, you'll be talking with our exploration group and our corporate development group later in the week, where we'll be hosting some discussions about how to attract more juniors and investment into exploration in the Shield. But we're also expanding beyond into the platform, the broader part of Saudi Arabia, the eastern and southern part. And I wouldn't say we're partnering with a junior on that one, but I'll let Nasser talk about that in a few minutes.
That's what we call a tease.
Yeah.
But a lot of work there being lined up there, and plenty of opportunity there, but some challenges as well. And I think that will be reflected in where this is going. So the announcement will be coming in due course. Abdul Qadir Al-Mubarak.
I'm glad to announce Hadid today focusing on horizontal and vertical growth with the value up to 25 billion Saudi riyal.
Abdul Qadir
if we take it horizontally, Hadid today also focusing on a flat product, value-added product, special steel, up to 5 million tons. That's in line with the Kingdom vision and strategy in the steel.
There's the explosion of the announcement. Thank you very much indeed, Abdul Qadir there. Let me turn now to Zhao Yang, if I may, Chief Procurement and Marketing Officer at Bab Al Khair Steel Company and Bao Steel, with an announcement of your own, Zhao Yang, to throw into this mix, this powerful mix that we're building up.
Okay, thank you. We are working with our partners, Saudi Aramco and PAF, to build a multi-billion steel plate manufacturing facility, which will produce 1.5 million tons per year of steel plate to satisfy the Kingdom local demand and export to the region. The project site preparation is almost finished, and our plan is to start our project construction groundbreaking this year. The facility is the first in this region and would be the lowest carbon footprint steel production in the world. Thank you. Shukran.
Thank you. Gentlemen, there are explosions going behind you to signify each step of this stage-graded breaking news, as I'd like to call it. So that brings us to Nazir Al-Naimi. I believe you've got something rather important to add.
Yeah. We have some very exciting news. We're signing a memorandum of understanding with Ma'aden about possibly establishing a joint venture to explore and extract important transition minerals across the kingdom. Combining our vast geological data with our existing world-class infrastructure means we're well placed for mineral exploration and extraction. A collaboration with Ma'aden and their decades worth of mining expertise means our proposed joint venture has the potential to unlock Saudi Arabia's high-value mineral resources. We expect demand for these resources to grow significantly, as we heard earlier this morning, and for these proposed joint venture to support Aramco's focus on generating value for our shareholders. Alongside Ma'aden, we can become a major transition mineral producer on the world stage.
Another blast behind you as we take in that announcement, and clearly another major, highly significant moment as you're pooling the experience and the expertise of two critical disciplines here up on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please, a round of applause for this breaking news. And at this moment, I'd also like to, apart from add my thanks to our contributors here, ask up onto the stage some more key players. Very true. Let me come and bring you forward first, if you would, ladies and gentlemen. Just come in front of your Perfect, in front of your lecterns there. That's right. X marks the spot. We're going to have some family photo opportunities, if I can call it that, as we take away the lecterns from behind you. So as these pictures begin to be taken, I would also like to say, and I'm moving myself out of the shot to assist. Yep, so let me now invite up onto the stage some very important players indeed. His Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, Minister of Energy for Saudi Arabia. His Excellency Khalid Al Faleh, Minister of Investment. His Excellency Bandar Al Qurayev, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources. And Yazid Al Umaid, Deputy Governor and Head of MENA Investments. Gentlemen, you're very welcome to the stage. So an opportunity to share in this moment of breaking news. I think it's worth pointing out, these are pictures I'm sure you will see reproduced by, if not by the morning, within the next hour, in fact. So a moment to savor, and a moment which I think helps to reflect on the purpose of this forum, to move from ambition to action, to impact, to have a direct impact on the move towards a green transition and making the most of the minerals we have on offer. Gentlemen, thank you all very much indeed. I'm going to ask you to leave to the stage left, if you would, with one exception, of course, and that is His Royal Highness. Please, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, please stay with us, as this is our opportunity to give the stage to you. We thank you for your presence here and for the work you've been doing leading the Ministry of Energy, and we very much look forward now to your keynote address to this 4th edition of the Future Minerals Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, His Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud.
I hope there will not be any explosion behind me. I shall try to provide more excitement, but you know, probably the excitement I have is enough to explode the entire room. So watch out. Well, first of all, I'm very grateful for the opportunity. I've always thought that the very particularity of Saudi Arabia today is having to demonstrate how a government and actually put together an exemplary approach for what a government can do if we all, as government agencies, learn how to work together. Not only with each other, but I always call it and will continue to call it the ecosystem. And the ecosystem also engulfs corporate, state-owned enterprises, even partners. Because after all, none of us can succeed, again, working as a silo or in a silo. And what you see, what we just saw a while ago, is the very product of this cooperative approach. And some more, we have seen it in Activa 2 days ago, and more that we have seen before, and more important, what you will see in the future. Now, My title of this presentation, as you see it, is kind of a, I wouldn't call it warning, but I'm trying to make it more of a hypothesis, or if we have enough lawyers, I know one lawyer here standing, watching out for me, if I could present it like a case, and I will take exception and ask you to become the juror, unsolicited juror, but I could not have thought of a better juror than you, because in the juror system, you know, they're chosen without being asked whether if they can or not. In this case, I could not find a more resembling juror of what a juror should be, because you are all experts in this field, and certainly I cannot compare myself with the talent and the competence and the capabilities that are existing in this room. So my case is to put a case for that we really have an issue, serious issue, with mining as an issue of energy security. And I'll take you through for what I believe is the issue. As you know, we've lived an age and an era and a period where everybody was talking about energy security is more or less confined into the security of oil supply in the Middle East. However, today, oil is no longer poses an energy security challenge due to available storages, development of infrastructure, and mature supply chain, and the production of oil has become more prolific. So energy security is now, as we have seen in 22, is about the availability of not only gas, but LNG, and the provision of the infrastructure, and the capability of finding a sustainable buyer. It's not enough to have a gas buyer. A gas buyer has to be a sustainable gas buyer where he can put the infrastructure, the distribution, and what have you, so as the producer can continue investing and be assured that he will have the market for that gas. And that goes with electricity too. And again, electricity, it's not about generating. It's about transmission, distribution, and each of these systems have its own prerequisites and components that sometimes far exceed the cost of the transmission line and the distribution line, and also incubate lots of minerals, as you will see as I present my case. So, and in all of these things predominantly need mines and mining and minerals. So in this presentation, I will focus on the relationship between mining and energy security. Here you go. Now, luckily, I'm helped by too many consultancies and too many institutions that provide this information. But I'm just giving you what people are projecting in terms of the requirements of what's supposed to be the demand for solar, wind, batteries, and nuclear. And look at the minerals that are required. And don't look at lithium prices and copper and all of these minerals today, because there is an oversupply, recognized oversupply. But in reality, if the world will go to this anticipated demands of all of these four things, here you go. Lithium is 7 times, and the rest you could see it. Now, that's why I believe that meeting this increased demand for critical minerals present a substantial challenge to ensure responsible and reliable supply. In oil, we've always said, and you know, we have coined that word in Saudi Arabia. We are the most stable, reliable, responsible, reliable supplier of oil. In this one, there is no Saudi Arabia. There has to be many Saudi Arabias, because without which, we're in for a bad time. But we have to also be conscious of what we're getting into, because everybody knows that in mining, there is a great deal of amount of emissions that comes out of it, and does contribute to the issue of climate change. So as contamination of water contamination, waste management, and what have you. And I'm not the expert. And by the way, in today's mining, there is a lot of fossil fuel has been used. A lot of unabated coal has been used. And so has diesel. And you are an expert, and you know how much that is contributing to the accumulation of the carbon footprints. There is another issue, which is the geographical concentration of the resources, and I'll come to that immediately after this. And you're the expert. How long it take you to go from finding, discovery, the whole hobby lab process, going through exploration, going through extraction, and now it's becoming even tougher, because licensing and what have you, and the components and the infrastructure, they take time. But I'll come to that. And there is, and you will see it, a global race to have access to or secure these critical minerals. So if you think that we are alone as Saudi Arabia, or somebody else is alone, that's not the reality, and I'll show it to you. This is the kind of emissions that we get for every 1 ton of lithium, for example. You're getting 15 tons of carbons, and the rest goes on. So mining and processing currently contribute to about 5 gigatons of carbon dioxide, corresponding to 12% of the annual global greenhouse gases. Mining and processing also are difficult to decarbonize, and they primarily rely on coal, as I was saying. And to produce 1 ton of lithium, as I said, you will be emitting 15 million tons of greenhouse gases. Significant growth in mining and processing activities will result in higher emission unless we figure out a way of how can we attend to this challenging issue, because otherwise we will be electrifying using processes that will negate the purpose of its creation, which is reduction of emissions. And if we continue doing that, we're really fiddling with ourselves as opposed to attending to issue. It's like, trying to put up your hand and walking blind side, with your eyes closed, pretending that what you're imagining is a reality, but actually, when you walk with your eyes closed, you end up smacking a wall. Now, the other issue, the concentration, be it in extraction and be it in processing. It's self-explanatory, and it is not my facts, as I said. Look at the sources. So I'm not creating anything from my head. This is not our numbers. And I will put a disclaimer that this is not our numbers. But look at the concentration. Sorry. For some reason, I can't get it. Look at the concentration that you have here. And ask yourself, and I'll come to that because I have a nice number to show. Duration of how long you get it from 1A to Z. In fact, I checked with my good friend Khalid last night just to verify the numbers. I think, Khalid, you concur that we moved from 13 years to about 18 years processes. I'm not the expert, and you are the juror, so I rely on you. That's what I was talking about, the concentration. Sorry. I'm getting it. Here you go. People think that they are the only party that are trying to source for these minerals. We have not, as Saudi Arabia, I believe, we have not published our critical mineral list. But to the countries that have published, and there are 35 countries, look at how many of those countries are sorting for these minerals. And don't tell me that we will be going through a serious crowding in effect, which by itself, yes, it would create demand, but it also would create higher cost and more of an enhancement of the type of monopoly that those who have got the minerals today. It's actually a meaningful way of not only making it more profitable, but I believe there is a sense of something. I will mention it later at the end of the presentation. But I'm pretty comfortable to say that if this thing continue, you will see people jump on each other, and the cost of that will be higher cost and higher pressure on producers. Let's talk about we. We are transitioning as Saudi Arabia. And I'm showing you, my friend Emmett would be happy with that, because Alat is working with us on many of these things. I'm showing you what some of those components that we require for our own transitioning. And this is merely a small list of the things that we will be needing. We have another challenge ourselves as Saudi Arabia. We're not seeking local content. We're seeking localization. And I presented this chart in Iktiba just to showcase the difference between local content and localization. And the difference is two sub-processes, which is the manufacturing of the subcomponents and sorting out for raw materials. So our challenge is more intense, but more rewarding, because we will meet the big challenge, which is the mining energy security. By the way, my presentation of Iktifa You could just scan the barcode, and you will scan something which I found it different. And I would thank our people, those who are working with us on the localization program, that they have assembled the second barcode, where we would show you piece by piece, equipment by equipment, what we are targeting, and you could deduce from that how much minerals we'll be using. But it gives you a sense of focus of how also serious we're taking our localization program. More scary thing for us. This is our challenge. We, us as Saudi Arabia, just to meet our localization program for these certain quests or renewable, just on renewable, and the component of the renewable and the electricity sector. Look at how much minerals we would need. And because of that, we've been working in earnest to do our job, because none of these components we shall not produce, and no one is gonna stand for our way of delivering what we have promised our people of this country to deliver, let alone promising our leaders to deliver and achieve. It is not my job to talk about it, and I'm glad that Bob and Khalid had talked about it, and others, including Aramco. You know, Nasser and Amy is a good pal, a good friend. And Nasser had, as you heard him, had a cranky voice. And his crankiness, voice crankiness, comes from the many talks that we have with them on conference calls and video conferences. But I'm very glad and I'm honored to see Aramco at this stage working on something, you know, because we used to say the Arab, what you call it, the Arab thing is taboo. There is nothing for Aramco to do. I had the honor of participating in writing the bylaws of Aramco. And I was asked by many people, why would you include all of these activities in the bylaws? And I told them, because you're seeing Aramco of today, but you cannot imagine what Aramco can be in the future. So what you saw just a while ago is a testament that Aramco can be the diversified company, and its mandate has no limit, as long as it makes economic and sound economic decisions. However, Bob was talking about Manara simply because it was a product by Ministry, PIF, and the Ministry of Industry, of course, because we are humble people. We don't claim that we have all the resources and all the abilities to do all of the above. So we've created Manara to ensure that we can reach out to the resources that we need. See, that's the difference. We have our own particular list. We know exactly what minerals we know. Now we are working on figuring out what minerals we can produce here, and we're not shying from saying we don't have it, and we would like to source it from somewhere else. But we have to be doing it as fast and furious as possible. Back to security issue. At the peak of the 12 member countries, where there were 13, they were only producing 40% of the oil. And you could have heard a lot about how monopolistic OPEC has been. Just I showed you a while ago who is monopolistic and who is not. And as I said earlier, oil is no longer an energy security challenge. Instead, as I said, it's going to be gas, it's going to be electricity, it's going to be predominantly minerals. And today, some of these countries, as I was showing you, they have, as a country, have 50% of the ownership of some of these required minerals and critical minerals. And as I said, countries are racing to access critical minerals and secure their own supply chain. Rushing to secure access to resources will ultimately lead, as I was saying, to higher emission, higher metal prices, and higher energy costs, which is something I have not mentioned. The more you mine, the more energy you require. So as it is, the more AI and data centers, so as more energy. So in looking at the future, as everybody was saying, you will have AI, you have data centers, you will have mining to get, you have crypto mining, you have all of the above. Can you imagine what will happen to energy demand? And can you imagine the race between mining to create energy and energy to create mining and growth of this economy? I just want people to pause and think. I really don't like the idea of being the energy minister at that time. Enough. But I have the transition. Pause. I want to show you how consistent I've been. And this is an event that happened 2 years ago at KAICC. We hosted the International Association of Energy Economics. And then Jürgen was having a dialogue with me. I just put, if you bear with it, 3 minutes of what I have said then. By the way, the date of it is February 23. Now, I'm not going to be upsetting people and remind people of what I said in June 21 when I mentioned that, lost in translation now, the La La Land scenario. But I want to make sure that people are not getting me as into the business of scaremongering. I've been consistent, and I will continue with this presentation, and what may come in the future, I'll be consistent. And by the way, I'm not a person who will be shy to change his mind and I say, I was wrong. But I pity those people who is running with their story, unconscious of their responsibility, in pushing through something that they know technically cannot happen. But here, if you permit me to show you these 3 minutes to prove my consistency. But in all honesty, the transition that people are aspiring for, I cannot comment on it because I know whatever I would say, it would be interpreted as this is the very energy minister of Saudi Arabia who is trying to send off people from transition. Or what I want to say is that be careful of what you wish for. Because it will not happen in the same speed. It can never happen with the projected cost. And I'll give you an example. In Saudi Arabia, the cheapest producer of renewable, the difference between projects that we did in 20, and 21, and 22 is almost 20% and 30 to 40%. Can you escalate with all the transitioning that will happen? And by the way, it is not just going to be on producing electricity. It will be wiring for the electricity. It will be the transmission line. It will be the distribution lines. It will be the hydrogen and what hydrogen requires in terms of materials. It will be the facilities that will be built to export hydrogen or even distribute domestically hydrogen. It will be the carbon sequestration and what it requires. It will be the emission, the carbon capturing that is required. And you know what also? It will be the cars, it will be the vehicles, it will be the mobility components of all that if we are to electrolyze it. And I ask everybody, how much it would cost? How much competition will be there competing over the same resources? Check, not my number, check what is being produced today of all these materials that are going to be used. See how much is available. See how much it would take to make more available. And what would be the world capacity of availabilities even of the resource itself. And I would have to say, for the purpose of completeness, who is the owner of these resources and who is going to manage the markets of these resources? If people thought that OPEC in past, or OPEC Plus, as they claim it, as being a cartel, you haven't seen the real cartel yet. Well, because of that, Saudi Arabia is determined to produce every ounce, every gram, every molecule, every atom, every electron of our resources. And you are welcome to join us. This is the finale of my hypothesis, my case. It's my case, and I'm the lawyer for it, and I believe in that. Energy security, affordability, and sustainability depends on urgent, collective, and inclusive effort to address critical mineral challenges. And that's why we're here. And that's why we have this gathering every year. And that's why we invite you to be part of our own responsible way of attending to the real issue. Not walk blindly into a crisis that we knew ahead of time that we could have mitigated it. And I have one thing to do, which will show you. You could download this presentation, and I believe you could also, there is, that presentation is with you, and if you have any question, if you have any doubts, please reach out to us. But again, as a lawyer, I would have to tell you I rest my case, and you're the juror. Thank you.
His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, thank you so very much for the insights and the information, and a little bit of a talking to too. Now, I know it has been a busy morning, a lot of information, a lot of conversation, a lot of discussion, so you are probably just about ready for a break, and I refuse to be the person that's going to stand between you and your break, except to say that we need to gather here to begin the program at around 2:40, so if you can be back in the room at 2:40, so this afternoon's program can continue. So please do enjoy your break, and we'll see you shortly. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your break and that you were able to stretch your legs for this part of the day's proceedings. Now, our next speaker, I think when it comes to innovation and innovative thinking, there are a few like him. And when we talk about innovation in mining, I think for many people, it's probably his face that comes up. He is indeed the founder of Ivanhoe Mines, Ivanhoe Electric, and iPulse. Please welcome the gentleman that you all know as Robert Friedland.
Thank you, my dear. Yeah. Wow. It's bright. Your Excellency, Mr. Bandar Al-Khurayev, and the Vice Minister Khalid Al-Mudaifer, and assembled dignitaries, brothers and sisters. It's been 3 full years since we started this conference, and it has grown enormously thanks to the vision of the kingdom, and it's again an honor to be here. We're going to speak very quickly for only 25 minutes about the way we see the world, but let's start with how we started 3 years ago, reminding you that all of us are living on a little planet hurtling through space. We're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour as we sit here. We're racing around our sun as we orbit at 66,000 miles an hour. And our entire solar system is orbiting the Milky Way galaxy at a speed of 514,000 miles an hour. Therefore, it takes 230 million years for one galactic year. And in that last year, the dinosaurs were wiped out, humanity was created, financial markets were created, and our species is still trying to find a way not to all kill each other. So in the 3 years since we started this, we witnessed the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the tragedy in Gaza and the conflict with Israel and tensions with Iran. And we've watched the balkanization of the world economy as it devolves into competing groups. We have Chinese representation here, and in a few days, Donald Trump will be the President of the United States, and no one has yet talked about it. But we all live on this little planet together, and I say, alhamdulillah, thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a new force of young people has arisen in the middle to try to preserve the stability in this world, because there's no need to fight over energy, there's no need to have wars over crude oil, and there's certainly no need to have wars over critical raw materials. We all are in this together for our kids and our grandkids. Somebody has to talk a little bit about sanity. We can't enjoy our life with so much suffering near the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So, we all know about electricity. You've been hearing people about demand for energy. Our electrical grids will crash and burn if you believe the demands we're talking about for artificial intelligence. You know, warfare is now driven by drones. If my drone, which is connected to AI software, has less latency from a satellite and access to more AI, it will kill you before you can kill me with your drone. And so military demand, sophisticated new armaments and technology are drawing as much of these critical raw materials or more than the energy transition. We've all been talking about greening the world of the economy for our kids, solar power, wind power, electrification of everything. But the raw materials we need to do that compete with military demand that is now going to infinity. Data centers alone are projected to use a total of 1,000 terawatt hours in the next 2 years. We've already had 3 of these. This is the 4th of these conferences. So that demand would be equal to all of the electrical consumption of Japan. And you know, markets are made at the margin. If I hold a telephone book out here at the end of my arm for 2 hours, I can probably do it. But after 2 hours, if I put a feather out there, it'll break my arm. So that's an incredible increase in energy demand. And Google searches. When you do a Google search, you use a very small quantum of energy, 1,000 joules. but an AI search uses between 10 times and 30 times more. So it'd be about, instead of using the power to run a 100-watt light bulb for 10 or 12 seconds, it's the power to run that light bulb for 3 or 4 minutes. And all your kids are going to be doing an endless amount of AI searches soon. Where is that electrical energy going to come from? And renewable energy is insanely, absurdly metals intensive. Those windmills are made out of steel, high-strength steel, and those blades have to be recycled. They only have a life of 20 years. An electric car is using 6 times the minerals of a conventional car. An offshore wind farm uses 9 times more minerals than just burning natural gas, which gets me back to remembering, thank God, for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its energy endowment. This is the endowment that's keeping the world stable. This is the endowment of energy that built all the cities in the world. London, Los Angeles, and New York was built since the 1950s on this energy, and the idea that we can live without it is insane. We need every kind of energy we can stack up to solve this problem, because we're soon scheduled to have 10 billion people on this little mote of dust circling throughout the universe. Now, there's a reason why underwater power cables are so expensive. And everybody's building these things out at sea where these gigantic windmills are chewing up birds. I'm not sure that's the right thing to be doing, but those cables are insanely expensive. And now comes the United States military and NATO. Basically, everything you know of in post-World War II military equipment is obsolete. Elon is saying we don't need human beings in fighter jets. So the F-35 or F-19 American fighter jet, why is there a person in there when we can invent these robots to come and kill you at astronomical speed, but very material intensive? So the West is in a panic about the supply chain that protects the national security of the United States. And there's a new sheriff in town in 4 or 5 days driving the US administration, and things are really going to get volatile and change. I choose to be optimistic about that. And here's a good picture of what's going on. Donald Trump is already acting as the 47th president. He's not scheduled to be inaugurated for 5 more days, but everyone in this audience knows he's already taken over. China will work with the United States on a basis of mutual respect. If both sides can respect each other equally, everything is possible. But many strategists are saying that Beijing is bracing for bitter superpower rivalry over trade, technology, and security issues. And all of these issues, well, we used to fight wars over crude oil, and now all these issues are definitely, everybody's talking about critical raw materials. What materials are critical? What materials do we really need and why? And what is the critical role that the kingdom can play in maintaining a peaceful and balanced multipolar world? The transition from a unipolar or bipolar world to a multipolar world critically depends on the success of the kingdom. And look what's happened in only 3 years. This small conference was an idea in the mind of the Minister of Mines and his Vice Minister. And since then, this has become the preeminent speaking platform for the entire mining industry. Who else could get 85 mining ministers to attend? We need to mine as much copper in the next 18 years as our species has mined in the last 10,000 years just to maintain 3% economic growth. At the rate we're going now, China's looking like it will consume 17 million tons of copper this year in their infrastructure build-out. It's really hard for me to explain to you how difficult it is to build a mine, a sustainable mine. A mine that's running on Islamic principles, benefiting local communities, a mine that can be audited for being green. How hard is it going to be just to maintain 3% economic growth? That's without military demand, and that's without the energy transition. We need to mine as much copper in the next 20 years as we've mined in the last 10,000 years. So us miners have our work cut out for us. We'd appreciate all the support we can get from the kingdom. If you imagine 6 large mines, world-class mines, coming on every year till 2050, that's what's considered to be necessary for any rational attempt at an energy transition. And 40% of that new production would be for electrification, data centers, and upgrading the grid. If 20% of the American public had an electric car today and came home at 5 o'clock after work and plugged in that electric car, the entire grid would just roll over and die. The grid's just not available for that. And that's why my hat's off to His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz, who firmly understands it's the energy stability provided by the kingdom on which all of us are really dependent. And there is so much misinformation about everything having to do with mining or critical raw materials or energy. We need this forum to get people's feet back on the ground and discuss what we need to do and how we can try to innovate our ways out of this for the benefit of our species, for the benefit of our kids and our grandkids. And that gets me to Africa. It's right here, we're on the doorstep of Africa, home to 30% of the world's mineral resources, which has the richest critical mineral endowment. And I just want to teach all of you how big Africa really is. So this is the Mercator projection of the world to true size, because all of you were taught a lie when you went to school. You were showed the Mercator transaction. The distance east to west across Africa is much greater than the distance across Russia, east to west. When you see Russia shrinking, that's the real size of Russia. And although Donald Trump may think Greenland is really big, it's not that big. Because the true size of the Earth is distorted by the Mercator projection. The further north you are, the smaller the actual size. Now, I think it's a good idea for the United States and Canada to merge and form a country. We would be a little bit larger than Mother Russia, but as you can see, Russia's not as big as it's supposed to be. But look at Africa, and look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It doesn't change in true size. Latin America doesn't change much. Australia does pretty well. But these maps are presenting a false view of what our planet really looks like. Now, if you want to find metals, I can't go mining in Russia. That's off limits. I have a pretty hard time mining in China. And Latin America, not so easy in Latin America. It's possible to mine in Latin America, but there's a lot of places there that have some issues. It's Africa, ladies and gentlemen, where the metals are most readily obtainable. It's Africa where we have to go to have any attempt at a critical energy transition. Look at poor Europe. Hopeless, almost nothing there. They haven't got a clue. The United States and Canada have a big mineral endowment, and Latin America still has a lot more to be developed, but we need a lot of energy and a lot of work to get there from here. I'm going to just show you this movie about one mine. I showed it to you before, updated, to give you an idea of what it took to build the best copper mine in the world, the greenest copper mine in the world, the highest grade copper mine in the world, the most rapidly growing copper mine in the world, 30 years of our life to bring one of these mines on stream. The world needs 6 of these per year. It's going to be hard to find anything that matches the mineral endowment in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I just went to the Ministerial Roundtable Forum with 1,000 experts, a lot of gurus and consulting firms, and they ranked the project of bringing more electricity to the Democratic Republic of the Congo the #1 project for humanity for critical raw materials. We've been talking about this for a long time, but I want you to have a look at this again to understand how much work it takes for one. And I'm going to sit down and relax while you watch it. I'll be back. Thank you. So when we look at copper growth in the world, our joint venture is by far the largest. If you look at new copper production in the world from 2021 to 2026, the Democratic Republic of the Congo just dwarfs anything else on the planet. Hence, the position of the Ghawar oil field in Saudi Arabia is comparable to the copper in the Congo. And on this little planet, we don't get to choose where we go. It was an American cooperation here in Saudi Arabia that helped discover the Prosperity Well number 7, the Arab Zone, that brought on the enormous development of oil in Saudi Arabia, led to the birth of Aramco, and supported the world. We have to go to where the metals are. And we have to find a way to work sustainably with the local people. Now, I'm very happy to say that one of our companies, Ivanhoe Electric, worked with Robert Wilt, the CEO of Ma'aden, and we're working with a technology that can directly see copper and gold and other metals in the earth. And we've only surveyed 250 square kilometers out of almost 50,000 square kilometers. So a fraction of 1% of the survey area has just started, and we've already discovered very attractive copper mineralization with this world-leading technology, Typhoon. So we have a small film to remind the audience that we're actually working in the kingdom in an equal joint venture between Ivanhoe Electric on the New York Stock Exchange and Ma'aden. We're also building an ultra-modern copper mine in Arizona, and we'd love more Saudi investment in our American copper production. I'm sure that Donald would appreciate that. So we have a short film about Ivanhoe Electric, and I will again come back.
Ivanhoe Electric is a U.S. company focused on finding and developing new sources of critical electric metals required for the clean energy transition and the electrification of everything. We combine proprietary, disruptive technologies with a world-class exploration team and experienced senior management to advance a portfolio of high-quality projects. Ivanhoe Electric's proprietary Typhoon technology is a powerful, ground-based geophysical surveying platform that enables resource discovery across large areas of land at great depths. Typhoon can detect a wide variety of conductive and chargeable geophysical anomalies over large areas quickly and efficiently. Typhoon enhances our ability to discover new deposits of critical metals. Our subsidiary, Computational Geosciences, has proprietary, machine learning-based software that converts the raw data from Typhoon into 3D models of underground geology for follow-up drilling. We are also partnered in a 50-50 joint venture with Saudi Arabian mining company, Ma'aden, one of the largest and fastest-growing mining companies in the world, where we are leveraging our world-class technology platform in Saudi Arabia to explore for electric metals including copper, gold, and silver across approximately 48,500 square kilometers of Saudi Arabian shield. In November 2023, we commenced our first Typhoon survey on the Al-Amar exploration area near Ma'aden's Al-Amar mine. We believe this is the world's largest 3D direct current induced polarization survey conducted to date. Computational Geosciences
Oh. I'm very sorry, we'll go back. Can we go back? We go back. There we go. No, it doesn't want to play. That's all right. We are telling you that we have discovered copper, and we want to show you a few other things that we can do before we get to the technology. So while we're here in Saudi Arabia, if we can advance that slide. There. So we have found copper near the Al-Amar mine. I first came here 35 years ago to Al-Amar, and in that area very quickly, surveying less than 1% of our joint venture with Ma'aden, we immediately find copper. I'd like you to imagine what would happen if the entire kingdom is surveyed with the world's most advanced geophysical technology. Now here we have Mount Nimba in Guinea, Conakry, West Africa. This is the highest grade iron ore deposit in the world. It has no waste. It doesn't require a mill. About $850 million has been invested to date, and it's just absolutely the highest grade, 68% iron in the sunshine. This is the perfect iron to bring to the kingdom for the steel mills that are going to be bought in this country, in a Sunni Islamic country that would love to have foreign investment. And the American government is giving the support for a new railroad and port through Liberia to bring this material to the ocean. So if you're interested in ultra-high-grade iron ore in the Saudi mining industry, please give us a call. Now I'd like to show you some hope for the future with truly disruptive technology. In the few minutes we have, this is the most powerful machine ever built by human beings. It generates 88 trillion watts, more than 10 times the total amount of power generated by all of the world's power plants. This machine has been used in the atomic weapons industry, but this core technology we're bringing here to the kingdom. So let's give you a little video about how this technology works.
We are studying physics today that we didn't know we could study when we first built the facility.
We have a tool here that nobody else on the planet does, and this provides us sort of unfettered and exclusive access to states that just cannot be created any other way outside of a weapons test. Z is basically a giant battery. It's a big capacitor bank. The entire innards of Z is a series of stages meant to simply take that electrical pulse and compress it in space, compress it in time, and generate the most extreme pulse of electrical power that you can on this planet. And that energy is funneled down to a tiny little centimeter-sized target region at the very middle of the facility, and that's where the physics experiment is.
Well, for a very, very brief period of time, we actually have more power flowing through our machine than all of the rest of the world combined.
The pressure that we can create with the Z machine is about 100 million times atmospheric pressure. We can use that pressure to accelerate materials at very high velocities, anywhere from hundreds to 1,000 kilometers per second. We can create very high velocity implosions, grow material together, and reach even more extreme pressures than we could if we just slowly squeezed on them.
We can achieve temperatures hotter than the center of the sun. We can fuse hydrogen atoms together to create helium and produce copious amounts of energy.
So Sandia National Labs is America's preeminent nuclear weapons research laboratory. That core technology for civilian applications is being developed. And with this core technology, we compress electrical energy. We take the small amount of chemical electrical energy in your battery and we compress it with supercapacitors. And with that compressed energy, we make very high-powered electrical fields, which are used here in Typhoon in the Kingdom of Fine Metals. We make high-powered shock waves. We make very powerful magnetic fields, and we make very powerful electrical discharges. And this core technology can help us to develop the mineral industry in a whole new way. So I'm going to give you two vignettes that will tell you how we're going to use this technology. We're almost done. This is self-explanatory. Gas in crushing and grinding rock. All of these activities can be revolutionized with pulse electrical power.
So simply put, IROX breaks rock. What you're seeing behind me is ore from the Escondida mine in Chile. And as that falls through the column, we use our proprietary pulse power technology to burst the rock from the inside. Conventionally, we break rock by crushing it from the outside. When you burst it from the inside using a tensile force, you can use up to 80% less energy than conventional grinding technologies. And so we're able to take these large pieces of rock down to a very fine powder, but we do so very efficiently.
So you discharge energy quickly in somewhere between 50 billionths of a second to 50 millionths of a second, and you get peak powers from megawatts to terawatts. That's pulsed power. We can crack, fracture, drill, and mine with that energy.
You have a chain of events. The primary crusher, the SAG mill, the ball mill. What we want to do is take away that SAG mill and that ball mill. Bye-bye. It's a huge savings in electricity and a much lower carbon footprint.
By breaking rock along mineralogical boundaries, we're able to unlock more of the valuable metals that are trapped inside. We're seeing this translate into up to 5% higher metal recoveries, which is incredibly valuable, both in terms of the companies that are involved as well as the new metals that are needed for the energy transition.
iPulse, iRocks, iMine, these are all examples of breakthrough technologies. They have the potential to radically transform the way that we go about the act of mining and processing.
I think this is going to be a tremendous impact and change in the mining industry. Safety benefits, the decarb benefits, obviously the increased production and the bottom line benefits. It's a quadruple win on all dimensions.
It is technology that I think will be an important part of the change in our industry in terms of how we break through with some techniques that we've used for 100, 150 years.
For whatever reasons, we have some difficulties as an industry to innovate. And here I think we have a good example that innovation is possible.
This is almost like the holy grail that the mining industry has been searching for decades. The technologies that iPulse brings will help mining industry become part of the solution rather than being part of the problem.
We can produce all the metals we need for all of humanity with a lot less global warming gas. We have a better, cleaner, and greener way to use electrical energy, and it will change everything. You know, it's like trying to have an ant swallow an elephant, explaining technology quickly to an audience like this. But we'd like everyone in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to understand this technology and work together with us to change the world for the better. And so I have one more video, and then we're going to just about wrap this up. This is about geothermal energy, and there's a huge amount of heat under the soil here. Go ahead. Free electrical energy, everybody. The sun doesn't shine all the time. The wind doesn't blow all the time. But the heat that we have from Mother Earth is there forever on the human time scale.
G-Pulse is targeting geothermal applications in order to make it economically viable to create electricity thanks to deep geothermal power plants. The main issue currently with the conventional technology is the cost of the drilling. And what we aim at here is to reduce the cost per kilometer by a factor at least 2. The basic idea is to integrate our pulse power to help the conventional tool. It's like if we were softening the rock thanks to high pulse power.
So at the interface of our tool and the rock, with very powerful electromagnetic pulses, the rock stops thinking it's a rock. It thinks it's a gas. It just falls apart.
The concept of building a huge heat exchanger underground is already proven, but the challenge is to reduce the drilling cost to make this concept economically viable. G-Pulse has already reduced the cost of drilling by 70%, and we are going to commercialize it by 2027.
If you're successful in going down to 3 miles, 5 kilometers, you can tap 5 times the energy that the planet consumes every day. 5 times. So there's no energy crisis. There's a crisis in our ability to get the abundant energy that's right under our feet.
Conventional drills, even diamond bits, wear out quickly in granite. You can take pulse power, fracture the rock so that the drill bit can grind out the rock quickly without wearing out the bit. That's G-Pulse. If we can build geothermal energy sources, frankly, we have almost free energy on this planet.
We're talking about a way to give human beings cheap electrical energy that's green. The scale of that is anything beyond your wildest imagination. We're talking about liberating the equivalent of thousands of nuclear power plants. We don't need to build nuclear power plants. We don't need to pave the earth in solar cells. We don't need to chop up birds offshore in windmills. We can just utilize the heat of the earth. But we can't do that without a better way to drill and tunnel. And that's what G-Pulse is doing. So Carl Sagan said it, and I'm repeating it from 3 years ago. We're all in this together. We're all living on that little dot. That's home. That's us. Everybody you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who ever was. We live out our lives on this small planet together under Allah. I pray that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the young people here will help us to transform the entire energy situation in the world. It was Saudi Arabia that gave the hydrocarbon, that built the modern world. It's Saudi Arabia that has modernized Aramco into one of the greatest corporations. And it's the young people of Saudi Arabia, and I'm saying this as a 74-year-old, that have the position in history to help us work with these technologies and find a way out of the dilemma we face. And hopefully, we can provide peace and a good life for all 10 million people that are soon scheduled to live on this planet. Thank you very much for attending. Assalamu alaikum. I appreciate it.
It's always such a pleasure listening to you, Robert, so thank you. Always good to see you too. So as I was listening to that, it just struck me. When I started attending the Future Minerals Forum a few years ago, and I initially met Robert, I was always struck by the content that he brings to his presentations. And he kind of forces you to look at the picture slightly differently, and perhaps to rethink some of your own assumptions. So I have a small little confession to make between a few thousand of my closest friends, that I think I might just become a bit of a Robert Friedland groupie, but you have to promise me that you're not going to tell him, because I don't want him to know. But I think I might just be suffering from Robert Friedland groupiness. So one of the things that he highlighted in his presentation, you'll recall the map where he was giving some context to the real sizes, geographical sizes of some of the parts of the world that we've come to think are pretty significant in size and in reality may not be so. And he spoke a lot about Africa, which is where I'm from. I'm South African. And we can attest to that Robert was right. Of course, Robert is right. We are very, very, very big indeed. But over and above that, he spoke about the endowment and the mineral endowment that we have on the African continent. One part of the world which he mentioned in passing, but perhaps didn't highlight, was South America and what they may be bringing to the table. Well, that's going to be the subject of our next conversation, which is led by Dr. Kwesi Ampofo. He is the Principal Head of Metals and Mining at Bloomberg. His panel will be joining him as well. Please welcome them.
El segundo, okay.
Thank you very much for joining us. And I think we can all agree we had a very good time watching all those presentations today. So today I think we're going to talk about whether we are witnessing the dawn of a golden age for minerals in Latin America. And here we meet today to do that. We've got His Excellency, the Minister of Mines and Energy for Peru, Jorge Montero Conejo. Welcome. We've also got Maximo Pacheco, the chairman of Codelco. Thank you for coming. We've got Tristan Pascal, the chief executive officer of First Quantum Minerals. Thank you for coming as well. And then we've got Adam London, the chairman of London Mining Corporation. Thank you. And then Pierre Chenard, who is the chief executive officer of Manara. And then we got Rogero Nujera, who is the executive vice president of Iron Ore Solutions for Vale. Thank you so much for coming. So gents, it's a very easy question to start with, which coincidentally happens to be the title of our panel. So, are we witnessing a golden age for minerals in Latin America? And more importantly, what does that mean for your business? So I think I'm just going to go down and start with you.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about this. I prefer, in this occasion, talk in the language of my heart, Spanish, right?
Correct.
Sí, tenemos una enorme oportunidad en la transformación de la matriz energética mundial. menos combustibles fósiles y más energía renovable, y para eso necesitamos mucho más minerales, minerales críticos, minerales estratégicos. Ahora, ¿qué significa
the importance of
para América Latina? Eso significa, en primer lugar,
that means primarily that we need to learn and we need to
América Latina tiene una larga
we should think of all the assets that we have in Latin America, the natural resources, I mean, and we have a great deal of experience in this field, in the mining field, but this experience could be deemed responsible. So Latin America needs more cooperation, because all those sites of mining or natural resources should be adding or contributing to development in our countries. Secondly, we should facilitate and change some of the legal frameworks if needed. So there are many policies and many laws that hinder some of the projects or the future projects. So therefore, we need to better design some legal frameworks that will lead to better development. And we should also continue this effort to mitigate the cost. And when I talk about cost, I'm referring to the cost of energy and the use of energy during mining. And it would have also a positive impact on our people. We have a modern policy with regards to the renewable energy, specifically the use of solar power. So currently, we are continuing our efforts to expand the scope of work on solar power, and should be also considered, or we should consider following the same policies in other energy markets.
For the golden age to be materialized in the region, cooperation should be key among Latin America. You talk about there should be the right legal framework for you to harness those opportunities, and more importantly, you should work on lowering costs, and you single out renewable energy, particularly solar, as one of them. Thank you so much. And so I'm going to pass it on to you. So similarly, golden age, what does that mean for your business?
Yeah, so look, thank you for the question. Minera is a mining investment company, so for me this question's very easy. Latin America is a place of wonderful opportunity for metals and mining investments, and has been for some decades. Great assets, more great assets to be found, many great companies based there or very active there, many of which represented even on this panel. So the one word that comes to mind is opportunity.
Opportunity it is. Adam?
Thank you. Yes, it's great to be here. You know, I agree with Pierre, and I think when you think golden era, you really need the stars to align. And for us, I think about developing a project. You know, if you want to be in a golden era, you're going to need a good commodity price backdrop. You're going to need your social license, and you're going to need a host nation that wants to see your project move forward, because everything's done in a partnership. And I think those are three key elements enabled to have a golden era. And
Definitely. Thank you so much, Adam. Rogerio?
No, yes. Thank you very much. To me, the answer is yes. Also, I think it's important to say that Latin America is a region of high tradition in mining. If you think about iron ore, we're talking about 20% of the global production and resources. Copper about 40%, lithium about 35%, niobium 90%. So it is a region which has a lot of experiences. Yes, there's a new wave coming, but that's not going to be the first one. By the early 2000s, we have the growth of China, and we had to face it.
Yeah.
Now it's a different scenario with this whole trend of decarbonization. There's going to be an enormous challenge for the region to leverage its expertise, its experience, actually help the world to close the supply-demand gap. So I believe that Latin America will play a very important role in maintaining the supply of these critical commodities to the world. That's, to me, the challenge.
Absolutely, and I think you're right on there that they play a key role in that. Maximus?
Well, Codelco is a state-owned enterprise. Chile is the #1 copper producer in the world. We've been in business as Codelco for 53 years, but our largest mines, Chuquicamata and Teniente, are over 100 years old. So we've been in business for a long time. And it's important to mention that mining is a long-term business. That is probably one of the main characteristics. Nothing happens in mining from one day to the other. It requires a lot of planning and a lot of work before you see the copper. In addition to this, Codelco, obviously today, is joining efforts with SQM in order to associate and become a player in the lithium business. Chile has the largest copper reserves in the world and the largest lithium reserves in the world. So we need to do that in association with partners, and that's why we've been working with SQM, who is the largest lithium company in the world.
Correct. Thank you so much. I think partnership will certainly help LATAM harness this golden age. Tristan?
Yeah, very hard to add to what are some great answers there, but thank you very much for the opportunity. I think Latin America absolutely has that opportunity, but there's a lot of challenges. I mean, some of them that were not mentioned, the cost of capital, inflation that the world faces. I think, in particular, working with communities, the Honourable Minister mentioned some of that, the development that needs to go into communities. Our first-hand experience in Panama is very much around that at First Quantum Minerals, and I think recalibrating, resetting the relationship between mining and communities is what we're learning and pushing forward fundamentally. Beyond that, it's a great opportunity for Latin America, I think, to recast its relationship with existing powers in the world, but also new, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Middle East, entrants that are coming into this field provide the opportunity to recast world relationships as well.
Yeah, so recalibrate and reset, and certainly something that would help drive this golden age. So His Excellency, I'm going to come back to you. And so, I mean, all around, if you listen to the conversation yesterday, this morning, most of the ministers, most of the governments have been talking about being able to attract investment into their countries, whether upstream, downstream, or midstream. And I think I wanted to sort of hear how Peru has been able to sort of overcome the challenge and being able to attract investment into the country. Are there any lessons you can share with some of the countries here?
Okay, thank you. A ver, en el Perú, lo primero que tenemos que hacer, si pensamos en el Perú,
we're thinking, we continue to think and find a solution, and we must find and we must understand that this country is bestowed by diversity of cultures that is interconnected, but and different traditions, of course. So this is indeed an exceptional aspect of our country. This is one of the characteristics of our country, being multicultural. So we want to invest in Peru, we must take into consideration the different cultures in Peru. That doesn't mean that we should bring investment to a whole, but at least we should understand those cultures. For example, the water sources. There are continuous discussions of the usage of surface water as well as the groundwater. So there's a suggestion that I bring to you in the field of mining to better harness technology for water desalination. We do have the expertise in the field of water desalination. Tia Maria is the name of our current project for water desalination. In the beginning, the challenge that we faced, that they wanted to work with other surface water sources other than the sea, but we take into consideration that we should understand that we should better focus on seawater desalination. So to avoid any discussions, so we replace the word of exploitation with the word of usage to better, not to better exploit, but to better use the water, I would say. Another point in this regard, we should be able to transform the mineral industry. We started with a good deal of experience at the beginning of the last decade, but then we stopped. We should return to those efforts as to add more value to our resources through using all sorts of energy that would add value to our economy. The third and the most important point, and this is a very important point, in Peru, what is sustainability? We're talking about sustainability. What is truly is sustainability? When we talk about a specific project, when we talk about a mining project, sustainability meaning that the project does not come to an immediate end once we close the site. The project might be prolonged, it might continue, as is the case with Australia. This is a matter of great importance. I would say that the local community should have a say in this matter. Once a company comes in their land and try to invest, even if they shut down the site, they should be able to reactivate or reopen those sites.
So if you're a government here, I think His Excellency shared some.
لقد أتذكر 4 نقاط مهمة.
Investment for mining, leverage technology, and I think you talk about desalination. You talked about transformation, value add, position the value add in order to attract investment, and finally you talk about the sustainability of the project, where governments need to ensure that mining lives beyond generations, and it's important to have the communities have a say in that. Those were very powerful words. Thank you so much, His Excellency the Minister. So I'm going to go to Maximo for my next question. So rising cost. I mean, we talk to people in the region, and of course, for the golden age to really be able to live up to expectation, the industry needs to manage costs. And we know that increasingly you talk about a mine existing 100 years, grades are getting lower, costs is rising. Codelco has done some impressive work in that. So how is Codelco working to overcome some of these cost and grade challenges?
Well, we know that we are in a business which is based in natural resources. These are non-renewable resources. So because we've been for more than a century developing mines, we know that we need to continue to renew our mining resource. That means we need to extend the life of our company by developing new projects, new mines, investing money on this. Codelco's capital expenditure, CapEx per year, is over $5 billion per year. So we spend a lot of money because we know this is capital intensive. But we need also, in addition to, as the Minister from Peru was mentioning, in addition to the environment and the community issues that we have, there is something we need to do in mining, which is innovation. Innovation meaning we need to bring new technologies, we need to bring business analytics, robotics, we need to bring artificial intelligence, we need to bring new technologies so that we develop new ways of mining, who are more friendly with the environment, more friendly with the community, but also which can help us to address the fact that we are facing a decline in the ore grades. So, for example, in our case, Codelco moves 2 million tons of earth per day. 2 million tons of earth per day is a lot of earth that you need to move.
Correct.
And every day we need to move more earth to get the same amount of copper because ore grades are going down. So this is what I think we need to move faster. Probably the world will see more underground mining in the future, and probably we will see new technologies like leaching to develop copper mining operations.
Yeah, technology certainly will play a key role. Still on cost, Tristan, so I wanted to come to you. So obviously, just like Maximo said, grades are going lower, and these makes projects very expensive, right? So how can industry de-risk some of these projects that you're working on? Because at this moment, cost of capital is quite expensive. So what are you doing to lower some of this cost?
Yeah, Kwasi, it's a real challenge, and I think the industry faces that. As grades decline, we have to build bigger and bigger projects, and the cost of capital is high, so the exposure is huge in the upfront outlay of capital. In First Quantum, we do a lot of that in-house, so we have the people and the capability in our own business to take out a lot of the areas where risk can knock onto capital. So that is in the design process. We make sure that we're designing, because we all know, as much as we sit here and say that we know what an ore body looks like, when you're standing on top of it before a start, you don't have much knowledge, and it will change. The first thing you have to acknowledge is that your estimate is wrong, and you need to be able to cope with that. So designing a plant, designing a mine to cope with change, to be flexible and adaptable is number one. But in order to do that, you need to have the right people, and the industry is currently characterized by a lack of ability to bring more and more ongoing good people into the industry that can change and innovate and drive that cost reduction. If that is something we all need to work on at First Quantum. It's something we're very, very focused on, bringing young people into the industry. And with those people, that you can then adapt and execute. And we do a lot of execution in-house, and that takes away from the sort of previous model of engineered, procured construction management, where it ends up being basically a commercial contract and a commercial risk. As an owner of a mine, you can never outlay that risk. And so we found that over time, doing most of the work in-house, not everything, we're not experts in everything, is a good way to eliminate a lot of that risk that then knocks onto your capital. And finally, that when you start up well and you start up quickly. Because what limits you ultimately is the time to turn revenue on. And so that operations readiness and being able to get up the curve and start the projects well and quickly is ultimately the key metric in what determines your ultimate cost of your project.
Absolutely, and time, like you said, is really of essence here. Madam, I'm going to come to you. So obviously one of the way companies can sort of lower this cost is form JVs, like come together, work together. And we've seen that quite common in LATAM, but then quite recently we can see that there can be some of these JVs could lead to challenges. Okay, so you recently announced one with BHP. Congratulations, first of all. So walk us through some of what's your relationship with BHP? Why BHP? But more importantly, what are the next steps for that JV?
Yeah, no, super excited about the JV we formed with BHP for the Vicuña district on a 50-50 basis. I think the relationship has just gone from strength to strength. You know, when BHP made their initial investment in Filo a couple years back, it started the beginning of what's been a great relationship, and getting to know that organization and the talented people within it, and being able to collaborate and work with Lundin Mining's management team. And also wanting to create a JV, you have the opportunity to go and look at other JVs around the world and see what works and what doesn't work, and try and craft what we believe is going to be you know, the best JV out there. So we know we're just going to have to demonstrate that over time, and we look forward to doing it.
Absolutely, and we all look forward to it too. So Pierre, I'm going to come to you. You're the man with the check, and I can see quite a number of people with projects looking for money. So these projects are there, but then what they keep telling us is that there are very few people actually investing in these projects. So I wanted to ask you, what are some of the challenges that prevent these projects out there from receiving the capital from investors like Manara?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And look, we have to face the realities of the industry that we're in. As Tristan hinted, it's, in our case, all about very large amounts of money, all spent up front, very capital intensive, with all the risk up front. And so investors are quite understandably prudent when it comes to investing. They need to see projects de-risked, and projects that we bring about are very pervasive and very complicated, frankly. They have a lot of moving parts. It's not an easy thing to do, and you know, if there's one or two challenges to the project specifically, that can obviously forestall investment. All that in circumstances where the competition for capital isn't regional. We're talking about Latin America on this panel, but it's worldwide. And then, look, bad news travels fast, so sometimes you get distractions that frankly are a bit unfair to the companies trying to raise capital, but they need to be very good at communications to try to get back on track and try to make people understand what the issue really is and what it isn't. That's just the tip of the iceberg, but there are many challenges, and those are a few of them.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, and I think our audience will certainly do appreciate that. So, Jerry, I'm going to come to you on the challenges. We know that permitting and licensing affects growth in the region, and obviously you're very experienced in managing some of these challenges. So, what are some of the lessons you can share if there are companies out there looking to overcome some of these permitting and license challenges?
I guess indeed, permitting and licensing is one of the most important topics in developing a successful mining project in Latin America. But I think we need to look at this more comprehensively, because this is just one element of the whole process. Some of them, I think you should start looking into the endowment. Obviously, you cannot move resources back and forth. You got to start with a good endowment. I think secondly, you got to look into the whole legal framework or the regulatory framework. It has to be something clear, transparent, stable, respected, and efficient. But if you take, for example, the issue that you're asking about licensing, if you have and generally it is the most cumbersome in Latin America. You have a licensing at the federal level, at the state level, at the municipal level. And if you don't know what to expect around the corner after you complete one step, that makes things quite complicated. So you got to understand it clear, and you got to try to make sure that you have a clear path. But not only that, the fact of support to contracts, property rights. So making sure that no one is going to question your mineral rights once you have clarity on what you're doing. Making sure that royalties are not going to be imposed on you, that no taxes are not going to come. Yeah. So when you come to a project like this, you got to have clarity on the regulatory framework that the country has. I will add a third element on top of this, which is logistics. And here I'm not talking about only railways, railroads, ports, but access to infrastructure, access to utilities, water, natural gas, electricity, being transmission lines. And more importantly now, when we think about renewables, that becomes even more important, understanding what are the capabilities, what is the infrastructure and the logistics capabilities. And last but not least, I think there's a fourth element which sometimes we underestimate, which is having a pool of people or pool of talent, which is skilled, and more than that, that is familiar with mining. For example, countries such as Australia, Peru, Chile, Brazil, Canada, they do have a labor force which is familiar and knowledgeable about mining. Yeah. That makes a tremendous difference once you start thinking about implementing a new project. But just to wrap it up, I think when you go look into Latin America, because of its traditions, it has all these elements in place. Obviously, there are lessons that need to be learned, there are best practices that we can apply, but I have an optimistic view that all the conditions are there. My advice is that once you start looking into a project in Latin America, make sure that you do your diligence and that all these elements are there.
Thank you. Clarity, due diligence, very important point. So I'm on my last question, and I wanted us to sort of share some sort of nuggets with the audience. So my last question, right, I'm going to start with you, Tristan. If you could live in any Latin American country or work in any Latin American country, which one would it be? I have my answer. I'm curious what yours is.
That's easy, Kwasi. For me, it's Panama right now. I lived in Panama for 4.5 years, and I love the country. We're going through challenges at the moment, but that's part of, I think, everything that mining has to do, which is to involve and educate and take people forward, and that's what we're doing in Panama.
Right. So if you have a list of where to invest next, Panama. Maximo?
I was born in Chile. I have lived most of my life in Chile, but I lived 6 years in Brazil.
Oh, Brazil.
And I loved it.
So number 2, Brazil, if you're looking for your next holiday destination. Roger?
Not for reciprocity, but Brazil and then Chile, because I also live in Chile. No, seriously, Chile has a great tradition of mining and respect of property law. So I think Chile is a great country to be, besides Brazil.
Correct. So 3 is Chile, because it's a great mining destination. Adam, I think I know what your answer is going to be, but let me keep that for now.
No, I think the audience can probably guess it, but with Lundin Mining being active in Chile, Brazil, and Argentina, and spending a lot of time in all those countries, I just think the potential in Argentina is very exciting, and wouldn't mind living in San Juan.
Yeah, Argentina it is. So Argentina, if you're looking for your next destination. Pierre?
Yeah, I'm gonna cheat a bit. I'm Canadian, so Canada's my home. I visited most of the Latin American countries over the years, and I'm fond of all of them. But I've chosen recently to expatriate myself here to Saudi Arabia, so I'll pick Saudi Arabia.
I mean, we can extend LATAM to cover Saudi Arabia. His Excellency, I know that will be a hard one for you, but if you could live anywhere in Latin America, apart from your home country, which of that would it be?
Okay. I would like so much to talk about a little point about Peru, because we have a great problem with social and environmental problem. And I want to refer about it, please. En Perú nosotros tenemos un concepto llamado cierre de brechas.
In Amafuman, we have a certain concept.
Desarrollar infraestructura para ayudar a las personas a que salgan de la.
We need the infrastructure. We should always focus on the need of infrastructure because it helps people to move from poverty to a better life. And of course, it's the responsibility of the government, not the private sector. But I would say that the private sector can be of great assistance in this regard. For example, we do have the technical files of the municipalities' projects and what are the responsibilities of each government body, and also the 50-50 projects between the government and private sector. I believe that we can better integrate in a unified society. So, yes, we have the people, we have the fields and the resources. Secondly, we must embark on projects that the whole region can benefit from. The private companies should remain committed to these projects, taking into consideration thinking of sustainability to fulfill all the responsibilities. So in Peru, we are facing a problem. We don't have an electricity problem, but when it comes to electricity, maybe we can think of electricity used in mining projects.
That's all relationship between companies and then and the country as well.
نعم، الكثير من التحديات. نصفق لأعضاء الجلسة الحوارية. شكرا لكم أيها السادة لتشاركوا وجهات نظركم، وأتطلع إلى لقاءات مستقبلية.
Your Excellencies, gentlemen, thank you so much for that panel. Dr. Kwasi Ampofo there and his guests. We're just about to welcome our next session. We're going to be talking about why do green metals struggle to take off. We're going to have voices from the downstream in just a few moments from now. So I'd urge you guys to take your seats and listen in. Thank you all so much. I'd like to invite my panelists now to join me on stage. I'll be speaking with His Excellency Khalid Al-Salem. He's the chairman of the Royal Commission for Jubail and Yanbu, as well as Joe Kaeser. Of course, he is the supervisory board chairman at Siemens Energy and Daimler Trucks. William Oppingler, he's the president and chief executive officer of Alcoa USA, and Nashad Ansari, the chief executive officer of Green, as well as he's vice president for growth at Hadid.
Sus excelencias, por favor, tomen sus asientos, señor Handley Gamble. Señor Ansari, CEO, director general de Ministerial Address, señor Juan Al-Malki, vicepresidente de Hadid, Joe Kaeser y William Oplinger. Vamos a...
And why are those very, very important metals to the transition perhaps struggling to take off? And all of this, of course, is against a background of geopolitical shifts. One of those, of course, is what is going to happen in just a few days from now when U.S. President Donald Trump takes office once again. We've heard quite a bit from him over the preceding months during the campaign about the energy transition, about U.S. energy dominance as opposed to just U.S. energy independence, and of course, the tariff situation. Is this a president that's going to really take China to task? And what, of course, that will mean for minerals generally. I want to kick off by posing that question to Bill Oplinger, if you would, just to weigh in on what you're expecting and what you see as the challenges ahead when it comes to the next 4 years.
Well, thanks for the question, Hadley. Just a little bit of background. I am the CEO of Alcoa, and would like to take a moment just to thank the Kingdom for another successful Future Minerals Forum. As we look forward to the next 4 years, we've been in business for over 130 years. We've worked successfully with all of the administrations over that 130-year time period. We will clearly try to understand what the tariff regime will be. We've had a tariff regime in place today. It's a 232 tariff that provides a 10% aluminum tariff, a 10% tariff on aluminum coming into essentially North America, and that has been somewhat disruptive of trade flows. But if we were to see massive tariffs coming in, especially that does not exclude Canadian metal, that could cause substantial trade flow changes in the industry. A significant amount of metal comes from Canada into the U.S. U.S. is structurally short aluminum, and if Canadians were not exempted from a 25% tariff, that would drive metal prices significantly higher in the U.S. and also could motivate metal coming from different parts of the world into the U.S., which would be completely disruptive to trade flows. So we'll be monitoring it. We'll be talking to the new administration and trying to make sure they understand the importance of having a competitive aluminum industry in the U.S. that also provides our downstream customers metal at a competitive price so that they can turn it into products for airplanes, automotive applications.
America's next energy secretary is doing his confirmation hearing today on Capitol Hill. You had a close relationship with the Biden team. What are you hoping to hear from him?
Well, we hope to hear from them that there will be an energy policy that is inclusive of many different sources of energy in the U.S., that positions the U.S. for a long-term, low-cost energy solution. One of the things that we've seen in the United States is that much of the aluminum smelting capacity has left the United States because energy has not been competitive over the last 20 years. When I joined the company back in the early 2000s, there was over 20 aluminum smelters in the United States. There are only 4 left, and they are pretty marginal facilities as it is today. So we're hoping to see an energy policy that encompasses all different forms of energy and provides low cost and preferably sustainable energy for the future.
Joe, you can take a longer term perspective on this one. When you look at what's happened over the last couple of decades with regards to the movement on the energy transition and what we've seen over the last couple of years and specifically, how worried are you that we could potentially see a setback in the move toward net zero, just as a result of mineral prices, energy prices more generally?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, the climate really doesn't. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here at the conference. It's been great to be back in the kingdom and see how it's been developing. This, I think, is really important, so thank you. On the topic of renewable and sustainable, I mean, see, if it goes to energy, you cannot escape the energy triangle. It's about affordability, sustainability, and security of supply. And I think every economy, every country needs to make its decision where it wants to be and have a long-term energy policy in general. So now, are we going to see a setback in terms of sustainability efforts? Well, time will tell. Time will tell. At the end of the day, you know, we need to look at green and sustainability, that it needs to be economically feasible.
Yeah.
If you only depend on governmental subsidies, you know, that changes in democracies, changes every 4 years. That's not the way on how you can build an energy agenda going forward. So I believe it's important that we time and again look at technology. How can we make sustainable energy, sustainable minerals, you know, economically feasible? That needs to be the task.
Yeah.
And then people will make choices.
In this part of the world, and particularly in the global south, questions have been raised for a long time now about the tough decisions that Western governments will have to make going forward. Their citizens want access to cheaper energy, and that may just not be forthcoming given the constraints that we're seeing today. Joe, when you take a step back and look at what's happening, particularly in Europe, obviously what we've seen over the last several years with the invasion of Ukraine, that's put a major strain on European governments. Are they going to have to be a bit more honest with their citizens about what's achievable in terms of the energy transition versus what is realistic and how much that's going to cost?
Yeah, see, that's been one of the biggest challenges which we have seen in Europe in general and in Germany in particular, that people had, or governments have not been honest about what it takes, you know, what the costs are for sustainable energy, for example. And if they always go back and say, well, we're going to help you afford the prices, that's a bad idea. You've got to actually go and say, what does it take? What innovation does it take? What technology does it take, you know, to bring the costs down and not subsidize the prices? Now in Germany, we may have a new beginning coming up with the elections, but also the European Parliament, they need to become more practical, first of all, about what's possible. And what I really wish for the European Union is that they open their eyes and go to United States, go to the Middle East, and see what happens in this world, so that they understand, you know, they are among communities and not just a bubble on their own with very little growth. And that would be the recommendation I would give to those governments. Go out and see the world, and then come back and make a plan for your own country. I love my country, as everybody loves their countries. I don't want Germany or Europe become a museum of how it used to be a while ago.
Yeah.
And that needs to be our goal.
Do you anticipate we'll see Germany return to nuclear power?
Well, I mean, look, the voters will decide, obviously, as they have decided in the United States. The good thing about Germany is we don't have a divided country, because look, in the United States, you have 50% of the people are happy and 50% of the people are unhappy. That's maybe also not a great idea. So in Germany, I believe we will have a more economically focused, a more liberal, and a less ideological government, which I think is a good start.
Yeah.
And if they talk to people, you know, who've seen the world, companies which business model is export model, they can get a lot of input on how to make things work.
Your Excellency, that's not something necessarily you have a problem with here in Saudi Arabia, particularly with the Vision 2030, which is well on its way. I want to ask you specifically about the green metal transition and frankly, how that is all evolving here in the kingdom.
Okay, thank you. I think you have heard, thank you, Bill and Joe, for what they mentioned about the current challenges that we are having. And you have listened today in the morning from our ministers, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, talking about the belief of collaboration. And maybe others, they were looking about competition. And this is very important that in Saudi Arabia, we are looking to collaborate with everybody in order to resolve these challenges. And the other one is His Royal Highness, Minister of Energy, when he talked about where is the real issue and the tight supply of metals and minerals that is foreseen in the future and need to be looked at from yesterday. And looking at this as a vision, and we are in Royal Commission, for example, focusing to unlock these challenges. I think the previous session, they were talking about one of the challenges, the infrastructure and utilities and connectivity and all of these issues that we in Royal Commission, in all of our 4 cities, we are focusing on since inception. While the cities were planned, it's planned for the future. And now we are reaping the benefit of all of our plans when it comes to environmental and the security of supply. And when it comes to environment, for example, which everybody talking about, Royal Commission is leading in managing its environmental production and if there is any pollution to happen, and therefore we were winning global prizes for our industrial cities as green cities. And we are also continuing the effort to enable the green metal manufacturing by working with Ministry of Energy and the initiatives His Royal Highness was talking about when it comes to green hydrogen that we are focusing to execute in Yambu industrial city. We are focusing into the carbon capture in both in the east and in the west. In the east, where to use it and inject it in the oil wells, and in the west, where we will use it for some downstream industries. We are also working into the recycling of waste coming from this industry, because there is a huge waste. I think Alcoa, you know, and in Ma'aden, partner, we are working with them now in multiple initiatives to find solutions with our universities and global institutions to really take care of all of this environmental issues, which is already by the public. It's known that metals and mining will have a negative impact to the environment. But I think to make it short, we have the great thing that we have a clear vision from our leaders that will enable us and the private investors in our cities to execute.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How do you anticipate, Your Excellency, that AI will impact that plan? Because at the end of the day, we need this energy to power the AI boom, but at the same point, as you say, enormous amounts of waste come from that.
I think that's a great question. And we are now, when you look at the AI, I think we can look at it as a great consumption of energy, which will make us face a challenge for other sectors, but also it will enable us to be more efficient in production and in managing our cities. We are have initiatives now. Already we have somewhat smart cities where we want really to go into having a smart city and adopting the Industry 4.0. We have a big program by Ministry of Industry to adopt it in the helping the industry, either in metals and mining or in the petrochemicals, to make them more efficient. And I think we will be now working with, I am heading actually a company owned by a public investment fund. I am heading the board, and we are working, actually the direction, I met with His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman twice for this, in order to take care of the environment and how we do the waste management and how we can utilize all the waste that we are generating. And already we are executing these plans either in mining and in other even public sectors.
I'd like to ask Nishad just to weigh in. I mean, when you think about green steel, almost a contradiction in terms, it would seem. But what is exactly the definition there of green steel? I mean, that is your name. And I want to understand from you just how, walk us through how you make that green.
No, that's a very good question, actually. You know, different people define the green steel in a very different way. As you're aware that the average, let's say, carbon generation in a steel is something close to about 2 tons, roughly on average. But on a process which is blast furnace process, it goes to 2.2, 2.3, more than that. Now, India has recently defined, for example, you know, the green steel, which is anything less than that, or they say that there are 5-star different categories which are there, the 5-star being 1.6, 1.5. But the world, for example, I mean, if you look at the process which is there, very common in Middle East, for that matter, you know, the electric steel making and the DRI, there we talk in terms of 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. Now, when we talk in terms of green steel, we really mean something close to about anything less than 0.7, 0.6, you know, that's the kind of thing which we talk about. And that, to my mind, is really a green steel. Although there is no definite definition which is there, which is accepted by the world, but that could be a reasonable number to kind of go for.
Yeah. You know. We talked a bit earlier on the panel about the politics of all of this. And obviously in the West, there isn't...
في الغرب هناك سردية محددة ربما لا يتفق مع باقي العالم، ولكن برأيك هل نحن نواجه مخاطر متعلقة بعدم تحقيق أهداف التحول في الطاقة، وذلك بسبب الصعوبات التي نواجهها في إمداد الطاقة؟
Yeah, I think it is, if you look at the good part in steel, for example, the good part is that the technology exists. Yeah. You know, how do we really go to that level? You know, that technology exists. And we know, for example, that if you want to go to levels like 0.7, 0.3, 0.4, something like that, we need to go for hydrogen. So that's one issue which is there, which we know very well. Now the question is hydrogen available today at prices which are something which can make meaningful change in the entire steel industry? Perhaps that's something where a lot of work is required to be done. And it's already happening in the world in some part of for example, you know that in Sweden there is somebody who is putting up a plant with fully hydrogen. Here we are in our own plant that we are wanting to build, you know, that's going to be fully built on based on hydrogen. So that's something which is really a very good news, that, you know, there are organizations and companies who are prepared to go through that route. And there are also obviously there's a lot of support which needs to be done for the entire supply chain scenario. For example, you know, if you look at the supply, I mean, the hydrogen, if you look at the way that hydrogen is being produced, there is the electricity, there is a lot of electricity which is required to produce that. Yeah. Now, when you produce that electricity needs to be itself green electricity. And that's a lot of work which is already happening out there, that, you know, that with that electricity, how do you really produce that? And then how do you cut down that cost, you know, bring it down to a level, you know, which is manageable in that entire scenario. Yeah. So that work is happening. There is still a lot of work which is required to be done. Whether we're already there, certainly not. There is a lot of work which is required to be done. But I think the direction in which we are moving, that's a very positive direction.
Yeah. When you think about that momentum, Dr. Al-Malki, talk to me a little bit about how you see this not just taking place in Saudi Arabia, but also globally, because the cover of the FT, the main story today was about the Chinese commodities boom is over, and lots of worried about momentum more globally in terms of demand. How do you see that playing out?
Well,
I will talk about steel industries because there is a demand. Things are moving forward, but it is slow. And what we see right now, as of today, there is a struggles in moving forward toward achieving these targets. And I would like to comment on the steel, green steel definitions, because as of today, this is one of the difficulties in my view. That's why we are struggling to move forward. There is no clear agreed definitions for green steel. Is it less than 0.6? Is it less than 0.3? So this is an issue for not only the producer, but also for the developer of the technology to focus on optimizing a technology that is going to achieve that targets.
So if we're going to have green commodities, green metals, we should agree on what that actually means.
Look, whenever we talk about green metals, the picture is bigger than the producer only. So it's involved even the end user, the customers. Are they willing to pay the premium for this? Because achieving these targets is not going to be easy, and it's going to come at a cost. The producer margins right now, they are small and will not be able to cover all the green initiatives that gonna introduce to the existing industries and the new manufacturing facilities that's gonna be there. So having this into the pictures, we have to include everyone. It's also the lawmakers that's gonna accelerate this as well. Technology developers, that's gonna, right now we are focusing, or they are focusing on developing, achieving the target, not optimizing the process to lower the cost.
This question I'd love to pose to both Joe and to Bill. The FT story on the idea that the Chinese commodities super cycle is over. How do you wrap your head around that in terms of your business strategy going forward? Bill?
So if I can take a moment to give an advertisement for aluminum. Aluminum is an integral part of the solution of a greener world. Aluminum provides lightweighting for automotive, aerospace applications, you name it. Aluminum's infinitely recyclable. So if you make aluminum today, it can be in the world for the rest of all of eternity. And it's got good conductivity. So aluminum is a big part of the solution for greener metals. As I then look at the actual market for green aluminum today, so while our properties of our product help green the world, there is actually a low carbon market for aluminum today. So over half of the metal that we sell in Europe as of now is considered low carbon aluminum. In that particular instance, we get a premium price of only about 1%. So if you think about metal price all in today of about $3,000 a ton, we may be able to drive a $30 per ton premium. And the reason for that is there is an excess supply of low carbon aluminum as it is defined today. We have an offering, our competitors have an offering. What we're seeing is that the demand is asymptoting up quickly, especially in places like Europe, where at some point the demand for low carbon aluminum will outstrip the supply. And at that point, there will be pricing that will allow producers to invest in low carbon aluminum so that they can actually get paid for producing low carbon aluminum. At which point, there will be a drive for ultra low carbon aluminum. Today, we make aluminum that's sub 5 tons per ton of carbon per ton of aluminum. Our customers are starting to ask for ultra low carbon aluminum. In order for us to make that step change, there's going to need to be a technology breakthrough. We've been working on that technology breakthrough with our partners, Rio Tinto, for quite a while. We're building some of those cells today, and we hope that in the next decade, we should be able to provide ultra low carbon aluminum.
And so what's happening in China today in terms of the demand picture, how are you looking at that?
So if we bring it back to China, China has stated that they're going to hold to a 45 million metric ton cap. They are very high carbon emitting aluminum. So if we were ever to get to a situation, and Europe is taking the first steps here, where you would have a carbon cost associated with aluminum. Today, we make aluminum at 5 tons per ton. Your average Chinese production's at 15 tons per ton. So if you had a $50 carbon charge per ton of carbon, that gives a $500 advantage to low carbon metal. So over time, if the world were to transition to actually having a global price for carbon, it will steepen the cost curve and provide an incentive to invest in low carbon aluminum.
And Joe, just to add to that, I mean, when you take that step back and think about what happens next, obviously we have the Trump administration coming in Washington. We could have the possibility of a tariff war, but on the back of that, you have a new reality in China, and that means that there is perhaps going to be a more stable and lower growth going forward. How concerning should that be for those looking at the global economy today?
Well, I mean, look, the world is more than China, first of all. China obviously being the highest emission country in the world on CO2 emissions as a single country, so that economy needs to chip in. I believe ideally we would have a global carbon pricing, but unfortunately I don't see a path towards that, because you've got developing economies, you've got industrial countries, and the debate will go on and say, well, you polluted the world, you become rich and famous, now why should we pay for what you actually screwed up? I believe there's got to be, China, there's got to be an understanding on how China and the world can gradually reduce emission. In my experience, the last thing you want to do is trying to push China too hard too quickly, because they will close up. So that's, look, if you go from coal to gas, it's about 40%, about give or take 40% reduction on emission already, which is, 40% less is a lot. And then you may take the next step, and then another step. And technology will help produce, let's say, hydrogen-powered gas turbines as a next step. So I believe the world is well advised to try to provide a path from today till 2030, like the Kingdom has done, or 2040. Energy and emission, it took us a long time to pollute the world, and it will take us a long time to clean it up. But don't push too hard too quickly, because people will close up and nothing gets done.
Yeah.
And His Royal Highness, by the way, today made a very important point, actually many points. But I think the single most important, he said, we need to work and think in ecosystems. And an ecosystem is a give or take. An ecosystem is go all the way from the beginning to the end. For example, if talking minerals today, right? Mineral Forum. If the world goes all electric on mobility, only mobility, cars, trucks, trains, we need 7 times the amount of mines as we have today. So what I'm trying to say is, if the world wants all electric, you need to look at the whole ecosystem from the beginning of the value chain all to the very end, and then see if we add it all up on how it compares. So practical, open, and then we'll need to have a path going forward. But without China, there's no way.
You allow me just to close, maybe my opinion about green metals. I think we are forcing initiatives that's nonsense, killing the industry. Talking about green hydrogen, for example, no commercial unit can be set up and it's economic with a high size in order to provide for steel plants, for example. I think we need to look at it, each sector to deal with their green initiatives. Let the energy do their part, and let the steel or metals to do their part, like carbon capture, what they can do with the carbon capture, or what they can do with the, for example, waste handling and recycling. You can enforce these things which is under their control. But forcing all of these initiatives in the industry, it's a killer, and I think this needs to be looked at. And we will be always in the Royal Commission looking at these constraints and make sure that we don't kill the industries with initiatives that is really not feasible for them at current stage, maybe in the future, and then we will do it. Like, for example, energy efficiency program that we have. We went into stages to apply these targets on the industry, not to kill them. And now they reach to a high, really, standard of energy efficiency in their plants. Thank you.
Unfortunately, Your Excellency, our time is up. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I lost my sheet.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Hadley, thank you so much for what is another extremely important area and so many challenges to boot. Gentlemen, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Now, we go through the forum with, as you know, a large number of very distinguished panelists talking in panel form about issues that are critically important. What we're going to do now, over the course of the next 45 minutes or so, is a little bit of a variation. We're calling this the Great Debate, and it's an opportunity to spring open arguments on all sides of the spectrum, in this case about minerals-led development. Is that a thing? Is it a myth? Is it a reality? And we have 6 excellent speakers who are going to address those issues and then debate among themselves as to whether they're right or whether they're wrong. Now, for this to work, it's going to need a sense of direction and development. So for those of you who are in the room already, I'm going to ask you in a moment, have a little think. Do you believe that minerals-led development is a myth? Or is it a reality? And when we talk about development, it could be for resource-rich countries, developing countries, with minerals, but perhaps without infrastructure, perhaps without governance. It could be the development of local communities, of women, of indigenous communities as well. It could be the development of a green transition. How developmental is it? Does the minerals and mining sector actually serve that purpose? So I'm going to take the middle pew here and call on my speakers to come and join me up here. And I will explain how this is going to work once I've brought them onto the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, would you give a warm welcome, please, to our 6 debaters. Muath Arawi, the CEO of Argas, that's the Arabian Geophysical and Surveying Company. Mark Bristow, who is President and CEO of Barrick Gold. Mark Cutifani, who is the Chair of Vale Base Metals. Florence Drummond, Executive Director of the Development Partner Institute. John Morrison, the CEO of the Institute for Human Rights and Business. And Marcelo Paiva, who's the co-chair and director of Sigma Lithium. Marcelo, thank you for joining us. Let's just give our debaters a warm welcome, please, as we kick off this, thank you very much indeed, kick off this debate. I should point out that Flo was very keen to walk on to the theme tune from Rocky, because a few punches might be thrown. We're looking for some cut and thrust in the course of this debate. But I did say I wanted a show of hands to start us off. So the title is very, very simple. Minerals-led development, myth or reality? So those of you here, please, if you think essentially it's myth, could you raise your hands? Okay.
There's one at the back.
One at the back. And reality? Yeah, we've got a few more from reality. So, okay, that sets the scene. And we have opportunity to consolidate that view or indeed to turn a corner on it. And I'm going to ask each of our debaters to give us a 2-minute pitch on why they think it is the way they think it. So listen into the pitches, and then I'd like to say the gloves are off, but then the debate can begin. So Mark Cutifani, I'm going to turn to you first, Mark. The topic is a very straightforward one on the page. Not quite so in reality. Where do you stand?
Thanks, David, and thank you to the organisers for the opportunity, and to my colleagues here on the stage this afternoon. I just hope we don't get picked on too much. I think from my point of view, the conversation around minerals is everything that we have and everything that we are comes from minerals. The ancient Greeks, 2,500 years ago, identified the nature of things in 4 words: air, water, fire, energy, earth, minerals. And to bring that thinking into today's context, we heard yesterday a conversation around oil and gas being the key driver of industrialisation over the last 50 years. And then the conversation was minerals would be the key driver in the next 50 years. And I would argue that perspective and say that in actual fact, minerals were key to extracting the value from oil and gas in the last 50 years, because we used minerals to find the oil, we used minerals and products of minerals to refine, distribute, transport, use and utilise. So minerals have been key to oil and gas for the last 50 years. In the next 50 years, we're going to need minerals to extract the value from other energy sources that actually makes the world work. So from my perspective, minerals support everything, including in particular the sustainability of the globe and our way of life. And so in our conversations, the question is, how much can we support minerals development? How do we do it the right way to make sure that everybody benefits, both in terms of the products and the things we use, and in terms of the way we do our work, so that we're not creating winners and losers. We know we've got more work to do, but we do represent the most important industry on the face of the planet, in our view.
Right, it's a reality. That's the bottom line of that, and a very strong message. Thank you. 2 minutes to almost to the second as well, which is appreciated. So let's turn over to Moath Al-Rawi now. Moath, CEO on the end there, sorry, of Argas, of the Arabian Geophysical and Surveying Company. You have 2 minutes for your pitch.
So I would say where? It is reality in certain markets, and it is a pure myth in certain markets. But the challenges will always going to be, regardless of which market we are. And I would say it, if you are into the development game, if you are in the game, you need to accept to get dirt on your shirt. And the reality is that it will challenge the community. It will bring environmental concerns. It will disturb, and that's the nature of development. I'm with the development, but I'm with the management of such conditions. But to think that any industry or any development would take place without those compromises, then that would be less practical. There are many examples around the world of countries and societies that manage to get into this process. And I would say the key solution is what we need to debate here. Not whether it is there or not. It will be there. And the solution resides in the type of the investments, the type of the investor, which is, in my opinion, number one, who are championing this, and with the regulation and the policy making, which is the other component. But in general, if you want to play, you need to understand there are compromises, and it will come at a cost.
Well, thank you very much indeed for that perspective. So let me turn over to the, and I should point out, this is not split one side and the other in terms of myth and reality. As you can see, there are going to be some lines along the spectrum. But Florence, let me turn to you. Your perspective.
Yes, so I am here on the myths team, so that's who I'm representing, and thank you, my dear colleagues, who did have some very good arguable points for the reality. And I think firstly, I think this may be where the gloves come off, Dave, is it by
Early
choice?
start. Early start.
Is it by choice that these stakeholders have given consent to have dirt on their shirt? So I think that's definitely one point. But for the other points I'd like to raise as well, I think there's 3 key points that I'd like to focus on with this debate. If it were reality, why are we still challenged with sustainable agreement making for all stakeholders? So really think about what that speaks to in terms of complex stakeholder dynamics, insufficient collaborative frameworks, and then also as on my third point on that was mismatched priorities and capacity gaps. Secondly, if we think of if it were a reality, why does it continue to be risks for investment in mining? We've heard that all throughout today and yesterday, how investors are still worried about their investments, long-term investments in mining. And then thirdly, it would be if it was still a reality, why do we face a talent shortage for the future skills needed for industry as well? That again is another point that has been raised throughout this conference, not only this conference, but many conferences, as one of the leading challenges for industry as well. And so, David, I might cut my introduction short, if I may, and leave the rest of my responses.
Okay, yeah, well, there will be time for that, certainly. Thank you, Flo. Thanks very much indeed. So, John, you've had a chance to hear some of the arguments on both sides of the fence now. You are CEO of the Institute for Human Rights and Business. Minerals-led development, myth or reality?
Now, you're expecting me to say myth, aren't you? So I will say myth, but, right? Over the past 25 years, it's been a reality for some, but a myth for others. Clearly economic benefits, but we know that human development hasn't correlated necessarily with extraction. And for some, because of corruption, internal conflict, repression of minorities, etc., they haven't known the benefits in development terms or human rights terms. However, we have over the past 25 years made some good progress on issues of governance, transparency, and human security. And so when I look forward to the next 25 years, will it be a myth or will it be reality? The choice is with you in the audience. You could make it reality if we double down and keep hold of the progress we're starting to make. But we have risks. Rapid spikes in demand for transition minerals. We've heard a lot about that today and yesterday. The green imperative itself driving that. The lack of transformation in global value chains. Yesterday's ministerial, a lot of global South governments want to move downstream. They want to have a higher value proposition. But will tariffs and trade wars allow for that? So I think there are, and then CBAM and other, well-intentioned mechanisms are also potentially other forms of tariff that will enter into this. So finally, moving forward, read the UN Secretary General's report on critical energy. I think some people on this stage were part of that. Let's move more quickly on vertical and horizontal integration of standards and governance. And let's make sure all the players are involved in that. Let's have better alignment, better incentives. Traceability, yes, but let's preserve some of the benefits of the mass balance approaches. Accountability, and most importantly, I'll finish on this, the inclusion of the people who are going to be impacted most over the transition ahead, the most vulnerable people. I mean indigenous peoples, I mean artisanal miners, etc. They need to be part of these discussions and they need to benefit from the transition ahead. Thank you.
John, thank you very much indeed for that. I want to turn now to our other Mark on the panel, Mark Bristow, President and CEO of Barrick Gold. Mark?
So I'm very much on the reality side, but there's lots of ways to look at reality, and I think we've just seen some of the examples of the prejudice around how good mining is. And if you look at mining and its impact, we wouldn't be able to feed the world without mining. We would have cities that are very much larger footprints than they are today. And I think the reality is that the developed world excludes the developing world. And so you heard it yesterday on the Ministers' Roundtable. Those are mostly from the Global South yesterday. And everyone was working out how much they could get in financial benefits from their mineral endowments. No one said that they would like to participate in industrializing and uplifting their economies using their own endowments. And the first world, or the developed world, sits there and doesn't want to get their hands dirty, but they do want the minerals from somewhere else. And I think that is what we have, you know, one of the things that really drove the Future Mineral Forum's start was an honest conversation. And just sharing is not, I will pay you so I can take all your minerals and leave you impoverished. Maybe richer, but impoverished. And we know that you can put batteries in all the cars in California. You're not going to save the planet. But if you industrialize the world and uplift those poor people out of poverty, that will create a future. You bring down fertility, you have a better quality of life, people will contribute because they're not just working to survive.
Got to stop you there. Thank you very much indeed. A very strong message which hints at myth, I have to say, in terms of some of the directions you're going in. We'll come back to that as well. So that brings us to Marcelo. Marcelo, thank you very much indeed. You've listened intently, no doubt, to 5 of the pitches. What is your view?
Okay, so firstly, I'd like to thank you, the forum, for the kind invitation to participate in this panel. It's a real honor. So to start with, development is not a myth, and it can be clearly demonstrated by prosperity brought to regions that otherwise would be condemned to poverty, all thanks to the mining sector. In my view, the sector is very powerful in lifting people out of poverty, just like oil and gas. Having said that, it must be done right. The sector must adhere to strict safety protocols, labor rights, environmental regulations, with a very strong focus on sharing prosperity amongst local communities. And that's a very important point from my point of view. The economic development can be substantial in the critical material space where I am, especially if and where there is like integration with mining and industrial processing, where you have increased economies of scale and industrial competitiveness. I'd like to highlight a case in point into what's happening in one of the poorest regions in Brazil, fueled by the lithium industry. In a region where we have around 60,000 people living on less than $20 a month, the economic impact has been profound. And the numbers speak for themselves, right? We've had 1,500 new direct jobs, 13,000 new indirect jobs, 26,000 new employment opportunities thanks to microcredit and immigration programs. And the sector has been a key driver to the 6.3% GDP growth of the state, while municipalities' revenues have more than doubled since the beginning of the operation.
Okay, that's a pretty clear thumbs up in terms of reality, I think you point out there. That's the pitch from the 6 of you. I'm tempted, Flo, to let you get straight stuck into Moath, actually, because you made a very interesting point about his reference, which I think is a very honest one. You get dirt on your shirt. That's the nature of this sector, this industry, and that extends to CO2 emissions, to fumes, to environmental treatment for local communities, what they have to live with, whether that's in a developing country or not, in fact. So perhaps that's where you would like to throw your first punch.
Yeah, certainly. And I think in an extension to that as well, the element of consent, what does that look like? And I know even with Mark Udufani as well, extending that, and also Mark Bristow, speaking about how long we've been in development for, yet we still haven't gotten it right. So I think that's the point I'm really trying to pin here, is that it's fantastic to aspire to. These reality aspirations are wonderful, and certainly some great case in points, but I think if we've done it for so long, why haven't we gotten it right yet?
Aspirations, you see, it's aspirations, it's not reality.
Look, I think Florence makes a strong point regarding the broad question, but I would say there are many fantastic examples of where mining companies have connected with local communities, with the national government, in developing mines and minerals for the country's good, for local communities. The question is, how do we make sure that model becomes a model for all mining operations? And we do have to remember there are illegal mining activities, artisanal mining activities, there are many companies doing really good work, and there are some players who aren't doing very good work. So the question is, and I don't think we argue this, is we know minerals are absolutely critical for everybody in terms of survival of the planet. The question is, how can we do it better? How can we work together? And how can we partner in developments that really do deliver and uplift communities on a broader scale? Because we've heard that argument both sides.
Still work to do, you say. Well, let me bring Mark in here. Talk about work to do. You've got an arrest warrant hanging over you in Mali. You've had to close down the 2 mines for the time being because of an inability to operate in an area which is obviously extremely volatile at the moment. That's hardly development.
Well, I think the point there, I think, you know, it's a very unique situation in that, but there's a lesson out of that, and that is about communication and that's, you know, and proper transformation.
But Mark, sorry to interrupt you. It wouldn't be the first time. You say it's a unique situation. It's not the first time that either a government or a military government has decided to take over or to impose or to threaten to take over a mine.
Yes, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a reality component. And again, you know, when I listen, it's easy when we've got everything to say we need to give this away. We need to give a job here, an opportunity here, but what we need is to uplift and industrialize the world. And, you know, there's a good example here in this country. If you industrialize the world, you change it for the better. It's not about pollution and smoke and dirt. It's about a better life, because industrialized economies are better. And to do that, you need mining. And so mining is the absolute foundation of everything we do. We all walk around. The madam's got earrings, you know, cell phones. We've all used mining, but we deny it. And what we've got to do is embrace it, and we've got to embrace the world's population and not be exploitative. We've got to be inclusive.
Okay, thank you. And we'll come back to that, because you did also say the developed world excludes the developing world, which is a point to come back to. John.
I mean, I find myself in violent agreement with the Marx, but you know, the development is a right. The global South has pushed for decades for development to be seen as a human right. Everybody should have the right to development. That means everybody should have the right to industrialize in a carbon sensible way. The implication there is everyone has the right to move downstream and not just remain upstream, right? We've got to move beyond an industry of extraction. Replacing high carbon extraction with green extraction is not progress in developmental ways. My worry is that the developed world will not allow the South to move downstream, because when they start producing products that compete with American jobs, etc., we get into tariffs, we get into trade wars, etc. So we are denying much of what's being talked about in this panel, and I do agree the government sometimes talk in both ways, as if these two realities could sit together. But yeah, development, human rights people, we're not against development. Development is a human right. It is the right of every person to advance their economies, their livelihoods, the chances of their children. That's fundamental to human dignity. So let's not think that somehow people like me are trying to put a constraint or a straitjacket on where we go the next 30 years. If we don't have a rules-based approach, though, it's chaos, and we won't have a planet to live on. So I don't think we really have a choice in terms of how we industrialize.
Okay, who wants to answer John's fears there? Is there anyone who will pick up on that? I mean, look, yeah, go ahead. I mean, we've got a new man in the White House coming any day now. Tariffs is his favorite word.
So the point of people having the right to development, I think, is very consistent with Mark's argument. And as we know, we've discussed the same points. We agree. We are in a conversation around mining reality and its contribution to society, and there's no debate, I don't think, on that point. The question of government policy and how government policy supports development that is inclusive is, I think, the real debate. And I'm not one for tariffs. I believe there should be free trade so that we, if you like, exploit comparative advantage for the benefit of all. They're nice words. How do you make it work is the key. But again, if you look at in that ministerial meeting yesterday, everybody wants everything today. And that's not how things work. Yep. How do you invest in the country? And the experience is invest in natural resources, invest in primary infrastructure, invest in people, build mining operations, but jumping down to a refinery that costs twice as much as the mine, has 1/10 of the margin, can't be justified by mining companies. So you don't get development.
So you disagree with the other market.
So how do you put those strategies
You disagree
together?
with each other then, in effect. Which is interesting for me to observe that. Because
so your
Mark
positions
talked about
are...
industrialization.
Don't tell us what we do and don't do.
That's a debate for you. That's a debate for you.
You know, my point is, I think very rarely, if you look at where we are in this forum, no one talks about investability. Everyone talks about benefits. Benefits from all the actions we do. Benefits from mining, benefits from greenhouse gas reductions, all that sort of thing. Critical minerals. What is a critical mineral? Critical mineral is any mineral metal that's got a market. But no one talks about how you get that value. And that means investability. And the developed economies are, and us privileged people are denying the majority of the people on this planet an opportunity to benefit. And we don't know how to make emerging markets investable because we all think every emerging market is bad and it's going to steal from you and you're not going to get your money back because we don't embrace it. And if we run around penalizing people with tariffs, you're never going to have a future for our children and their children's children.
I want to throw that to Marcelo. You're a financier.
Yes.
You talk about investability. You've given an example of that. How much of that do you accept and how much would you refute?
Listen, I'll give you our example, right? So we acquired the assets in January 2016. Since day one, we were extremely worried on the environmental front and social front. And there's something that I think there's not enough discussion about, is that there is a cost when it comes to sustainability in a world that doesn't pay green premium. However, I would say that when you look into our company, the first outside investor shareholders that we had in our company, they are currently making 50 times on their initial investment. And the company is currently net zero carbon and has a substantial social impact. So what is my conclusions there? That you need to run an operation that is low cost. If you run an operation that is low cost in a jurisdiction that is low cost, and especially on this particular point, I'm very privileged that we operate in Brazil. In Brazil, we have plenty of renewable energy. You know, like you can match and you can have it all. But if your operation is not low cost, and then what concerns me is when you're living an environment of low prices, that you may have players out there that may look for shortcuts, and that's not acceptable.
But if you want to lead on development, you're operating within jurisdictions that are sometimes quite challenging, unclear, murky even, where the royalties are going, where the taxes are going, and that is impinging on development, isn't it? That is holding back the development that you're trying to create.
Yeah.
And that is the mineral sector.
Yeah. That's where I think the word traceability comes. Traceability is essential.
Is it a reality? It's essential. Is it a reality? It's a question for anyone.
I think currently it's opaque, especially in the critical mineral space. Not in all, like it's happening a lot in my sector in lithium, as it used to happen in cobalt, but it's happening right now.
Thank you very much indeed. Flo, I want to come back to one or two of the questions you raised early on, and one of them revolved effectively around stakeholders, or one might say not stakeholders. They have a stake, but they're not being included in that discussion in the development world. How, from what you've heard here, I mean, there's a drive to do something about that, but you're not seeing that drive?
I think there's, again, aspirations to be a reality. But what I have noticed here today is the need for language evolution. I think what we've spoken about there in terms of the compartmentalizing of who the stakeholders are, and this also speaks to your point as well about being given the permission to develop as well. So I think when you think about power dynamics traditionally, that's still coming through as well. So if we're then to include all stakeholders, and tribal people, indigenous peoples, women, other people who are in these mining jurisdictions, the question I would put back to the reality team, whose responsibility is it to create awareness and education around this power dynamic as well in terms of investment? You spoke about investment, you spoke about bringing people out of poverty. Whose responsibility is to create that awareness and is a part of the investment strategy as well?
Let me put that to you, Marth. Whose responsibility? You talked about you must accept there'll be compromises. So who has that responsibility?
So what I like about this is I think everybody is saying the same thing in a different way. It's not black and white. It's 50 shades of a gray. And the bottom line is mining is one of the oldest industries in the world. And there is a saying, if you cannot grow it, then mine it. So do we like this fancy construction? Do we like those fancy screens behind us? We enjoy our phones and all that? Absolutely. And I think that should be to everybody. The demand on those minerals is humongous in the next years, especially with the transition of energy. We have heard Prince Abdulaziz earlier saying an inspiring statement that energy needs mining and mining needs energy. And yes, absolutely, we cannot take the objectives of decarbonization and diversification of energy without those critical minerals and many other minerals, even the ones that today we do not call critical, they are critical to the civilization and the future of the earth. Now, would it come with challenges and cost? Yes, like anything else, development cost. And we need to be responsible as a society. There are no two sides. Everybody is responsible, and we need to understand the implications, and they do vary from one environment to another, and we need to be managing those expenses that may impact our environment, may impact our societies, and may impact our people. And I think the right debate is how we can achieve this. And I can tell you taxes is not the way. I'm a smoker, but they say smoking is bad. And what happened with the smoking industry is that rather than we reduce the cost of medical expenses, we impose taxes on cigarettes. There are two ways to do it. And the same is happening to the energy prices around. But it's not the answer. The answer is how we can lower that cost and accelerate that process to serve the civilization. Mining is not smoking. Right. Mining is critical. It provides the healthcare that we need. It provides the education that we need. It provides the jobs. Today we hire...
But does it matter, sorry to interrupt, does it matter at what pace that development takes place to you? I mean, you said, look, it'll come, it might be slow. I mean, it's not acceptable for many people. Patience is running out in terms of a sense that actually this is a developmental opportunity.
The more controls imposed at the exploration period, the painful is going to be for everybody. In my opinion, if we would like to accelerate that process, there must be an acceleration of the exploration phase and more control during the development and production. The challenge is that the investors in our industry follow the commodity price. And they invest when prices are high, trying to recover their capital of exploration at those times. And this is why we go into cyclic period. We need sustainable long-term investments. That's the responsibility of the policymakers. So we do not go into cyclic where prices go beyond reasonable. We need to have that investment continuous.
John is itching to get in here, Moath, so we're going to let John in.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to add to your, Moath, your list. I like your list. I mean, I would add green transition to your list of why mining is essential. We're not going to get to net zero by 2050, or even have the chance of it without transition minerals. We're going to need double the copper in the whole of human history in the next 20 years, as we heard this afternoon. So it's not a question of if, it's a question of how we do mining. So that nobody here on this panel is anti-mining. I think it's really important. But we know that 54% of new mining around the world is going to be in indigenous adjacent lands or subsistence farming adjacent lands. It's not in my country. It's partly in some of your countries, but we know where a lot of these minerals are, right? They're all over the place, often in places where very poor, marginalized people live. So we can't just do it in any old way. And I think that's the problem is the lack of vertical and horizontal integration in my mind. We don't bring round the table, I think the traceability point is critical, because a lot of the incentives are going to come from the consumers, the built environment, the people that are using these new commodities. How do we get them aligned with you guys, the mining community, so they're rewarding you? So there's a price to be paid. You actually are rewarded for doing this in the right way. At the moment, just in my world of governance and standards, there are very few commodities where you have full vertical integration on these issues. So that would be a very tangible thing I think we could do.
Mark. So, both Marks. You go first, then Mark number two.
So from my point of view, mining needs people and people need mining. And this point about who's responsible, it's not about responsibility because that's like the anti-mining NGO that arrives to tell us that people, they can't have mining and development, but they're carrying their cell phone and their very high quality earrings. And so, you know, for me, it's about, we don't consult people, we tell them they need to be indigenous. You know, that's where we come from as well. We needed to sell them the opportunity to develop, to advance, to uplift their standards and quality of life. We don't sell that. We don't sell mining. We don't embrace mining, but we exploit it. And so that is what we've got to do, is we've got to have a much more transparent conversation and global economy.
Music to your ears, I'm sure. Mark?
0.3% of the Earth's surface is dedicated to mining. The products of mining, through fertilizers, making the agricultural industry more productive, allowing us to build up and out, as Mark was pointing out, 30% reduction in our human footprint because of mining. We can't afford.
We're not in the right. There's reality. Quite pleased.
I'm pleased.
The most important elements, I think, in that is development in Africa. And while we touched on it there, we didn't dwell too much on it, and we didn't do so for a very good reason, because our next session is devoted to the impact that the mineral sector does have on Africa, the impact that Africa can and perhaps should have on the mineral sector. That is our next session, and I think we're ready to receive our panelists now, so I'd like to invite Eleni Giokos of CNN once again to join us on stage. Is Africa missing an opportunity to develop? Eleni. Oh, I beg your pardon, not quite ready for that, that's my fault. We're bringing on one or two other elements, bringing on the tables as well. Indeed, are they as black and white an issue as I think many people believe the media see them to be, and perhaps the mining sector sees in different ways? So perhaps one of the other areas in which we can discuss the options open to Africa. And on that note, Eleni, once again, Eleni Giokos of CNN, over to you.
Thank you, thank you. Very good afternoon once again, everyone. What a fantastic day. I've been completely glued to the screen, listening to all the incredible conversations, and obviously really delighted to have all of you joining us today. Welcome to my fantastic guests, His Excellency Paul Kabuswe, Minister of Mines and Minerals Development Zambia, Kimberly Harrington, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Diplomacy, U.S. Department of State, Frank Giustra, President and Chief Executive Officer, Fiora Group of Companies, and Chairman of the International Crisis Group, as well as Agesan Rajagopal, partner at McKinsey. Round of applause, please. I know it's 5 p.m. It is 5 p.m. and we have a lot to get through.
Yeah.
A lot to get through, and we don't have much time, so I'm not going to give sort of a rundown on the topic, because I think we understand what this is, right? It's is Africa missing an opportunity to develop? But I'm going to flip this slightly. And I think both questions are relevant. The one I want to ask is, has Africa been given the opportunity to develop? I think for those of you that know how much abundance the continent has in terms of critical minerals, of commodities, and that has been exploited for many decades through very bad deals. So I want to start with you, Minister. I want you to tell me, which question would you be asking today? Are we missing an opportunity to develop, or has Africa been given an opportunity to develop?
Thank you very much, Elaine, for that very important question. When you say, has Africa been given the chance to develop, by who? That would be the question that one would want to ask. So I think that we need to analyze Africa as it stands right now. You know, I'll speak also from the perspective of my country, Zambia, where I come from. Has Africa been given a chance to develop by nature? Yes. Why do I say so? Africa is endowed with massive resources, huge resources. A lot of countries in Africa are endowed with, including my country, Zambia. When we talk about all the critical minerals that we are talking about today, they are found in Zambia. But then you go further and ask to say, the people that have been running or that have been leaders in Africa, have they given Africa a chance to develop? Some yes, some no. But even the people that come to invest in Africa, have they given Africa a chance to develop? Generally, you would say the answer is no, because when you look at Africa today and its population, with the resources that it's endowed with, I think that it hasn't been given enough chance to develop. And I think it takes two to tango. Partly, it's the kind of investment probably that has come into Africa in terms of how do these investments are applied, or how are people able to do these agreements, investment agreements? Have they resulted in leaving a fair share to the countries that, are endowed with these resources? And then the leaders that receive these resources, have they applied them correctly? So those are some of the issues I think that we need to interrogate. But I think right now, Africa is waking up to that fact. And I'm sure that is why this question is coming up. Has Africa been given a chance to develop? Yes, now the leadership, most leadership that are there, particularly for our country, Zambia, I think that the leadership that is there is waking up to that reality to say we have to have win-win situations. We have to give chance to these minerals to benefit its people, because these countries are endowed with these minerals for purposes of benefit to the people that are domiciled in this country.
Exactly, and frankly, it's all about industrialization at the end of the day. You want to refine as much as possible and not export raw and then bring it back in. And as you say, with 54 countries, so much mineral resources, why don't we have more industrialization? You could put it down to the power issue, lack of power. You can put it down to so many things. There's a plethora of things. But we're sitting in a very different space right now, and there's agency in Africa. And let me tell you, the conversations I'm having is that there is a big push to industrialize as much as possible. Deputy Assistant Secretary, I want to come to you, and I think it would be remiss of me to not get into the competitive environment right now on the African continent, where China has had first mover advantage. It is absolutely dominating. Russia is making a big play. You're seeing other countries looking at it very seriously. From the US perspective, do you believe that Africa is the solution to sorting out your supply chains that you will need in terms of what the demand is required? And are you willing to sign the good deals on the continent?
Great. Well, thank you. Excellent question. Certainly from a US perspective and from my perspective, covering a broad range of energy issues, energy security, energy access, and the critical minerals space, we are hugely optimistic about the opportunities that exist to really create a critical minerals ecosystem that does exactly what the minister was talking about, giving back to the community, creating good paying jobs, creating some opportunities for higher end processing of minerals. And there is just a world-class opportunity in Africa right now. I do want to just clarify, so I have lived on the continent for about 5 years in both sub-Saharan and North Africa. And of course, using the term Africa, you have 54 very different countries, right? So I think, you don't want to make sweeping generalizations about an entire continent, but if we are going to talk very holistically, I am hugely optimistic about both the opportunities we have to form partnerships, public-private partnerships, to get great investments that hold up to the ESG standards that the people on the continent are looking for, that create jobs, that help communities, and that reach some of our global energy security goals of diversifying critical mineral supply chains. So I am very optimistic that there are huge things that the continent is going to be doing in this space. I think when you look at the demographics and the economics of Africa, 1/4 of the world's population is going to be in Africa by 2050, and I'm very optimistic that big things are going to be happening.
All right, fantastic. Frank, I want you to jump in here. There's a lot to get through. But I want to talk about what's going to happen in 5 days. That is, President Trump comes into office.
Is it 5 days already? Okay.
It's the 20th, right? 20th of January. So, and I asked this question earlier in terms of what the US-Africa policy is going to be under President Trump and what that would look like. And I know you've got some thoughts about this, so tell me, and to the point, China has first mover advantage and what that means for the United States and whether they can catch up.
Well, the U.S. is late to the party. Let's just establish that first and foremost. China's had an over 20-year head start and has done an incredible job, really, of investing in infrastructure in Africa. What happens when the new administration comes in is anybody's guess, because as we all know, President Trump is a very unpredictable character. But I will say this, which is going to be an interesting thing to watch. He hasn't been very kind in his remarks about African countries, his personal beliefs. He's not really into clean energy. That's not his thing, and he doesn't believe in electric vehicles. So how that plays out...
Elon Musk wouldn't be happy about that, by the way.
What's that?
Elon Musk wouldn't be very happy about that.
Well, who knows what Elon is thinking? He's another unpredictable character. But I think that it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, America does need access to these critical minerals. And like I said, they're late to the party. You've got almost the entire planet looking at Africa now, the Gulf countries. The Russians are in there through the Wagner Group. You've got Turkey, you've got Egypt. All of these countries competing for investment opportunities in Africa. And America, in many parts of Africa, is not as welcome as, say, other countries. And with under Trump, it'll be interesting to see. I think reality will set in. And, whether the people that surround Trump will have to convince him that he's going to have to play a major role if they're going to secure these minerals. Otherwise, they'll have to look in other places around the world, like Latin America, but China's already there as well, investing in infrastructure. It's going to become very competitive, very competitive.
Did you want to respond?
I'd just like to add a point, and on a couple things. I'd say, first of all, looking at all the indications of the incoming administration, including our nominee for Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, as a senator, he has been very focused on critical minerals supply chains. In fact, he authored a bill in Congress. Our incoming National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, has also been very, very focused on the issue of critical minerals. So I do think that we have some indications that critical minerals are really seen as economic security and as a part of national security, and that's really foundational. We're in a world where that is the case. I would also say on America being late to the party, look, I mean, I think in this space, we very much realize that we need partnerships, and that has been our principle. America can't go it alone, nor do we want to. So we have been working through the Minerals Security Partnership, which the State Department launched in 2022, working with 13 other countries that are consumers of minerals, plus the EU. We now have 15 members who are Mineral Security Partnership Forum members, including Zambia. And what we're looking to do with these partnerships is bring in high-level investment of companies with de-risking from development banks from all of those countries of our members to try to get the best types of investment in the critical minerals sector that meet really the demands of the people on the continent and help us meet the broader goal of diversifying critical mineral supply chains. We can't do it alone. I would never pretend that we could, and we are all in on these partnerships to meet those goals.
I mean, but the numbers do speak for themselves. China has a very big hold on what we're seeing on the continent, and that's leverage in a big way. But the man that perhaps gave us some insights onto what's happening with potential deals being signed is Agasan. Of course, he's from McKinsey. And I want to ask you this. What are clients asking for right now when it comes to Africa? Where are these clients from? Which countries? Give us some insights.
Well, they're global,
Yeah.
so from all parts of the world. So
the US, Europe, China?
Yeah. I think what they're asking about is how can we access the right opportunities and what role can we play and how do we make sure that this actually can be successful. And what we're discussing with them is a couple of things. So first of all, there's no one Africa. And we talked 54 countries.
Exactly.
And I think that's one of the challenges. We just talk about this one big continent, but you actually have to look at country by country, region by region. In some cases, you have to look at two neighboring countries and a region that's integrated rather than the whole country itself. So that's one thing. Start with, there's no one Africa. Let's look at each area, each community, and what's needed to actually make it successful. The second thing is focus on competitiveness, because that's when you start to really look at what's the thing that's going to unlock this. Of course, the mines are amazing, great resources, great grades, good scale, can be really good low-cost assets, but what else is needed to make this competitive? And that's where it's about the infrastructure, what gets it to the market, etc. And the downstream also, we have to look at that from a competitiveness angle and not just...
Is there interest in downstream right now?
There is huge interest across quite a few of the commodities. Absolutely, there's big interest in that, mainly in a quest to diversify. on the downstream. And here the point is, I think everybody would look at the business case and say, well, that's something you have to look at, because downstream on its own is not the same in terms of returns, margins, all of that, compared to mining, which is quite attractive over the long term. But I think the other thing we discuss is what is the other impact that has on the economy? Because it also brings in technology, skills, additional skills, more advanced skills for the countries, and that's also important.
Okay, Minister, I want you to jump in here.
Yeah.
When it comes to Zambia, you have a really strong relationship with China.
Yes.
You also refine copper. And copper, by the way, now is a critical mineral. It wasn't, a few years ago. Now copper is back in vogue in a very big way. I want to ask you this simply. What kind of partnerships are you looking for? And when does it make sense? Because, again, from the competitiveness, you're seeing now, I frankly think there's going to be a scramble for African critical minerals. Who's going to sign the best deals? Who's going to be able to secure those supply chains and so forth? So what do you look for?
So what we look for, Elaine, in partnerships, number one, we underline win-win. That must be underlined. We do understand as a country that mining is capital intensive. Mining, is a long-term investment, which we appreciate. So when we are partnering, we want to emphasize a win-win situation, a relationship that is mutually respectful, not a relationship of slave-master arrangement. In that relationship, we want to really look at four things, the four pillars that we look at. We want affordable capital invested, and then we want value addition, proper partnerships, and then we want to invest downstream. Zambia has been mining, Elaine, for the past 100 years. And at this moment, we've reached a point where we are able to go to copper cathodes, for example, in the copper sector. But we want to go beyond that. And we realize that we can get more value by going downstream. And every partnership that we are now engaged in, including the ones that we've recently done, one of the things embedded in those agreements is the fact that we have to agree on value addition. If there is
it easy to seal that deal?
Come again?
Is it easy to seal that deal to get value addition?
Yes, it is. It is, and it is not. It depends on how you negotiate with potential investors.
Is there appetite to keep that processing, that final processing, in Zambia?
There is serious appetite, because there is serious appetite for copper today, for example.
Yeah.
And we have to leverage that in terms of, the kind of negotiations that we are going into. So really the appetite to go downstream is there for all the deals that we've signed so far. And anybody that is coming in, we are emphasizing that point, because when you go into a negotiation, Elaine, there are things that you are looking for. There are also things that the investor is looking for. So you have to meet somewhere and agree to say, okay, here we agree, here we don't agree. But the issue of downstream investment is a non-compromise issue. You have to do it.
And that's going to result in the development we're talking about.
Indeed.
Frank, I want you to jump in here. When we were discussing about the topic, because you're part of the International Crisis Group, you want to talk about some of the conflicts that we're seeing in certain parts of the continent, specifically the Sahel. We're actually seeing political uncertainties, in parts of West Africa. We're worried about Sudan. There are a lot of issues that are going on. Does that scare away investment in those particular parts of the continent? And does that inadvertently raise the cost of capital? Because perceptions of risk, they stick like glue. And I have seen this happening on the African continent. If something's happening far away on one end, it could reflect somewhere else.
And in many parts of America, they think Africa is a country. And so when they see problems in one part of Africa, they kind of paint the rest of it with the same brush. I think one of the biggest risks facing the opportunity for Africa to develop, if that's the subject here, is the potential for conflict. You've got all these geopolitical players, regional and global powers, competing. And now there are areas where conflict is happening, and people are taking sides, and there's influence happening on all sides, some negative, some positive. And what I'm afraid of is that the new set of external players make the same mistake that the old colonial masters made before. And the opportunity here is to develop Africa in a conflict-free manner. And I think it's the responsibility not only of the local leaders, but also of the foreign external actors. And as you said, it's happening across the Sahel, it's happening in the Horn of Africa. Sudan is the worst humanitarian crisis on the planet today, and the Central African Republic has the highest mortality rate for children. I mean, you've got all of these issues, poverty, et cetera. And I think as the world scrambles to secure its critical mineral needs, I think that a tragic mistake and a missed opportunity will be to not lift the African people up. And this will be the job of everybody involved, the leadership, external players, and mining investors. I think that that's really going to be critical to not make the same mistakes that were made before.
Can I jump in here? Yeah, I mean, I would just say those comments really bring me back to what you said, which I think I was trying to say the same thing, but you articulated it much better. You know, we need to think more about regions in Africa, right? Like clusters. We're not talking about, it's clearly not one country. It's one continent that is very different and very diverse. And I think investors, when they are looking at, you know, midstream and other types of processing, they are really looking at what sort of regional clusters have the right investment climate, but also have the power, electricity, interconnections, which is an essential part of moving up the value chain, right? You need, if you're going to be doing really heavy processing, you need to have reliable sources of power, and oftentimes that means interconnectors with your neighbors, and oftentimes that means, you know, you need to have backup generation. You might need to tap into hydro of a neighbor. You might need to have you know, potentially a natural gas line with a neighbor. And the interconnectivity issue is really important for investors. That's one of the reasons we've really been focused on the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, particularly the Libido Corridor, and trying to galvanize investment in the Copper Belt to create more synergies among countries in the Copper Belt to really be able to develop and export the many minerals along that line. And I think we've galvanized an incredible amount of partnerships towards that end, an incredible amount of financing.
Can I emphasize one point? I think that I want to agree to the fact that as we look at whatever we are looking at, and that is why this question came, to say, has Africa been given a chance? We have an opportunity as a globe to, I think, correct the wrongs of the past where people were left behind and minerals were mined. This is the time. And I want to disagree with one of the panelists just before we came, who mentioned that we were not talking about industrialization except the money that we get from, you know, the investments. That is not correct. Because if I want to industrialize, Elaine, I will industrialize with the resources that I'll get from the mineral wealth that I'm endowed with. When I call somebody as a partner, what I'm saying is that I have the land, I have the resource. What I may not have is the capital to be able to mine out that resource so that I industrialize my nation to create jobs for our people. In fact, creating a mine itself is industrialization because that is an industry that will create jobs for our people. And there will be now offshoot industries from that mine. In fact, like for Zambia, we are anchored on the mining sector, but most of the industries that we have been supported by actually the mining of the minerals that we are endowed with. So really, as we do everything that we are doing, we talk about the Lobito Corridor, how we'll pull material. You talk about the partnership, the downstream investment. At the back of our minds, we must have uplifting of people's lives. How do we do that? It's industrialization. How do you industrialize? It's the wealth or the resources that you are getting from the minerals that you are endowed with. That's how you industrialize. So the starting point or the key, sign correct deals.
Thank you. Yes, exactly. Sign correct deals. I've seen this time and time again. I mean, even commodities being given off as collateral to loans, bad loans. And by the way, it actually comes down to very expensive capital. And that's why some countries are going to and signing bad deals because they have no other choice or no other option. So let's move this forward, because I heard this comment on the industrialization part, that African governments don't actually have an appetite to industrialize. Through my experience, I've got a show called Connecting Africa. This is what we talk about constantly. There is a mega push to industrialize in a very big way. And we understand that the power issue is holding the continent back. As a whole, by the way, there's energy poverty across the board. Even South Africa is battling, even though it's the most industrialized. So let me ask you this, Minister. Right now, does Africa as a whole, all the regions, have an actual chance of developing? And does it come down to these deals?
Yes, we have an opportunity right now because of the demand on critical minerals. I think that maybe God would have created this scenario for us so that Africa can...
So Africa has the advantage.
It has the advantage.
To push specific deals.
And let me talk about this issue of energy and power shortages and all. For us as Zambia, we are taking that as an opportunity because we've been predominantly hydro. So we are saying it's now an opportunity for us to invest in other sources of energy. I want to tell you that with what we've put in place, in the next few years, Zambia will have surplus in terms of energy. We'll be able to manage the demand that probably the 3 million tons vision that we have will demand a lot of energy, and I think that we'll be able to meet that depending on what we put in place in terms of investment.
Please export some of that power to South Africa. Power cuts are a problem.
We will.
I guess someone who lives in South Africa can tell us all about that. You've got some examples of some really good deals and things of industrialization. Botswana stands out for me because of Botswana. I've visited the Jwaneng mine. I've seen bringing back cutting and polishing of diamonds to Botswana was a really big thing. But tell me how good deals look and whether they're replicable. We can scale those.
Yeah, I think that's a good example that you mentioned. And what's good about it was long term. So it was, I mean, that's been a more than 30-year, 40-year deal. That's really helped to build the economy and move the country from low income to middle income. So long-term vision. By the way, that one as well also included downstream in terms of sorting and the trading side of it. I think another one that is a good example, which brings the theme of integration, is what South Africa did on the platinum side, because it was taking the further steps beyond refining. There was refining, but also beyond that to the auto catalyst production in the country. And that was a kind of overall, I don't know if you can call it a deal, but let's call it a cluster that brought together the international chemicals players that were doing the next step, and then also linked into the automotive players. So sounds complex, but it's actually quite simple because it had a bit more of the end-to-end part of it. So I think there's some good examples. Another one that's interesting to see is some of the gold refinery examples. I think one interesting one is in Ghana, where they built this new gold refinery. It's still early days, and gold refineries are challenging economics generally. But what's interesting about it is the intention to actually bring in and consolidate some of the artisanal mines and the smaller mines, which will help in terms of professionalizing the sector.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Frank, did you want to jump in?
I just want to touch on what the minister spoke about, and I agree. I think it's very important that countries cut intelligent deals at the outset. But there's a flip side to that as well that we have to be aware of, which scares away investment, and that's when countries change the goalposts. You know, mining requires a lot of upfront capital investment, and literally billions of dollars go into some of these projects, and you can't, as a mining company, move your asset across borders if things go wrong. So once you're invested, you're at the mercy of the government that's in power, and too often, deals are changed, the goalposts are changed. And I think that we need to find it's a delicate balance that has to be played between intelligent deals that are cut, but then are stuck to. Because the mining business is a boom and bust business, and the boom periods are sometimes relatively short. And so you have intense capital going in, and then you have to get those returns over many, many years. And we're seeing too often in countries around the world, and some in Africa, where they're changing the deals after the investment is made, and the company's held hostage. And in some cases, like in the Sahel, recently, you're seeing deals change at gunpoint. And, you know, Barrick has had this terrible situation in Mali, and obviously we are seeing, you know, governments taking control of mining assets in other countries like Niger. And this sort of behavior scares away capital. So again, it's a delicate balance.
It absolutely
Cut intelligent deals, but then stick to them.
But you know, again, Africa's a very large place with 54 countries, and we've seen some bad deals being signed, and then when you want to renegotiate those deals, suddenly those African governments said African governments are, you know, the problem. The point is to sign good deals from the get-go, and I know the African Union, together with the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, are doing some work on trying to alleviate that. But Minister, I wonder if you've got a response to this, where you're seeing, I guess the point is policy continuity.
Of course.
Investors come, they know in Zambia, this is the policy, this is what's happening.
So for us, we have said to ourselves that Zambia has one big asset, which is its peace. It guarantees protection of investment with whoever comes. And then we've also studied the fact that for you to be a competitive mining jurisdiction, you need predictability and stability within the economy. And that we have done. We have looked at best practices and benchmarked and made sure that when somebody comes to invest, mining one is investing $1 billion, $2 billion, $10 billion. That's a huge amount of money. It requires that that person is feeling safe in that jurisdiction, is also feeling that tomorrow the goalposts won't be shifted. There will be, as was agreed. And we, as a government, we are trying our level best to make sure that that is achieved so that there is a win-win with the investor.
Let me ask you this. Are you working with the United States?
Yes, we are.
Fantastic.
Yes,
okay, so
we are.
Yeah.
Yes, mentioned he's actually Zambia is part of the Mineral Security Partnership Forum, part of the Libido Corridor Initiative. So we're working together on some copper projects and hope to continue to do so.
I've got 3 seconds left to take the liberty to ask this. Do you think this is the moment where we will see true industrialization of the continent because it offers the critical minerals that the world needs, that Africa will be the place?
I think with what we are seeing now, including this Future Minerals Forum, the minds of the people, I think that we are heading somewhere.
Africa is the place to be very quickly. Yes,
I mean, I think there's many, many opportunities for people across the continent to benefit tremendously from critical minerals, including from refining and processing.
Is this the moment?
I hope so.
You hope so, huh? I guess then.
Yes, because not only do we have the critical minerals, but also at the right quality, which is very important from an ESG perspective. So hugely the right time.
And guess what? We have the people.
Indeed.
Indeed.
The best resource of all.
Indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Indeed.
please round of applause for my fantastic guests. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so very much, Eleni, and to her panel, thank you. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of day 1 of FMF 2025. Woo, it's been a lot of information, a lot of insights, some interesting, not antagonism, but debates, shall we say, that took place. I really loved that session about debating. I hope we have that next time. Tomorrow, of course, will be the second day when we are considering and deliberating how exactly we intend to deliver impact. So for now, I'm going to wish you a very good evening. Have dinner, enjoy, and we'll see you in the morning. Good night.